My favourite Warwickshire memory so far has to be winning the championship last year, that final day that so many of you I'm sure can remember.
It's winning the championship last year.
It's when we won the Champo.
It's to be my debut back in 2019 against Somerset at Edgbaston.
My first wicket again at Lords.
Probably signing the professional contract. My first cricket memory is taking all 10 wickets in an innings.
Playing in the garden with my dad.
Andrew Flintoff bowling at Edgbaston 2005 Ashes.
Following my dad when he was second team captain at my local cricket club all around the county in Hertfordshire where I'm from.
Playing in the back garden, I think it was at Christmas actually, dragging my dad and my granddad out to play with a cricket set my mum got from the post office.
My two older brothers were playing in a cricket match, a hardball game, and I was going as a scorer with my dad, and the opposition were a man short, so they had 10 players, so I had to play for the opposition.
Well, this is the level. This will be roughly the level I'll be speaking at. Is that coming through loud and clear? Excellent, good. And the buzz has gone as well, so that's all right.
Good morning and welcome to Edgbaston with myself, Alex Winter, on a cloudy day but bright enough, and it's the final round of qualifying in the Royal London One Day Cup. Warwickshire against Somerset here, with the Bears sent into the field first, Somerset winning the toss, and the scenario for Warwickshire pretty straightforward. A victory here should send them through to the knockout stages. There is a scenario where a tie between Sussex and Middlesex at Hove later on this afternoon could put a spanner in the works, but for the moment it is a pretty straightforward scenario for the Bears. Somerset can't qualify, it's been a difficult campaign for them, but they will certainly be hoping to end the competition on a high note. Alongside me, Anthony Gibson, good morning.
Morning, Alex. Yes, it's not been a great campaign from Somerset. They've played 7, lost 7, and some of the defeats have been depressingly heavy defeats as well. Not least last, whenever it was, I lose track of time.
Friday night against Sussex.
Friday against Sussex, when we lost by the little matter of 201 runs, which is the heaviest defeat in terms of runs that Somerset have ever suffered in what's called list day cricket, in one-day cricket, in other words. So, and the side has not been strengthened by the absence of acting captain Matt Renshaw, who did his hamstring on Friday night. So Jack Brooks is captaining the side, but the one ray of sunshine for Somerset cricket followers is that Josh Davey returns to the side after being out for about 6 weeks with a hamstring injury.
Good news indeed. So Somerset out here to get things underway. James Rue, the exciting young keeper batsman, and Andrew Mead is going to take the first ball here. Ollie Hannon-Dolby is going to open things up from the city end. He's got a couple of slips in place. Third man and deep square of the men back. As per usual, 2 allowed outside the 30-yard circle in this opening 10-over power play. He's got a point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on on a short fine leg. And in front of a pretty sparse crowd, it has to be said, here at Edgbaston, as you would expect on a Tuesday. Ollie Hannon-Dolby coming in to get this game underway. Bowling right arm over to the right-handed Omid, who edges the first ball. Very fine past second slip, wouldn't have carried to a third or fourth. And down to third man to Liam Norwell to get Somerset underway. So James Rue here, left-hander, my first look at him, but an exciting prospect.
Yeah, very, very exciting. He's only 18 years old, just done his A-levels at King's College, Taunton. He was picked for the County Select 11 that played India in a warm-up game last season up at Chester Street when he was only 17, which shows how highly he's regarded.
Field has stayed the same here for the left-hander. Hannon-Dolby staying over the wicket. And he comes bounding in. Very tall figure. Bowls just outside the off stump, full of length, and is driven away with no timing out towards point. And there is no runs. The two sides for you. The Bears unchanged from victory here on Sunday against Durham. They have Dom Sibley, Robbie Yates, Will Rhodes the captain, Matt Lamb, Ethan Brooks, Hamza Sheikh, Kai Smith, George Maddy is going to keep wicket again here, who made his debut on Sunday. Liam Norwell, George Garrett, and Hannon-Dolby here, who turns the back of his mark, runs away from the old press box, and comes into Rue and goes past the outside edge, nicely bowled. Decent length, just shapes away from the left-hander, and a round of applause from the spectators beneath us for a smart delivery.
There must be a few beneath us. There aren't very many elsewhere in the ground, it has to be said.
It is the members section down beneath us, isn't it? So they often pack into this middle tier. One without loss in the opening over. Hannon-Dolby turns. Short brown hair, short sleeve shirt. Bowls back of a length to Rue, is in his ground and just defending back up towards the bowler's left hand. And there is no run.
Looks like a used pitch. Bit of grass on it. But just a hint of green about it.
There'll be plenty of used wickets used here at Edgbaston. I'm sure at all the Test match grounds in particular, with just the volume of cricket that is scheduled the past 2 summers really. Hannon-Dolby is in again, right arm over, and Rue is defending again, just outside the off stump, playing down towards mid-off, and there is no run again. One without loss.
most of the branding around the ground is for Birmingham Phoenix and the 100, and I think the size of the crowd is probably a reflection of the fact that this is a 100 ground. There were 4,500, 5,000 people at Taunton on Friday. I doubt there are many more than 450 to 500 here today.
I suppose the problem is, even if there was a decent crowd in, you wouldn't be able to really tell, because it is such a vast stadium. Hannon Dolby to complete the opening over. Ball's full, and it's driven on the bounce to extra cover. And a good diving save to the fieldsman's right-hand side ends the over with a dot ball. Tidy start from Ollie Hannon Dolby, an over gone here at Edgbaston. And Somerset batting first, one without loss.
Yeah, interesting that Jack Brooks, having won the toss, chose to bat first. Somerset have previously, when they won the toss, have decided to chase without success thus far. So perhaps setting a decent total and exerting some scoreboard pressure may mark a change in their fortunes. It has been a very depressing campaign, it has to be said. It's good to see the youngsters given their chance, but they haven't really fulfilled their potential yet, apart from that incredible 157 that Ben Green scored against Durham a couple of weeks ago.
I will interject for an update for West Midlands listeners as Liam Norwell comes in to bowl to Omid, who's edging again down to third man, and the second single of the game. I'm Alex Winter at Edgbaston with a final day of qualifying in the Royal London One Day Cup. The Bears have to win to stand a chance of going through. They've lost the toss, they're in the field, they're unchanged from the victory over Durham on Sunday, and Somerset, who are bottom of the table, no victories from their 7 matches so far, are 2 without loss in the second over of the game.
And Liam Norwell from this pavilion end. He's in bowling to James Rue, lets that go through outside off stump. A little bit of a away movement off the seam, but much too wide. Andrew Umid, who played for Warwickshire back in 2017, played a few games. Just played the one 50-over game against West Indies A, I think it was. So he didn't actually play in the Royal London One Day Cup for Warwickshire. James Rue, though, left-hander on strike, 2 slips. Norwell's in and bowls and beats Rue outside the off-stump with good ball, good carry through to the young Warwickshire wicket-keeper. Who is it keeping wicket?
George Maddy.
It is George Maddy.
Yeah.
Son of Darren, who was playing here not that long ago, retired in 2013. Norwell in bowls, and Rue gets another good ball on off stump that he has to defend into the offside, picked up by Matt Lamb.
Yeah, Kai Smith took the gloves when Michael Burgess was injured at Radlett on Friday, but they decided to bring Maddy in to make his debut on Sunday. The start of what everybody hopes will be another interesting career.
Yep, he's only 16. Here comes Norwell in and bowls to Rue, gets that off the inside edge, but he'll pick up the single as it just runs out into the onside. Will Rhodes, who's captaining Warwickshire here today, as of course he did in the county championship, captain there to victory in the county championship. A victory secured here on the last afternoon of the championship with a win against Somerset, who rather capitulated in the 4th innings.
Same fixture this season, isn't it? Last game here.
Well, no, we're at Canterbury last
okay.
game. Oh, this beats the outside edge of Andrew Umid and goes through to Maddy. So just to 2 runs from that over. We've had 2 overs, 3 without loss. No, we've got Warwickshire. It's the penultimate.
It might be the Bears' last game then.
It's the anti-penultimate game for Somerset. Yeah. So we've got Gloucester at home, Warwickshire away, Northants at home, and then finishing up at Canterbury.
So 4 games.
Yeah.
Game-
4 games to get up from 9th to 8th
Indeed.
in the first division table. 8th, I think you're pretty safe.
Here is Hannon Dolby, third over of the game from the far end, and defending is Rue. Just runs one out on the offside, and there is no run. Phil Britt with us here today, and he's helpfully scribbled down the Warwickshire fixtures. They've got Somerset here, Gloucester away, and then Hampshire at home is their final fixture.
Tough game, Hampshire.
So they will hope the Bears to have much of their work done in those preceding 2 fixtures, Somerset and Gloucestershire.
I'm not sure they are the Bears in the County Championship, are they?
Well, they're always the Bears, aren't they? Here is Hannon Dolby, just outside the off stump, and Rue with an angled bat is playing down towards George Garrett at third man, just down to our left-hand side.
I think it depends on who's in charge, doesn't it? As to whether they're the Bears or Warwickshire.
Single more, 4 without loss here in the third over. The problem with that relegation scrap is that it could all be for naught, couldn't it? Nobody knows what the structure of the championship is going to be going forward, so the poor old Gloucester's marooned at the bottom of the table. It may not send them plunging back into Division 2. Omid back on strike, right-hander, 2 slips still in place. Hannon Dolby is in on a decent length, and Omid back and across to defend back at the wicket for no run.
This is like the first morning of a 4-day county championship match, isn't it?
Very pleasant. Very pleasant.
This is the seamers are bowling a red ball length. Batsmen are defending. There's hardly anyone here. It's there isn't much excitement filling the air at Edgbaston at the moment.
There's a helicopter whirring over South Birmingham just in front of us. As Hannon Dolby turns and runs away from the chopper. Past the stumps he goes, and again bowls a decent length, and Omid is just defending down towards mid-on, and there is no run. Yeah, difficult selling on a working Tuesday, isn't it, really, even though we are in the school summer holidays. There's a smattering in. The members will be in downstairs. There was a group of Somerset supporters who travelled up when I was in reception downstairs first thing this morning.
Yes, there are always a few Somerset supporters who make the trip.
4 without loss. Hannon Dolby again into Omid, just outside the off stump, and angled away off the back foot, only as far as backward point, and there is no run again.
I expect that Mike Salis, the tractor driver, he will be here somewhere. We'll hear him later on, no doubt.
Does he drive his tractor to all the games?
No. Comes from Shepton Mallet.
So he's the Shepton Mallet matador then?
Indeed. One or two on Twitter were suggesting that perhaps he ought to be captaining Somerset in the absence of so many players.
Final ball of the third over. Hannon Dolby is in, strikes Omid on the pad. There was a brief inquiry for LBW. It was probably sliding down. The ball runs away towards backward point, and a fine over again from Ollie Hannon Dolby, and a fine start with the ball here for Warwickshire. 3 gone. Somerset won the toss, decided to have a bat, and they're 4 without loss. Here at a cloudy Edgbaston, but high cloud, and a bit of sunshine forecast for the afternoon.
Yeah, Ollie Hannon Dolby, leading wicket taker for Warwickshire in the competition, this competition so far. 14 wickets at 28.4, and this is run down to third man by James Rue just for a single. 5 without loss. Liam Norwell bowling from this pavilion end, who was with Gloucestershire, of course, from 2011 to 18. He's in his 26th list day game. That's Liam Norwell. He's taken 31 wickets at 36.5. Economy, good economy rate, 5.5. He's in now to Omid. Is there in bowls. Omid again runs. That's a mirror image of the shot that James Rue, the left-hander, play. This time it's the right-hander who runs it down to third man. Just a bit too much width there from Liam Norwell. Who have we got as the umpires here today? I'll find it. The umpires are
Rob Bailey
and Tom
indeed.
Lungley. Is Norwell into Rue, who gets a good ball, angled into him from outside the off stump, just drops it into the onside. Warwickshire need to win here and hope that Leicestershire lose to Durham. Is that right? Yes, I think so.
That would help, but even if Leicestershire win, a victory here for the Bears will take them above the loser of Sussex and Middlesex.
It will.
So the scenario fairly straightforward here for the Bears.
Norwell in and bowls, and this is cut down to third man by James Rue for another single.
But a tie or a no result down at Hove would certainly put a spanner in all the calculations.
Yes, that would give, well, Warwickshire would go up to 11 points, and that would just about ensure them qualification for the semi-final, quarter-final.
Yeah, you can't quite be sure whether they finish second or third.
Yeah. Norwell's in and bowls, and this one comes off the inside edge. Oh, it doesn't. It's gone onto the stumps. I think it did come off the inside edge, but it's gone back onto the stumps, and that is the end of Andrew Umeed, bowled by Liam Norwell for 3, and Somerset, well, familiar scenario, losing an early wicket, 7 for 1 in the 4th over.
Yeah, it looked like he was just trying to run it down again, but I think Norwell's just got one to perhaps tail back a fraction, and possibly inside edge via pad, but certainly into his off stump. So a failure for Umeed, and the Bears have an early wicket.
Stephen Davis, the new batsman, vastly experienced. He's in his 197th list day games, which is probably as many as the Warwickshire team have played put together. It's certainly more than the rest of the Somerset side have played in terms of list day games put together.
Is his future secure, Steve Davis?
Well, he's got another year on his contract, but that's a very good question. He's lost his place in the county championship side. He had lost his place in this competition as well. He's been recalled because of the injury to Matt Renshaw, and he's not, I'm afraid, the force that he was. I was looking up his stats. He averaged in Surrey in this day cricket. He averaged over 40. As he's on strike now to Norwell. Lets that go through outside the off stump. For Somerset, he is averaging just 19.5 in 26 list day games. Applause there for Liam Norwell, who's taking the first wicket of the day with the wicket of Andy Umeed, and after 4 overs, Somerset 7 for 1.
36 years old now, Steve Davis.
His weaknesses, which have always been apparent, he's liable to hit the ball in the air outside the off stump, and they've just become more and more pronounced as the last few seasons have gone on.
7 for 1, 5th over. Ollie Hannon-Dolby at the city end. Bowls to Rue, works one round the corner. Good save at short fine leg by Liam Norwell. Tumbling away to his right, saved perhaps 4 runs there. The boundary just cuts in a bit at the junction of the Holly stand and this pavilion end. They just take 1. Rue goes to 5. 8 for 1 here in the 5th over. Still 2 slips in place. Still the man out at third man and deep square. And now a pair of southpaws with Davis here coming to join Rue. Got an open stance here, Davis. Long sleeve shirt. Hannon-Dolby just eases mid off a fraction wider. Covers quite square as well. As Hannon-Dolby is still over the wicket and bowls outside Davis off stump, and he lets one go through.
If I was Will Rhodes, I think I'd move my backward point to a little bit finer, to a sort of deep gully. That's where Stephen Davis tends to hit it in the air.
I haven't seen him play too much in the last few years, but when I have, caught backward point, Court Gully has been a familiar mode of dismissal. Hannah Dolby is into him again and bowls a fraction fuller, struck on the pad, appeal for LBW, not out, says umpire Bailey.
Looked a bit high, didn't it?
Perhaps pitched outside leg stump as well. There's a fraction of movement there, I think, here early on, but perhaps not enough from that good length to get it to come back enough if it's pitching in line. So the state of play in Group A, Sussex, Middlesex, Gloucestershire and Leicestershire all have 10 points. Sussex top the table on net run rate, then Middlesex, then the Gloucesters, but Gloucestershire played all their matches. They finished on Sunday at Bartlett, but gave themselves a sniff there with victory as Hannah Dolby is in again and goes past the outside edge. Fraction fuller, Davis felt for it, and he got beaten 8 for 1 here. And then Warwickshire tucked in behind those teams on 9 points. So as Anthony was saying, victory will leap them certainly above Gloucestershire to 11. If Leicestershire were to lose today to Durham, that would be the Bears through, regardless of events down at Hove, but the loser of Sussex and Middlesex will go behind Warwickshire if they were to win here. Hannah Dolby in once more. Tight line, but well left from Davis. There is also a scenario where Notts could sneak through this afternoon as well, because their net run rate is quite healthy at plus 0.978. Certainly better than the two sides above them, Warwickshire and Leicestershire, and indeed better than Gloucestershire, and indeed better than Middlesex, actually, looking at my table beneath me. So if Notts were to win, the Bears were to lose, and Leicestershire were to lose, then Notts could also go through. And if Sussex were to beat Middlesex, Notts could actually leap into second place.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it is fascinating. It is all to play for today as Hannah Dolby comes in to complete the over, and Davis is back in his crease here, getting off the mark with a nudge through mid-wicket. He'll keep the bowling. We've got 5 overs in the books here at Edgbaston. Somerset won the toss, chose to bat first, and they are 9 for 1.
Yeah, nothing but pride and self-respect, I'm afraid, riding on this for Somerset. That they'll desperately want to break this run of defeats. They lost their last 3 games in this competition at the end of last season, and the last one was here. And they've lost 7 on the bounce this season. So that's 10 games in succession they have lost. Norwell bowls to Davis, who plays that into the offside and will pick up a single as it's not stopped cleanly. In fact, they'll come back for a second run as Matt Lamb retrieves that from the boundary, or inside the boundary, in front of the Eric Hollies stand, which is away to our right, where there are a total of around about 30 people sitting, I should think.
If you could choose where to watch from today, I don't think the Hollies would be your spot, would it really?
No, not really. Although, there's quite a lot to be said for watching cricket from side on. Oh, and this beats Stephen Davis outside the off stump, groping for that. But I think there are maybe more people here than we're giving the Warwickshire faithful credit for. I think there are quite a few members down below us and we can't see. We're perched up high in the Edgbaston pavilion. Norwell, tall, strong, blonde-haired. He's in, bowls full of length and turned into the onside by Stephen Davis. This might even run away for the first boundary of the morning, and it does. 4 runs to Stephen Davis. Nicely timed shot, didn't try and hit it too hard, and got it between mid-wicket and mid-on. And it was chased all the way down to the boundary by
Garrett, it was there.
George Garrett, one of several cricketers in this Warwickshire side who I haven't seen before. 15 for 1. As Norwell is into Davis, and lets that go through outside the off stump. Stephen Davis is not far away from a couple of potential landmarks. He needs 12 for 500 list day runs for Somerset, and he needs 53 for 6,000 career runs in list day cricket. I think the 12 is the more likely of those two targets to materialise. But you never know. Batted well in the in this fixture here last year, outside the off stump did Stephen Davis. But quite what's going to happen to him next season, because he's been supplanted by James Rue as the County Championship wicketkeeper. Ditto in this day. But, so it looks as though he may be playing a lot of second 11 cricket, unless of course James Rue is snapped up for some sort of representative cricket. This is defended by Davis. He got 46 in this game last season. James Hildreth, who of course has announced his retirement, he made 72 and Somerset made 287 for 8. That's the end of the 6th over. It's 15 for 1, 7 to Steve Davis and 5 to James Rue.
Anthony Gibson alongside myself, Alex Winter here at Edgbaston, for the final day of the Royal London One Day Cup group stage. The scenario in Group B is rather more straightforward because Hampshire and Lancashire have definitely qualified. They could switch places. Hampshire start the day top on 12 points, Lancashire on 11. It could switch around this afternoon as Hannah Dolby begins a 4th over. It's angled away past second slip by Rue down to a fine third man area. Garrett comes across to collect almost directly down in front of us. And they take a leisurely single. Rue goes to 6, 16 for 1 here in the 7th over. Yorkshire have 8 points and will hope to secure their passage with victory today. Essex begin the day in 4th place, but they've played all their games, so they're definitely out, which leaves Kent and Glamorgan, the two teams still interested in 5th and 6th place. Kent rather more likely to squeeze through as Hannah Dolby bowls outside the off stump, and it's cracked away for 4 by Davis. The first loose delivery that Hannah Dolby has really sent down, and Davis takes full advantage to carve it away through cover point and away to the building site that is here at Edgbaston now, away to our left hand side. Second boundary of the game. Davis goes to 11, quickly into double figures all of a sudden. 20 for 1 in the 7th over. It's been a while since I've been here to Edgbaston, and things are taking shape over there in the what was once a large
car park has been all resurfaced and reconfigured.
Absolutely, yeah, very very smart as Hannah Dolby comes in, and a tighter line is just defended out to an extra man of the covers now. Second slip has come out and it's just plugged the gap there at cover point, and there is no run.
Is that Kai Smith at backward point?
Ethan Brooks at backward point.
It's Ethan Brooks, is it?
Brother of Henry, who is currently involved in the 100. Hannah Dolby comes in again. Still with third man and deep square is man out. Strikes the batsman on the pad. Looked like an inside edge, and that's probably what saved Davis there. He was rooted to his crease. There was an immediate appeal.
Trapped on the crease, wasn't he?
But even from this distance, you could just tell there was a thickish inside edge, I fancy, because it was very full. I doubt it would have pitched outside the leg stump. He says, hopefully looking at a replay. Score remains 20 for 1.
It might just have been going down.
May have been, yeah. May not have been edge that saved him, actually. Decent shout, actually, looking at that replay.
It was.
Rob Bailey heard on the side of the batsman. Hannah Dolby once more. Ball's very full, and Davis drives pleasantly, but only as far as mid-off.
Now, is that Kai Smith?
Couldn't tell you. Smith, correct, it is.
It is.
Smith at mid-off. Rhodes at mid-on here, the captain. Sibley had that extra cover. Brooks is your backward point. Yates is your solitary slip fielder.
So it must be Hamza Sheikh.
Correct, at deep square.
Yeah, deep square.
Hannon Dolby to complete the over. And Davis in his ground, dabbing leg side, trying to steal a single, but Hannon Dolby is across to field, and the over comes to an end. This tight start from the Bears' opening pair of Hannon Dolby and Norwell continues. We've had 7 overs, and Somerset, having won the toss, are 20 for 1. The man out to Andy Omid for just 3.
Yep, and I think the way Somerset have started is perhaps a reflection of Jack Brooks's captaincy. Under Matt Renshaw, Somerset have tried to go quite hard in the opening power play overs, whereas I think Brooks's approach is to build a platform. Norwell in and bowls to James Rue, cuts that away through the covers for his first boundary of the morning. A nice shot. It was short and wide from Liam Norwell, and James Rue just stroked it away. There's a touch of James Hildreth about that shot. 24 for 1. James Hildreth, who has announced his retirement with immediate effect.
What is the plan for Hildreth now, do you know?
Well, he's got quite. I think he's going to set himself up. He's been working for a private bank in Exeter.
Oh, I see.
As Norwell is in and bowls to Rue, who defends that into the offside, and I think he's going to set himself up as on his own as a wealth management consultant.
I see.
So he's in the money business. James Hildreth.
Will a few Gibson dollars be
going? I'm afraid I don't qualify for wealth management. No, but yeah, I think I'm sure he'd be very, very good at it. But it's a shame he retired. Oh, and this is a really good ball from Norwell that turns James Rue right around, as it was angled in towards the left-hander from outside the off stump and then veered away sharply off the pitch. 24 for 1. Yes, he had a guard of honour, as tribute was paid to him before the game against Sussex on Friday afternoon, with his wife and 2 children marching out into the middle. It was quite a moving ceremony because he's been a great servant for Somerset cricket. Norwell's in and bowls, and this comes off the inside half of Rue's bat out into the onside.
So no cricket in his future then?
Nope, I don't think so. I don't think he's going to go into coaching or anything like that. I'm sure he'd be a very, very good coach.
I dare suggest there's more money in wealth management.
I think that's probably true. And he never went to university because he went straight from Millfield to professional cricket. But he is a very intelligent man, so I think he'll do very well. This is driven slightly uppishly by Rue, and they'll think about a singles as a misfield, but decide wisely against it. 24 for 1. The only shame was that his last appearance for Somerset against Durham, he did his hamstring, and so was sort of batting on one leg and ended up holding out at deep cover and then limped off, and it was all a bit sad, and it would have been nice for him to have signed off with a brilliant century. Norwell's in and bowls, and this is whipped away through the onside, but Sheikh is waiting for it, and it's just a single. 25 for 1. Rue on to 11. He must have upset the captain, Hamza Sheikh, because he's fielding deep backward square-legged at both ends. No, yes, it took. He's having to jog all the way from one side of the ground to the other. 25 for 1 after 8 overs.
Half an hour gone here at Edgbaston, and very becalmed really the cricket so far here. Hannon Dolby continuing into a 5th over from the city end. Ball short and gets pulled away towards Sheikh, out there towards the Holly stand, away to our right. They take a gentle single. I'll
make way for Phil Britt at the end of this over.
26 for 1. So a very calm start. The Bears.
It's a pretty good pitch, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's played okay. There's been a bit of movement there, I think, so far.
A little bit of grass on it.
It's probably just holding things together with a used wicket. Still a slip in place here for Hannon Dolby. Comes into the left-handed Steve Davis, who's driving and missing, very flat-footed, pushed his hands at one, and lucky to not nick off.
Yeah, I'm afraid that's all too typical of the way that Steve Davis has been playing this season. Don't know what the problem is. It's rather the same story with James Hildreth. His form just has gone steadily downhill for the last 3 seasons.
I suppose age catches up with us all, doesn't it?
Probably eyesight. You know, it's
Hannon Dolby once more, past the umpire he goes, and bowls full, and Davis forward, this time just pushing at one off the inner half of the bat, runs down to mid-on for no run.
They're both, James Hildreth and Steve Davis, they're both touch players, you know, who do not rely on a particularly solid technique, but have got a wonderful eye, or have had a wonderful eye and wonderful hand-eye coordination. And I suppose it's that hand-eye coordination that's the most likely thing to go as you get older.
And you can certainly play like that if you're playing on good wickets,
Yeah,
more often than not, which
yeah.
you get at Taunton and at the Oval, where Davis played a lot of his cricket. Facing Hannon Dolby again here and defending from the crease. Out into the offside, extra cover comes across to collect, and again there's no run. 26 for 1 here in the 9th over of the game.
Steve Davis, of course, is almost a local boy. Born at Bromsgrove. Started his career with Worcestershire.
Yeah, did he and Vikram Solanki go to the Oval at the same time? And Gareth Batty?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
There was a little exodus at one stage. They all got on the train at the same time and ended up in Paddington. Hannon Dolby once more. Right arm over. This is driven away by Davis. Pleasantly, would have looked good in the nets. Here, though, only finds cover point. And there's no run once more. Just struggled to pierce the infield, really. There hasn't been much at all to hit. But what they haven't done is done anything to try and throw the bowlers off their line.
No, they haven't.
They've been bowled 2 so far in these opening exchanges.
Yeah.
Perhaps wisely so. There has been a little bit there for the bowlers. Seen a little bit of sea movement for Norwell in particular from this pavilion end. But Hannon Dolby has been right at his work as well from the city end. Last ball of his 5th over, gone for just 10 runs so far. Moves into Davis, who opens the blade and guides one down to third man. And we'll pick up a single down to George Garrett to our left-hand side. End of the over. We've had 9 here at Edgbaston. Somerset won the toss. Chose to bat the 27 for 1.
And that was Steve Davis's 500th list day run for Somerset. Perfectly timed as I make way for Phil.
Congratulations to he. Has enjoyed a fine career, Steve Davis. And if he's to be supplanted by Rue in the Somerset pecking order, still not a bad man to have in reserve. And with all that experience, certainly someone that Rue can learn from. Here's Liam Norwell bowling a 5th over as well from the pavilion end, going in edged, and does it carry to first slip? It does. A wonderful catch by Robbie Yates down to his right-hand side. That's a splendid catch, and Davis has gone for 12, and Warwickshire have their 2nd wicket, and Norwell strikes at the start of the 10th over, and Somerset now 27 for 2 as we welcome along Phil Brett.
Good morning, everybody. Morning, Alex. Well, good bowling change there, or good commentator change. Got a wicket straight away for Warwickshire, and to Stephen Davis, who I think Warwickshire will be glad to see, because he scored a lot of runs in all forms of cricket against Warwickshire over the years, and been particularly obdurate. But what a really good low catch that was at slip by Robbie Yates. Tumbling down, and just for a second we were masked a little bit by George Maddy diving across as well. But Yates kept his eye well on the ball. So, good start for Warwickshire this morning. Liam Norwell with the 2 wickets.
Yeah, they've been right at it, haven't they, this opening pair?
Yeah. It's, I think conditions as well just helped them a little bit this morning.
Yeah, used pitch, so batting first, absolutely fine.
It's a bit difficult to find one out there which isn't being used, isn't it?
Indeed, yeah.
Gosh, there's been some cricket on this square
Indeed,
this
you
summer.
can see how used and tied it is to the left of the pitch in which we're playing. No further major games here.
No, that's it now. There's the well, they could, depending on what eventually is decided what happens to cricket next season, there could be major games, because Warwickshire got important home games here against Somerset and against Hampshire, and that's it. But no international, no representative games. The T20 finals already out the way.
There's a wicket next to this one that looks like it's relatively fresh.
Yeah.
Leo Skolesworthy is the new man, a right-hander, and is defending a length ball from Norwell down on the onside, and there's no run. 27 for 2. And 2 games here to come, did you say so?
2 more, yeah.
Okey-doke.
That's it.
So,
then,
so 2 wickets for the ground staff to find. Will they go to the extremes? How far across to
well,
the car park do they
there's the
play?
wicket, which is, as we look at it, about 10 or 11 squares across towards the Raglan stand, which they might use.
Norwell goes in with 2 slips, bowls full, and gets pushed away towards cover point. Brooks comes across to save on the second bounce, and there's no run.
I think the Warwickshire-Somerset game is a key one in terms of both sides are down at the bottom, just above Gloucestershire. I would have thought that they'd probably play that one on the one next to here, but I may be completely wrong, which is relatively straight towards the middle of the square. And then depending what happens, the Hampshire one might be a bit closer to the boundary.
Norwell in once more, and Goldsworthy with an angled bat playing just in front of point this time, and this time they are able to scoop through for the single to get Goldsworthy off the mark. 28 for 2.
But the wickets where we're playing on in the Championship over this side, there have been quite high scoring games on this side, but the one result which Warwickshire have had here at Edgbaston in the Championship was played over as we look down on it from the pavilion towards the left hand side of the square, where they beat Essex quite comfortably.
Left-handed Rue back on strike. He has 12, facing Norwell round the wicket, and he tries to drive, doesn't time it though. Ball runs away towards Rhodes at mid-off, who shows off his nifty football skills. A few keepy-uppies on his left boot.
Well, I went to a game on Saturday, talking about football skills, where Darryl Mitchell was playing centre forward for...
I heard about this, yes.
Yeah, he was playing for Morton Rangers in the Hellenic League.
Goodness.
Yeah, good job he was a cricketer.
How far down are we going there in the football?
Level 6.
Norwell bustling in again to complete the over, bowling 2 straight though and getting whipped away for 4 by Rue. He's feasted on anything that's been a little bit too straight so far, and has tucked that one away nicely backward of square. It runs away towards the Priory stand for a boundary. Goes to 16, end of the 10th over. Power play all done, and Somerset have made 32 for 2, having won the toss. It's been fairly hard going here, Phil.
It has. Warwickshire been able to keep pretty much this closed down. There's a signal for the next power play, which is just... I'm not quite sure why they keep doing that, because everybody knows it's kind of meaningless almost.
On a day like today, it is meaningless. The only time it comes into its own is when there's been a weather delay.
Yes, that's true. That's true.
And the power plays are shifted around. You can get all sorts of silly things, like the power play can end in the middle of an over, can't it, sometimes? So then it does hold some use.
Bowling change at the Birmingham end. Oliver Hannon-Dolby out of the attack. He's not got a wicket so far, but and George Garrett replacing him. So George Garrett just setting the field and just bowling a couple of practice balls with Hannon-Dolby, who is easily identifiable. Not only is he 6 foot massive numbers, 6'8", 6'9", but he's also got a white hat on, which is identifies him clearly. Here comes Garrett in and bowls and turns Goldsworthy a little bit square on and just jabs the ball out into the offside, and there's no run.
So you were a little bored on Saturday then. Had to go to a football match for your entertainment.
That was my 31st match of the season, of the new season.
Me. There must be a little pretty cricket ground near you that you
yeah, there is. Yeah, it's like you don't want the same pudding every day, though, do you?
I suppose so.
Yeah. So I go to the soccer in the most nights of the week. Here comes Garrett in, bowls, just turned away through mid-wicket for a single. As Sheikh comes in off the boundary and does the fielding. Goldsworthy moves on to 2. 33 for 2.
So Daryl Mitchell was playing centre forward?
He was number 10. He was playing inside, well, what I would have called inside forward. They don't use that term anymore. That ages me when I say number 10 is inside left. Some people will be able to associate.
I'm afraid it does.
Right wing, outside right, inside right, centre forward, inside left, outside left. The old 2-3-5 formation served very well for a long time. Here's Garrett in bowls and played to backward point, and there's no run.
Yeah, it's very interesting actually. The old football formations. I read a book about Herbert Chapman.
Yeah,
the old Arsenal, Huddersfield, and Northampton manager, I think he was as well. And he pretty much invented 4-4-2, which was just revolutionary at the time because, as you say, there used to be a flood of players further up the pitch back in the day, and the scores reflected it, didn't they?
Yeah.
There were silly goals at one time. You could probably say it was maybe more entertaining.
This one is beating the push of Rue just outside, just playing it. No great foot movement there outside the off stump, and ball going through to Maddie as looking just to perhaps run it away into the offside, but he comes down and gives the wicket a tap and survives. It was different. It was different.
Maybe you needed to play like that on the surfaces that were.
Oh, the surfaces were
back
appalling. Some of the times you'd go to a match and it was like a quagmire. And when you played football and you say you had to play in a Parks pitch, gosh. Here's Garrett in and bowls, and this is run away to backward point. There won't be a run. Yes, it was. And the balls used to absorb the wet, so they'd be like cannonballs, you know. I don't know why we ever played really.
It doesn't sound like the most dynamic of.
No, I used to play every Saturday, every Sunday, and then try and play on a Saturday. Try and play football in the morning, and rugby in the afternoon, then play Sunday morning.
Goodness.
Football. Did that till I was into my 30s.
Wow.
And again comes Garrett. This one is cut away, but and this time a nasty bounce as Robbie Yates goes down at backward point. I thought he got the ball covered, and then it caught one of the old creases, bowling marks, foot marks, and bounced away out of his hands. And Rue gets a single. That takes on to 34. So just a couple of runs, one of them a little unfortunate from Garrett's point of view, off his opening over. And after 11 overs, Somerset are 34 for 2. Goldsworthy has got 2, and Rue is on 17.
Final day of one-day cup qualifying here. There's other games to keep an eye on as well, chiefly Sussex and Middlesex down at Hove. Sussex sent into bat first, they're having lost the toss, but going well, 60 without loss in the 11th over. Winner of that one will win Group A, as Norwell is in, and Rue is working one through square leg for a single. Sheikh is running around to his left-hand side to do the work, and they go through to take the score to 35 for 2 here. Over at Grace Road, Durham, Leicestershire is also one to keep an eye on. 36 for 2 there, Durham. Leicestershire having chosen to field first. And there is a scenario where Notts could also squeeze through today. It involves, firstly, them beating Surrey at Welbeck Colliery Ground, as Norwell is into Goldsworthy, and Goldsworthy gets a thick inside edge that runs away down to the long leg. Hannon Dolby runs to his left-hand side in the distance. Rue goes to Goldsworthy, I beg your pardon, goes to 3 with the single, 36 for 2 here. Surrey 36 for 4 there, so in trouble. Notts chose to field first, but they do need all manner of other results to go in their favour, Notts, if they were to squeeze through, but it is still alive for them. Gloucestershire can also qualify today, but they also need a host of results to go in their favour. Norwell is in and gets one to bounce outside the off stump and go past the shoulder of Rue's bat. A bit of lift all of a sudden, and that encourages the slip to go back in here. Robbie Yates was out at short mid-wicket, but he's going back to have a catch now.
Well, it sort of moved away off the seam as well. It got bounced and just a little bit of movement, and that one really did have Rue in a bit of trouble. Yeah, the bounce was really surprised him, and almost surprised George Maddy behind the stumps.
He just get that bouncer, doesn't he, Norwell? He's got a thick set of shoulders on him, hits the pitch hard. So now with a slip in place, goes into Rue again and goes past the outside edge of Rue's attempted cut. He was down on one knee trying to slash one away, but gets beaten again. Norwell offering a bit of width. It wasn't as threatening a delivery, but Rue beaten again.
It's unusual to see one of the opening bowlers bowl. He's in his 6th over now, so I would think this will possibly be his final one, but Will Rhodes will keep some overs from him up his sleeve. However, he's keeping the scoring rate down at the beginning of this session.
Norwell in once more and goes past the outside edge again with a bit of movement away from the left-hander. Really testing stuff, this from Liam Norwell.
Yeah, he's really causing problems, particularly for the left-handed James Rue.
Alan Dolby, 5 overs, no maiden, 0 for 11 at the other end. Was also excellent. But Norwell with a couple of wickets here, 2 for 23 so far. At the back end of his 6th over.
He's got a bit of a quandary, hasn't he? Does he keep him on, give him another one, or does he keep those 4 overs back for later?
Bounds away from us, does Norwell. Ball's full and Rue whips in the air, back at a square, work for Sheikh to do in the deep. Can't get there. And the ball runs away for 4. Had 20 yards or so to try and sprint round to his left-hand side, and his slide wasn't in time. So a testing over from Norwell ends with another boundary as he did in the previous over. Takes Rue up to 22, and Somerset after 12 overs to 40 for 2 here at Edgbaston.
That one might just have persuaded Will Rhodes that he'll change at the pavilion end next over. I thought for a moment there that Sheikh was going to get round there and cut that one off, but in the end he sort of ran a little bit at the ball rather than carry. I think he would have carried on in a straight line around the boundary. He might just have got there, but he sort of ran in towards the ball and just got beaten. Here's Garrett, starts his 2nd over, and Goldsworthy turns this one up to Rhodes at mid-on. There's no run. So many of the Warwickshire players got arm supports on at the moment that it's difficult working out which ones are which. Rhodes has got 2 of those white arms. Matt Lamb always has one on. Even Brooks has got them on. You've got to be careful, but you don't make it the wrong person. This one beats Goldsworthy outside the off stump. Again, a little bit of lift as it goes past, and Goldsworthy snatches the bat out of the way, and as it goes through to Maddy. So definitely something there for the bowlers. And James Rue comes down to have a chat with Goldsworthy, but that one just moved away slightly as well, and got a little bit of extra bounce. So good delivery from Garrett. Here he comes in again. Goldsworthy waits. This one, he gets up on his toes, and again a rising ball which he plays down into the offside, and there's no run. Just fielded by Dom Sibley at backward point.
Yeah, you need those arm protectors, don't you, with this very dry square. And I suppose the outfield, given the lack of rain we've had, it doesn't look too bad actually now, but outfields around the country very, very dry as well.
Rock hard, mustn't they? Garrett comes running in, bowls, and this beats again. Goldsworthy outside the off stump, and again it's another good delivery from the Warwickshire bowler. So he's getting something out of this surface. He's getting a little bit of lift, and it's forcing a fielding change by Will Rhodes. He's strengthening the offside by bringing a 2nd slip in. So,
and why not?
Yeah,
there's been plenty there for the bowlers so far.
So at this point, this is where he now bowls one on leg stump. And it's whipped
Ruins
away.
the whole plan.
Yeah, but he's now got this plan with the 2 slips in place. Yates and Sibley. This one is on leg stump and turned away behind square on the leg side. So Goldsworthy gets away from the problem and just drifting almost. You could almost write the script, couldn't you?
Yeah, Bears were at
for 2.
Radlett on Friday, and it was a miserable outfield to try and field on. It was a big slope from the main road where you came into the ground down towards. There was a railway line at the other end of the ground, and the outfield cambered as well, like a crown green bowls lawn as well. And it was a little bumpy in places, and it was so hard there wasn't hardly a blade of grass on it.
This next one is chopped away to backward point, but straight to Rob Yates. End of another very good over from George Garrett. He's had 2 overs, just cost 3 runs. And at the end of the over, which is the 13th over, Somerset are 41 for 2.
But yes, very lush this outfield, isn't it?
So is it an attractive ground? You haven't painted exactly an inviting. You're not sort of getting people to rush to Radlett from that description.
It was very pleasant indeed. Yeah, it was quite. I suppose it was classic home counties, London-y type of area where you're travelling through an area. You think, oh, where the hell am I going here?
Bottom of the M1, isn't it?
Yeah, and then all of a sudden this oasis opens up. Here's Norwell into his 7th over here, and Goldsworthy's playing him forward out towards Sibley at extra cover, and there's no run. Yeah, just round the M25 I went, and then past Watford, and then down a couple of roads with very nice houses, and then this very attractive cricket ground opened up. It was very pleasant. Big playing surface, very smart pavilion. They're a strong club, Radlett.
Yeah.
Currently 2nd in the Hertfordshire Premier League. But yeah, nice facility.
Big crowd?
It was modest, but it was no more than you would really expect, really, I think, with this competition as Norwell goes past the outside edge again. The ball going past the bat with regularity all of a sudden here. 41 for 2. Yeah, it was just a nice sort of festival crowd, really.
Yeah.
Lined around the boundaries. There was a few Warwickshire fans who made the trip down as well for a new ground. So I think it was the first time that Warwickshire had ever played there.
I can't remember us playing there, certainly in the last 20 years now. Nearest round there, I suppose, is Uxbridge, which we played at a few times.
Norwell bounding in again. Plenty of work with this new ball. Goldsworthy defends from the crease, again out towards extra cover. And there's no run. Yeah, Southgate, Warwickshire had been to. Been to Uxbridge, they'd been to March and Taylor's School, I think, as well.
Yes, that's right.
At Northwood.
Yeah.
But Radlett was a new venue to play Middlesex. It was a difficult afternoon for the Bears, but they bounced back well on Sunday with a victory here.
Yeah, that was a big day. Ended up with a huge total, didn't they, Middlesex?
A chance to qualify with victory here today as Norwell is in again and goes past the outside edge of Goldsworthy once more. I say past the outside edge, I think it was more like past the off stump.
It was very close to the top of the off stump there, that delivery.
Goldsworthy was a bit slow to try and get down to defend that one.
I think they're getting quite a little bit of movement here, which is that one came back into to the right-hander.
Oh, yeah.
Gosh, it was close to
the defend from the ground again. Goldsworthy is struggling here, you have to say, the number 4 from 15 deliveries. 41 for 2.
Smart take again behind the stumps by young Maddie.
Still 2 slips in place as Norwell again is slightly shorter this time and gets pushed away towards backward point and there's no run.
This is the second match I've seen George Maddie keep, and he's one of those, he's just getting on with the job. He's not spectacular, he's not flamboyant, but he's very comfortable behind those stumps. He tidies up, he's doing a good job, and I think that's one of the things you want with your wicketkeeper. He just does a solid job, and he certainly looks the part and doing a good job so far in these 2 games.
Norwell 2 completely over, ball's falling, it's driven away by Goldsworthy, thickish outside edge, but it may run for 4 towards the backward point fence. It does. Shake with another long chase to his left hand side, but the slide is not in time, And Goldsworthy picks up his first boundary, goes to 8, some most welcome runs for Somerset, who found the going very difficult in these opening 14 overs. Having won the toss, they're 45 for 2, having lost Mead for 3 and Davis for 12.
Well, that was Norwell's 7th over, and as per the previous over, the last final ball of a good over was dispatched away for a boundary, so whether that might just signal the end of this spell.
I think he may have done that 3 times in 3 overs now, Norwell. Certainly the last 2 he's gone for boundaries the last ball of his over. I want to say the over before that was flicked away as well for 4 runs. Indeed it was. 3 overs in succession he's gone for a boundary last ball after very tidy sets.
Here's George Garrett continuing from the Birmingham end, and his first ball is played by Rue down into the ground in front of him, and there's no run. I haven't seen James Rue play before, but he's a promising cricketer.
Yeah, he had a breakthrough innings looking over at Anthony at was it Birkdale where the Somerset played Lancashire? Yeah, played very well. Yeah. And on debut there, rather rescued Somerset from a very precarious position. Was it Goldsworthy who made runs at the other end? Made 100 for Goldsworthy.
Yeah, this is cut straight into the backward point area where Robbie Yates fields above his head, 2 hands above his head as the ball bounced up at him. Hit nicely, and would have been 4 had it been a yard either side, but he picked the fielder out absolutely inch perfect. And so another dot ball goes down against Garrett, who's been particularly economic so far. He's bowled 14 deliveries for just 3 runs. As he turns, and Rue waits. Just no slips in place now. We've got dispensed with those. As this one he fends back, and Garrett running through fields off his own bowling. He walks back slowly. I haven't seen a huge amount of George Garrett playing. I don't get to many second team games now, but he's played mostly second team cricket this year. Has not really been able to get into the championship side. But he's doing himself no harm at all here with this spell. 45 for 2. Rue, who's on 22, faces, and this one is driven away into the offside, where Sheikh will come in off the cover boundary and do the fielding and return the ball. So a single to Rue. He goes to 23, 46 for 2. One good thing is that they haven't got Sheikh running from one side of the field to the other at the moment. It's
yeah, 16-year-old lad just run across the entire width of the outfield every over. Yeah,
you normally have him in at short leg, don't you? Because the youngest or the newest one goes in at forward short leg into the danger position. Here comes Garrett into Goldsworthy, bowls, and Goldsworthy runs this one away into the backward point area where Dom Sibley does the fielding, and one-handed flick back to the wicket keeper. There's no run.
Yeah, timely form for Garrett really in attack this season. It's just struggled a little bit, hasn't it? Obviously injuries haven't helped. Craig Miles has played almost no cricket. Norwell's had his troubles as well.
Yeah, well, he got that. He was going really well, and then he got injured. He got the bang on the head, which put him out when he was batting, and then he did his back. So he was sort of reduced down his availability as this next one is pushed by Goldsworthy into the offside, and another really tidy over from George Garrett. Just the single from it. 45 for 2. We've had 15 overs, and Somerset yet to get away really here. Just still being held in. George Garrett 3 overs for 4 runs.
And Liam Norwell finally being replaced here at the pavilion end after a fine opening burst. 7 overs, no maiden, 2 for 31, an extended run with the new ball. But Will Rhodes is going to take over now.
Warwickshire a bit limited on their spin bowling options here. They've got Robbie Yates and Matt Lamb bowled a bit of off spin with a very strange run up, which hopefully we'll be able to demonstrate for people later on.
Here's Rhodes, right arm round, going into Rue, the left-hander, who's up on his toes and pushing away towards backward point for no run. So back to a more conventional field here outside of the power play, with third man, deep cover, long leg and deep square all back, and then backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on and mid-wicket up in the circle. 46 for 2 in the 16th over here. Somerset having won the toss. The Bears trying to win to get through to the knockout phase of the one-day cup, as Rhodes gets pulled here between deep square and long leg, and they should be able to get back for 2. Work again for Shaking the Deep, running around to his left-hand side. This time cuts off the boundary, but they do come back for a couple. Takes Rue to 25, just warming to his work here, James Rue. 48 for 2, Somerset, whose own hopes of qualification went down a long while ago. Rhodes down beneath us, leaves the pavilion behind him, goes in past the umpire, strikes the batsman on the pad. A huge cry for LBW. Must have hit it, surely.
But I would wonder whether on the angle, whether that wasn't going down leg stump, just missing leg stump and going across him.
The way that Rhodes was running away, it looked as if it was a bit of a celebration stroke appeal.
There we go. Yeah, I reckon that was missing leg stump.
It's a pretty confident appeal, but yeah, probably just sliding down on the angle, as you say. We'll interject in a moment for an FM update for listeners in the West Midlands as Rhodes bowls and Rue gets pushed away to deep cover for a single. I'm Alex Winter at Edgbaston, where we're watching Warwickshire trying to beat Somerset here to get through to the knockout phase of the one-day cup. They lost the toss, but they made a really good start here with the ball. Liam Norwell, excellent in his opening burst. 7 overs, 2 for 32 he's taken. He's got rid of Andy Amid for 3 and Steve Davis for 12. Somerset held in this opening period of the game. We're in the 16th over, and Somerset are 49 for 2. As Rhodes goes in to Goldsworthy, who's driving away through point, and will pick up a single to bring the Somerset 50 up, with Sheikh doing the work again out to our left-hand side. The 50 up for Somerset here in the 16th over. So it has been patient stuff, really.
Yes, and it's been steady without being spectacular, hasn't it? So that.
Rhodes to complete his first over of the game, and Rue is pushing him down towards mid-on for no run. 50 for 2, 16 gone, and I'm going to make way for Anthony.
Well, hang on
Gibson.
just a second. I'll come off and move over to where you are to let Anthony in before, because he's got all his stuff here.
Okay, though.
This would be.
I'll keep talking for a moment then, and bring you some scores from elsewhere. Durham 47 for 4 at Leicester. Leicestershire hoping to win that game to qualify. Surrey 51 for 5 at Welbeck. Notts can go through today if they win and other results go in their favour. Sussex Middlesex is the top of the table clash at Hove, and Sussex are 75 for 1 there down on the south coast. The situation in Group B a little more straightforward, and I will let Anthony tell you all about it.
Here comes Garrett in and bowls to Goldsworthy, who turns that into the onside. That we certainly won. They should come back for a second, as Sheikh has a lot of ground to make away to his left. 2 runs it is to Lewis Goldsworthy, who moves on to 11. 52 for 2 Somerset. I tweeted earlier on that there weren't very many people here at an hour before the start, and I've been taken to task, quite rightly so, on Twitter. A lot of people saying, well, what's the point of getting there an hour before the start? Fair enough, and there's actually a pretty good crowd here now as well, as Garrett is in and bowls to Goldsworthy, who plays that to backward point and won't get a run, as Sibley does the fielding. Plenty of people down below us, and on the far side of the ground, as well.
Yeah, and you can't. One of the things here, you can never work out exactly how many are in the pavilion because we just can't see any of it from here.
Well, you can tell, I mean, from the applause, and there was quite a lot of applause for the Somerset 50, which suggests that there must be some people here up from Somerset as well.
Some fair-minded Warwickshire supporters, I think.
Indeed. This is bowled by Garrett and comes off mixture of bat and pad out into the onside. It'll bring Lewis Goldsworthy another single. Moves on to 13.53 for 2. Yes, the Somerset's crowd gave the Sussex batsman Ali Orr a standing ovation when he made 200 against Somerset at Taunton on Friday, which I thought was splendid in the proper traditions of...
Yeah, well, so it should be, really, shouldn't it, when somebody's done that? That was a terrific performance.
It was very impressive.
He looked very impressive here when I saw him bat.
Garrett in bowls, and Rue goes for a drive, doesn't time it. It's not the easiest pitch this in the world to score runs on, I don't think, is it, Phil?
No, I don't think so. Definitely a little bit of... There's some bounce, unexpected bounce occasionally, and also some movement off it. So I think you've got to work hard as a batsman on here.
George Garrett, 22 years old, born at Harpenden in Hertfordshire. He's in and bowls, and that's played smoothly up to mid-off by James Rue, who's been in for, it was his 46th delivery for his 26th. So he's going along at county championship pace at the moment, as Somerset look to build some sort of platform from which to accelerate in the last, well, the second half of the innings probably.
Yes, what they don't want to do now is lose any more wickets. They really need these to be able to accelerate on and push.
Garrett bowls, and this is very well fielded by Robbie Yates at backward point. It bounced nicely for him. It was hit hard into the ground by James Rue and bounced up high above Rob Yates's head, and he took it two-handed. And a good piece of fielding. End of the over. It was the 17th over of the innings, 53 for 2. And it is important for Somerset they do build a platform, because they do not bat long. We've got George Bartlett who'll come in next, who is not in any sort of form at all. Then Josh Thomas, who's only 17. George Scott, hired from Gloucestershire for 2 games, who's a batting all-rounder, I suppose you would call him. Then Josh Davey, who is a bowler who can bat. Casey Aldridge ditto, and then the 2 jacks, Brooks and Harding, to bring up the rear. But it's not a strong batting side, this.
Here's Will Rose in, starts a new over and run away into the offside by Goldsworthy into the point area where Dom Sibley does the fielding. I think that's a fair case for both of these sides. Both of them are inexperienced batting, coming from about number 5 down, 6 downwards. And you would expect the bulk of their runs, obviously, coming from perhaps 1 or 2 individuals in each side. Here's Rhodes again in his second over. Warwickshire captain is in and bowls, and it's a little bit of, again, that little bit of extra bounce, just hurrying Goldsworthy, and in the end he plays no shot to a ball going through, and he comes down and has another close look at the wicket. And gives it a tap. There's definitely something in this wicket for the bowler. I thought it might just start to wear off a bit, but here we are in the 18th over, although effectively it's only the 9th over with this ball. As Rhodes in, and that's a beauty, that goes past the outside edge, squares Goldsworthy up, and he plays down inside the line as it goes through again to George Maddy, and another good delivery from the Warwickshire captain.
Yeah, as Alex was saying, these 2 at Southport against Lancashire added 145 for the 5th wicket in a very important partnership after Somerset, as so often, had lost early wickets. And James Rew in particular looked.
Rhodes in, bowls, and forward he comes again. Goldsworthy running it away to Matt Lamb at short extra cover.
More mature than his years. He's still only 18, and that was his first class appearance for Somerset. He played for the County Select 11 against the Indian Tourists last season. And of course, Lewis Goldsworthy is only 21.
I was going to say he's not very old, is he? No. Rhodes in bowls, and again defended out into the offside. And Warwickshire being able to keep that a little bit of a hold on here at the moment. Somerset not being able to get away.
What would a par score be here at Edgbaston in 50 over cricket?
That's going to be a really difficult question, because I don't think this is a wicket at the moment, from what I've seen, which I would like to forecast, but a par would be around about 270. So this one will give him a run for Goldsworthy as he runs it away into the offside. Brooks does the fielding out on the cover boundary. It's just a single. It's 54 for 2. We've had 18 overs. Around the 270 mark, I would say.
Well, Somerset going to have to accelerate quite markedly to get 270. But it's the way a lot of teams play 50 over cricket. They go steadily at the start and then just go through the gears. And Sussex did precisely that against Somerset on Friday and ended up scoring 396.
Yeah,
didn't bowl very well.
You're going to win a lot more games with 396 on the board than you're going to lose, aren't you?
Here's George Garrett in bowls to Goldsworthy, who won't get a single as he plays it up to mid-on. Somerset have lost Andy Umeed, bowled off the inside edge by Liam Norwell for 3, and Stephen Davis, as so often caught in the slips. A good catch by Robbie Yates, again off Norwell for 12.
I wasn't aware Andy had joined Somerset. Was it this season he came to?
Just about a month ago.
Okay.
Maybe 5 or 6 weeks ago.
And he scored one of the slowest centuries I've ever seen.
That's right.
Here at Edgbaston, Warwickshire.
Here we got Garrett in and bowls to Goldsworthy, who drives nicely but won't get more than a single as it goes straight out to Shake, fielding on the boundary in front of the Eric Holly stand. Yes, I think under normal circumstances, if Somerset weren't missing so many players through absenteeism with the 100 and injuries and what have you, he probably wouldn't be in the white ball side. I think he's been signed as a solid opening batsman in red ball cricket.
Yeah.
As Garrett is in and bowls, and James Rew this time plays that up to Hannah Dalby at mid-off, which will give Somerset the chance to move Tom Lammonby down the order. Lammonby, very talented young batsman, but has been opening the innings and hasn't been getting any runs. And Somerset have got Imam Ul Haq joining them for the championship run-in, right? Pakistan opening batsman. So I guess it'll be Ul Haq and Umeed who open the innings. This is in and bowled, and playing a miss from James Rew through to young George Maddy. 55 for 2. Somerset making heavy weather of this at the moment. We're in the 19th over, so going along at below, just about exactly 3 runs and over.
Yeah, they're going to need, before too much longer, to start to pick this rate up, aren't they?
Yeah. Here's Garrett in bowls. This is driven, but it won't be a run as it's cut off at mid-off. Good piece of fielding. Well received by this more than respectable crowd here at Edgbaston. It is such a big ground that even a decent crowd gets fairly lost.
Yes, this is one of the things, and also when you look at it, you kind of then try and compensate and think it's larger than it is, but it's a decent turnout.
Garrett's in and bowls, and James Rue going for a big off drive, doesn't really time it, but he finds a gap in the offside, sends it out into the deep, and good applause again for another good over. 56 for 2 after 19 overs, 14 to Goldsworthy and 27 to Rue. All this after Jack Brooks, who's captaining Somerset for the first time, won the toss and elected to bat, with Stephen Davis coming back into the side in place of Matt Renshaw, who did a hamstring against Sussex, and Josh Davey making his first appearance for some time since he did his hamstring.
George Garrett there, it's 5 overs for just 9 runs, so having taken over from Oliver Hannah-Dolby. Here's the captain, Will Rhodes, who's pulled away down to the deep mid-wicket boundary, and a good piece of fielding down there by Ethan Brooks, running round, gets a sliding stop and keeps Rue down to 2, so he goes on to 29. And just short, and a little bit too short from Will Rhodes, and allowed Rue to get inside it and sweep it away. Here he comes again, round the wicket in bowls, and this is punched away. Again, he'll get runs. It might just be a single this time, out to Shake on the cover boundary. It is just 1 to Rue, so he's picked up the pace a little bit off the beginning of the over. He moves to 30 now, that 30 coming off 53 balls, and Somerset 59 for 2. These sides back together here at Edgbaston week after next, when the championship returns. Then it will be September and the season will be in its final month. As Rhodes in, and that's played away nicely by Goldsworthy. That again to Brooks out on the cover boundary. Again, another single. It's been a long season, but where has it suddenly got to September nearly, Anthony?
That's sad, isn't it? Just thinking that this morning. I was just thinking back to the very first morning of the season when I was driving down to the Aegeus Bowl on a freezing cold April morning.
That's Rhodes in bowls. Rue will get runs here, so runs beginning this over to come as this one goes out to the deep square leg boundary for 1. Just tidied up the field, moves around left and right hander, 61 for 2.
How's the museum going?
Very well indeed, yes it has. We've had a huge number of visitors this year. Those in the ground, it's open at lunchtime today. As Rhodes into Goldsworthy, it's driven wide of diving. This should go down to the boundary for 4 through extra cover, and it does. It evades Matt Lamb at short extra cover. He goes flying down, and then he's probably glad he's got those protectors on the one arm, because it may have saved his skinning his elbow on the hard surface. But the first boundary for a while, for Goldsworthy particularly, he moves to 19 with that drive, 19 from 33 balls and 65 for 2. This is a much better over for Somerset as Rhodes in, and this one is off a thick outside edge, runs down to third man. So runs off every ball of the over, and Somerset have pushed on to 66 for 2, and we've had 20 overs.
Yeah, we've had a good summer as well with the Somerset Cricket Museum. So with our new website, which has been a great success.
Because the Somerset Museum is independent of the club, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
Yep.
Whereas our museum is part of the club.
But, we are generously supported by the club.
Yeah.
So it's a very close and productive relationship.
Oh, we've had 1 or 2 very nice new exhibits. One which is away at the moment being put together and will be available for next season.
Here's Garrett in and bowls to Goldsworthy, who gets that off a thick inside edge down to long leg, where it's fielded by Kai Smith, a new face to me.
Yes, wicket keeper, batsman.
Born in Dubai, and he's played 19 one-day internationals for the UAE.
Yep.
Which is not bad at the age of 17. Oh no, they're under 19 in one-day internationals. Yeah. Under 19 one-day internationals. Even so, it's still good going. 67 for 2 as Garrett is into Rue, drives it back at him, and he makes a good half stop with his left hand and just looks at his fingers to make sure they're all still there.
Might just be regretting that he did that. The man behind him who would have fielded that, Will Rhodes.
Yep, but it was hit quite hard by James Rue, who seems to be finding his time. He's on 31, Goldsworthy on 21. As Garrett, right arm, medium pace. He's in around the wicket. This is driven away through the offside by James Rue for a single. 68 for 2. What was the score when these two came together? It's the one thing I can't see on the scoreboard.
The partnership, let me think, it was 20 something, wasn't it?
Yeah, must be. It's not 50 yet anyway.
I'll see if I can find out for you.
It's a very clear, readable scoreboard, but doesn't have a huge amount of information on it. So this is run down to third man, and might even go for 4. And there's a very good stop down there by Liam Norwell, cutting that off, and it is just a single. 69 for 2 at the, I was going to say the end of that over. It's not the end of that over. Oliver Hannon-Dalby's just doing some warm-up exercises, which suggests he's going to come back into the attack.
It was 27 for 2.
Oh, there we are.
In the 10th over.
So these two have added 42 so far. Garrett in bowls to Rue, plays, misses at a ball outside his off stump. Been a lot of playing and missing here this morning. Ball just doing a little bit off the seam. Haven't seen much evidence of swing. But Liam Norwell in particular looked a real threat, banging the ball hard into the pitch, getting good response, both in terms of bounce and movement. Last ball coming up of the 21st over. Garrett to Rue, drives and won't get a run as it's well fielded by Matt Lamb at short extra cover. It's the end of that over, which was very much appreciated by the crowd here. 69 for 2, 22 to Goldsworthy, 32 to James Rue.
George Garrett continues to be very mean with his bowling, just 3 off that over. He's 6 overs have gone for just 12 runs, so he's doing the job. It's,
nice tweet from Clive Shipton, just referring back to my earlier tweet about not many people here. One of the few good things about the 100 is how much it annoys Somerset fans. Well, there is more than a grain of truth in that, I think.
I think it's so difficult. The 100 here has, irrespective of your thoughts on the competition, has been a huge success. 21,000 here on Friday night, and lots of families, young children. The bowling change at the pavilion end as Robbie Yates comes into the attack, bowling his off spin. First time Warwickshire have taken any pace off the ball this morning, and his first ball is driven away by Goldsworthy into the offside, but straight to Matt Lamb at extra cover. Matt Lamb becoming a bit of an extra cover specialist of late. This next one again is given plenty of air by Yates, whipped away to through the hands of Shake out on the cover boundary. Oh no, am I saying Shake? No, it's Ethan Brooks, isn't it? Sorry, I'm so used to Shake being out there. Ethan Brooks got down to it, and it just ran straight through his hands and trickled over the ropes for 4. So he won't be very happy with that. 73 for 2 it goes to, as this next one is again punched out past Lamb at extra cover, and Brooks comes in and does the fielding, and 1 or 2 give him a cheer. But, if he'd been in a test match, then they would have given him a real old cheer down there. He would have he'd been hearing about that for the next hour every time the ball went with him, but unfortunately, there are very few spectators down in that part of the ground. In comes Yates again onto leg stump and turned by Rue. It's square on the onside, and they get through for a single.
It looks the sort of pitch that might offer something to the spin bowler, doesn't it?
Yes.
Dry, and it's used.
This one from Yates is a little bit short outside the off-stump and punched away down to Brooks, who this time gets round to it quickly and gets the ball back in to the bowler. Yates does the fielding, tidies it up, so another single to Goldsworthy, 76 for 2. Yates is 7 runs so far from this over, as he's in and bowls, and this final ball is pushed to mid-wicket. Lamb does the fielding. It's the end of the over. 7 runs coming from it, 2 of which certainly were courtesy of a fielding error, but it takes Somerset on to 76 for 2 after 22 overs.
And it takes Rob Yates' bowling average on to 145. But which pales in comparison with the bowling average of George Scott, who is taken 1 wicket in his List A career, and he's gone for 340 runs. That is, according to Steve Pittard of the Rose and Crown at Hewish Episcopi, the highest List A bowling average. That's down the leg side and given as a wide by Rob Bailey. Yes, poor George Scott. Yeah. He's obviously had a fair amount of bowling, but it's only taken 1 wicket. He's probably rather regretting taking that wicket, because if he hadn't taken it, he wouldn't have a bowling average. And there's the 50 partnership. 50 from 77 balls.
It came because of the courtesy of the wide, leg side wide.
Garrett in bowls over the wicket to the right-handed Lewis Goldsworthy, who just plays that into the offside. Matt Lamb picks up from short extra cover. See what's happening elsewhere. Surrey 91 for 6 against Nottinghamshire. We've got a theoretical chance of qualifying. Sussex 113 for 2 in 21st against Middlesex. Pretty evenly poised. And Durham going down to defeat against Leicestershire as this is played through the offside. Shake is going to pull it in just inside the boundary at deep extra cover. They'll come back for 2 runs. Goldsworthy on to 32 and Somerset on to 81 for 2. Yes, Durham 55 for 7.
Oh dear.
At the Upton Steel County Ground.
There is only one bonus there. Martin Emerson, who's had to suffer a fair bit this summer, is away on holiday. He flew off from here.
He did, to Menorca, to catch his family by surprise. Here's Garrett in and bowls, and this is driven up to Hannon Dalby at mid-off by Goldsworthy.
You never know. He might well have got to Menorca and caught them by surprise. He might have got the return flight. They may have sent him back again, so he might be commentating. he was here on Sunday. So, and,
well, Durham have had a pretty depressing
he was
50 over cup campaign, as have Somerset. But
he was a bit gloomy, I have to say. I think the break might do him good.
Garrett then to Goldsworthy. He's there and bowls. Goldsworthy plays this to backward point, where it's very well fielded by Dom Sibley.
Yeah, Dom is off back to Surrey at the end of for next season.
Is he?
Yeah, he's returning to Surrey. So he'll
Bit of a blow for Warwickshire, isn't it?
Yes, he'll be missed. He's done a good job for Warwickshire in the time he's been here. He's had opportunity. He's developed as an opening batsman.
79 for 2. Garrett bowls and Goldsworthy defends. And presumably his contract here at Warwickshire has come to an end, and Surrey have made him a better offer.
Yeah, there was quite a bit of talk last season that he would be going at the end of last season, that around spectators and around the ground, that Sibley was going to be off after we won the championship. But he's played this season, and he announced a couple of months ago that that move, that he was going back to Surrey. I think he wants to play all forms of cricket.
It's Garrett in and bowls, and this is played to Sibley at backward point. Makes a good tumbling stop. End of that over, 79 for 2. Well, the only trouble with going to Surrey is that the competition to get in the first team is so fierce, isn't it?
Yeah.
But I don't doubt that Dom Sibley will feature very prominently.
Well, certainly it's going to be a difficult act to follow for Warwickshire. It allows probably Robbie Yates to resume opening, because Rob opened last season, had a terrific season with the bat. Alex Davis came and opened this season with Dom Sibley. Dom lost his England place, and I think that was, they were thinking initially he would still be there. Yates starts a new over from the pavilion end, and the first ball is Ruth pushes away into the offside for a single.
Have you got anyone coming in to replace him?
Not that I am. We've got Barnard's coming and Mo Ali's coming back for white ball cricket, but I haven't heard of anybody yet who would be a championship opener. This one is turned by Goldsworthy into the onside, and there's one more run. 81 for 2.
Persistent rumours linking Tom Banton with Warwickshire.
Oh, right.
Because, of course, he comes from not far away and came up through the Warwickshire age groups.
Yeah. This next one is hit over the top of mid-off, but down to long off for 1. That's all it will be. 82 for 2. That was Rue who hit that one in the air, but perfectly safe. Goldsworthy now facing, as this one's shorter from Yates and just turned behind square, nudged away for a single by Goldsworthy.
They're just milking Rob Yates at the moment, aren't
Yes, they are. They are. It's probably as well. They will be happy as long as that doesn't become boundaries. 83 for 2 as Yates in again and bowls, and this is driven down to long off, where Liam Norwell is brought into action again, just for a single. So steady flow of singles here for Somerset.
Yeah, neither of these two are big hitters as batsmen.
The final ball sees a dot ball, as this one is pushed to Lamb at short extra cover, and end of the over. I shall make way and do a change here, so I will see you later on in the afternoon.
Thanks, Phil. That's the voice of Phil Britt. I'm Anthony Gibson from BBC Radio Somerset. The players just taking a break for drinks. It's not the sort of day where drinks are really obligatory. It's pleasant. It's quite warm, but there's no blue sky overhead. Just high cloud Birmingham skyline away on the far side of the ground as we look out. Elsewhere, Durham have got on to 60 for 7 against Leicestershire. Surrey 92 for 6 in trouble against Nottinghamshire. Sussex 119 for 2 in the 23rd over against Middlesex. Lancashire 95 for 4 playing Kent. Northants 106 for 3 in the 23rd against Derbyshire. Glamorgan 111 for 3 in the 22nd against Worcestershire. And finally Hampshire going well against Yorkshire. They're 106, 107 now for 1 against Yorkshire. Here it's 84 for 2. And Somerset going along steadily, Alex, but probably need to think about accelerating given that we're 1 over short of the halfway mark.
Yeah, they've steadied, haven't they, this pair? I've just moved things along a little freer with the restrictions back, and Yates in particular, as you say, they've milked him quite well. So Garrett then from the far end, driven by Rue to backward point. Yates is there and there's no run. Yeah, the scores in Group B. Hampshire hoping to secure top spot in the group. Yorkshire hoping to win there at Scarborough to go through themselves. If Yorkshire were to trip up, leaves the door open for Kent. If they can beat Lancashire, they will overtake Yorkshire if they were to lose. And Glamorgan can squeeze through, technically, but I don't think their net run rate is going to improve sufficiently. Garrett again round the wicket, whipped away very handsomely here by James Rue, and then is going to race away to the mid-wicket boundary for 4 runs.
Lovely
Sweet piece of timing, wasn't it? Just worked it with the angle. Man is in there at short mid-wicket, but had no chance at all. That was a splendid piece of timing.
Shot of the morning.
Probably so, yeah, probably so. Turned away very handsomely indeed, out towards the edge of the holly stand away to our right-hand side. 88 for 2, and Rue goes up to 40. Playing with increasing fluency here, James Rue. Young lad with bags of potential. Waits here for Garrett again, stays round the wicket, bowls a touch too wide of the off stump, but Rue trying to force off the back foot, has no timing. And the ball bobbles away towards Yates coming to his left-hand side. Ethan Brooks just warming up now at deep point, so maybe we'll see him perhaps replace Yates at this pavilion end.
Yeah, Yates hasn't really looked particularly threatening, and he hasn't really kept a lid on the scoring. I mean,
only gone for 12 in a couple of overs,
yeah,
but he hasn't bowled much in the tournament. Garrett into us from the city end, strikes Rue on the body, trying to work one around the corner. The ball just bobbles out on the offside for no run. Third man long leg, deep point and deep square the men out. Fairly regulation stuff. Says the criticism in a way about this form of the game is that it is pretty formulaic. You can predict what fields are going to be set and what everything's going to happen.
Yes, I mean, the England approach to 50 over cricket has sort of tried to break the formula. But there aren't many counties really going hard, treating it like an extended 20 over game.
Garrett in again, full and wide, driven pleasantly by Rue, but straight to Brooks on the cover point fence to our left-hand side. They get a single more, takes Rue to 41, 89 for 2 in the 25th over here.
And I would have thought that of the various international formats of cricket, 50 over is the most vulnerable.
Well, definitely.
Despite the fact that they play the World Cup over
but
50 overs.
I think it still remains, certainly for me, I really enjoy watching a 50 over international, probably more so than a T20 really.
Yeah.
Garrett over the wicket to Goldsworthy, right-hander, is in his ground and defending back up towards the bowler. And the over comes to an end. We've reached the halfway point here for Somerset. They won the toss, chose to bat first. They lost Umeed for 3 and Davis for 12. In a power play that produced only 32 for 2. But this pair, Goldsworthy and Rue, have picked things up here with a nice partnership. Goldsworthy is 32, Rue is 41. And
Yeah,
89 for 2 at halfway.
They've added, what is it, 62 together now, but we are, as Alex has just said, at the halfway point. Somerset, well, 6 and over from here would be another 150 as this is played into the offside, and there won't be a run. And 150, that would be 240. I don't think that would be enough, although this is Yates in and bowls to Rue, who turns it into the onside, and they trot through for a single. 90 for 2. What have you made of the pitch? I was just about to say it's not the easiest batting pitch in the world, is it?
No, we haven't seen too much stroke making so far, and the ball has nibbled a bit. But there hasn't been too much to hit, and I think that's to the credit of the home attack.
Yeah, 90 for 2. Yates bowls. This is turned into the onside. But Sibley will field at short mid-wicket.
And equally, we said this earlier on, that the batsmen haven't done much to try and throw the bowlers off their area so far.
Yates bowls, and this again is played to Sibley by Goldsworthy.
That little bit of intent in the previous over where Yates was popped over the offside, that's been a real rarity in the innings so far.
Yates bowling his off breaks to Goldsworthy, who drives that on the up but can't get it past Matt Lamb at short extra cover. Lewis Goldsworthy not having a great campaign in the One Day Cup. 7 innings, just 140 runs. Yates bowls to him, he's back on his stumps, and again he won't get a run. Good over that from Robbie Yates, and at the end of it 90 for 2, just going back to Goldsworthy. Best of 66, that was against Gloucestershire from memory. He's averaging 23.33, and he did well in this competition last year. Lewis Goldsworthy topped the averages for Somerset, but coming in at number 3 in this campaign. He's been coming in early on. Somerset have not been putting together a decent opening partnership, so he's been coming in against the relatively new ball and finding it all a bit of a struggle.
Finally getting a change at the City end. We've seen successive extended spells so far today. First by Liam Norwell, who reeled off 7 overs at the pavilion end, and George Garrett has bowled 8 from the top end, 8 overs for 20. But now it's Ethan Brooks taking over, right arm round to James Rue, the left-hander who's forward and playing away towards extra cover.
It was Ethan Brooks' birthday on Sunday. He was 23.
Celebrated with a victory here against Durham, where the winning Bears score was 275. Won comfortably by 48 runs. So that'll be the type of number that perhaps Somerset are looking towards, as Brooks is in here and getting slapped down the ground by Rue. There was a half a hand from the bowler perhaps, but it hasn't taken much of the sting out of it, and will run down the ground for 4 runs. Took it from outside the off stump and whipped it with his wrists again. We've seen that a few times from Rue. Timed it very well indeed, and finds a boundary. Goes to 46 now, 94 for 2, Somerset.
The outfield is faster than it looks, isn't it? That one really ran away because he didn't time it to perfection.
It sounded a bit low on the bat.
Yeah, exactly. But
rush away it did. Brooks in again past the umpire, wide of the off stump, and a drive and a miss from James Rue. And even as this partnership has developed, we still have seen plenty of balls go past the bat.
We have.
The latest of them there. He's done that a few times, hasn't he, Rue? He's gone down on one knee outside the off stump to try and lavishly drive square of the wicket. And a couple of times, more than a couple of times, probably as many as 5, he's played and missed outside his off stump.
Yeah, he played all around that. Came back between bat and pad.
94 for 2. Brooks bowling back of a length and getting pulled by Rue out to the Holly stand to our right hand side. Just a single to the sweeper out there. Lonely figure in plenty of green outfield in front of the Hollies. 95 for 2.
So the outfield looks immaculate. It's a striking contrast to the worn appearance of the
Absolutely.
of the square.
Yeah, not quite sure of the the situation here in terms of water as Brooks moves in again, this time to the right-handed Goldsworthy, who moves one just past mid-wicket. There'll be a single available here, and mid-on goes around to collect. Goldsworthy to 33, 96 for 2. Michael Atherton wrote a piece before the Lord's Test about how Lord's was a green oasis in contrast to Regent's Park that was barren, and it was because of the water recycling system that was in place there, which allowed them to keep plenty of water on the outfield and keep it nice and lush. Last ball of Brooks opening over the day. It's driven away by Rue out to deep cover to our left-hand side, and they get a single to end the 27th over. Rue there on 48, Goldsworthy with him on 33, 97 for 2 at the end of the 27th.
Yes, there's a beautiful outfield down at Cooper Associates County Ground in Taunton.
They can just fetch water from the river, can't they, there?
Well, fortunately, we're not under any sort of hosepipe restrictions in Somerset just yet, certainly not in central Somerset. And hopefully that will remain the case. Although it's been just as dry down in the West Country as everywhere else. Robbie Yates is going to bowl another over. He's bowled 3 overs for 13. He's going to be bowling to Rue, makes room for himself and plays that away out to Sheikh on the cover boundary. Single is taken, 98 for 2. But this outfield and the Taunton one very much the exception at the moment. This is turned again out to Sheikh, this time by Goldsworthy, but again it's just a single, and that's the 100 on the board for Somerset, I think. Or no, it isn't. It's a very, very quick scoreboard.
Quick draw on the numbers here.
As Yates is in, bowls to Rue, and this is the 100 on the board for Somerset as he slaps that up to long on for a single, and it's James Rue's 50 as well. 50 to Rue, 100 to Somerset. James Rue's 50 has come from 77 deliveries with 5 fours. Yates to Goldsworthy, who won't get a run this time as he plays that straight to Sibley. Yeah, I was at Chelmsford a few weeks ago. Goodness me, the outfield's in a poor state of repair. There are bare patches all over the place. Yates bowls, and Goldsworthy wristily plays this out to square leg, but will only get the single. 101 for 2. And Southport, that was a really difficult outfield to field on. It was very hard and a bit bouncy. This is defended by James Rue into the offside. 101 for 2 at the end of the 28th over, with 35 to Goldsworthy and 50 to Rue.
Yeah, I mentioned it to Phil earlier on. The outfield at Bartlett on Friday was very, very tricky. That was a big slope on it, and a little bit bumpy in places, and just rock hard. But such is the weather we've had this summer. That's what nature's given us. And I think a lot of the time with these things, golf courses are the same, aren't they? You just sort of get the conditions you're given to an extent in areas that aren't essential to the game, are they? Indeed. Like outfields and fairways. Yeah. Here is Brooks, City End, bowling to Goldsworthy, who's trying to whip one leg side, but it's too close to short mid-wicket, and there's no run to open up the 29th over here. Somerset 101 for 2. This partnership moving them into better territory, but still a lot of work to do to put something really competitive on the board you fancy. So at Chelmsford, have they not been able to water, decided not to water?
I don't know what the problem was, whether there might have been a bit of disease in the grass.
Brooks in again. This is whipped leg side out towards deep mid-wicket, but it's wide of the fielder and will go for 4. Picked up very nicely by Lewis Goldsworthy. There was a cry of catch momentarily, but it was well wide of deep square in the end, and he finds the boundary. Goes to 39, 105 for 2. Yes, if the conditions change, things like disease and other nasties can take hold.
Yeah.
Nature's let to do its thing. Without water, you perhaps can't put the chemicals on the grass that you'd need. Brooks bowling much fuller and getting driven to short extra cover, and there's no run. Very tight there, that short extra cover. Will Rhodes, here we saw only a few overs of earlier on from this pavilion end. 3 overs for 15 before Yates took over. But Yates doing a steady job. 4 overs for 17 now. Only a part-time spin option.
And is he Warwickshire's sole spin option? Or have they got anybody else who can roll their arm over?
Looking down the line, Lamb bowls a bit of
that's right. Yeah.
a bit of slow stuff as well. Long legs up and mid-wicket is back here for Brooks. Bowls to Goldsworthy again, who eases one through the covers. Out to deep cover the Holly stand to our right.
In fact, it was, I should have remembered this, Matt Lamb who won this game, the equivalent fixture last year, with his only 4 wickets in this day cricket. 4 for 54 he took in this game last season.
106 for 2. Rue's back on strike. He's got exactly 50. And he's cutting one away past backward point. And we'll get just a single. It was good work by Yates on the fence to our left-hand side, coming around there to do the work. Keeps him down to just 1. Rue to 51, 107 for 2, with a ball to go in the 29th.
No, I was wrong. 4 for 35 were his figures. He got rid of Bartlett, George Thomas, Ben Green and Josh Davey.
Brooks to complete his second over. And Goldsworthy just works one through the onside with mid-wicket back on the fence. An easy single available there now, which he duly takes. The right-hander is 41. He'll keep the bowling. Left-hander Rue is 51. And Somerset 108 for 2, having lost Umeed for 3 and Davis for 12. So 21 overs to go here, and Liam Norwell's going to come back to try and maybe force a breakthrough here for the Bears, because this partnership building in much the same way, perhaps not quite to the threatening extent that Eskenazi and Robson built for Middlesex on Friday, but there was a similar tale there, where the Bears started well, got an early wicket, couldn't quite take the full advantage of some helpful conditions early on, and then saw the game really tail away from them in the back end.
Norwell then is coming over the wicket to the right-handed Goldsworthy. He's there and bowls. Goldsworthy gets one on leg stump, tucks it away down to deep backward square leg just for a single. Fielded down there by Kai Smith, I think that is. 109 for 2, Goldsworthy on to 42. Somerset, well, 8 runs and over from here would take them up to around about 270. Playing a miss this time, looking for the uppercut. I think there was James Rue to a ball that bounced on him, but beat the outside edge. Yeah, I think if Somerset get up around 250, which they ought to do with 8 wickets in hand, I think they would. They'd feel that they could defend that, because it's a strong top 4 in the Warwickshire batting lineup, but a bit like Somerset, there's plenty of youth further down. Inexperience. Norwell's in and bowls and draws a defensive shot out of James Rue. George Bartlett to come in next, who's not been in great form, to put it mildly, for Somerset's found it a real struggle. And then 17-year-old Josh Thomas. I suppose they might promote George Scott to come in next, or possibly even Josh Davey, who is quite a powerful hitter of the cricket ball. Norwell's in and bowls, and a good ball again, cramping Rue for room. All he can do is play it back defensively to the bowler. He's really come on, Liam Norwell, hasn't he, since he came up here to Warwickshire from Gloucestershire. I mean, he was a decent bowler down at Gloucestershire, but here at Warwickshire he's been, well, knocking on the door of England selection, given a few injuries.
Had a huge say in the championship title win last summer. He and Craig Miles, both the Gloucester lads.
Yep. This takes Rue on the pad, and they'll trot through for a leg by. 109 for 2, 110 for 2. It's a bit slow there, the score, but there's a bit of an exodus going on from.
Yes, yeah. I was going to mention it was a huge blow that the year that both Miles and Norwell both left. They managed to rebuild and get promoted in 2019, but all that good championship cricket last summer has proved to be a bit of a false dawn, because they've really struggled this time.
Norwell in and bowls to Goldsworthy, who won't get a single this time as he plays it square of the wicket. 110 for 2 at the 30 over mark. 42 to Goldsworthy and 51 to James Rue. Yes, it's Ryan Higgins and Benny Howell and Ian Cobain, and question marks over one or two others as well.
Yeah, Cobain got offered a new deal, but Howell and Higgins were offered new contracts, and they've left.
Cobain accepted his new deal.
Howard, you could argue, wasn't offered a new deal.
Wasn't. Sorry.
Wasn't offered a new deal. Yates is changing ends here for Warwickshire. He's coming back at the City end of the ground, 4 overs for 17 from the Pavilion end, and is now stepping in right arm round to Rue, give himself a bit of room, and Yates fired one in outside the off stump, and Rue let it go.
You moved too soon there, James Rue.
Long off, long on, deep cover and deep square the men back here for Yates. Takes a couple of strides in and then a skip into the wicket, floats one up and gets swept away on the bounce. The deep square in front of the Holly stand, and the spin was almost deceiving the fieldsman in the deep.
He did well in the end.
He did indeed. Kai Smith out there, the young lad, had to adjust and thrust out a right hand to prevent a bit of embarrassment over there in front of the Hollies. Nelson's up, 111 for 2. Yates now to Goldsworthy. Gives us plenty of air, and it's driven away towards mid-off for no run. Benny Howell, you could argue, back end of his career is
going back home as well, isn't he?
Taking a bit of a retirement package at Hampshire. Whether Gloucestershire were able to offer him a 3-year deal like Hampshire, I'm not sure. But this is turned away by Goldsworthy here to deep square for a single, 112 for 2. But Higgins in the prime of his career.
Yeah. Although he hasn't been quite the force this season that he has been in previous seasons.
No, that's true. That's true. He's been shoved up at number 3, and I don't think he's in number 3 in the championship. Yates fires one in to Rue, and he's almost done. Back in his crease, looking to chop away, and just got the bat down in time to push through cover for a single. Yates hands to his head, almost squeezing one through there. 113 for 2. Rue now has 53. Last ball of Yates, first over back into the attack. He's getting turned away through square for just a single more. Tidy return for Rob Yates, almost squeezing one through into Rue's off stump. But Rue has 53, Goldsworthy is 44, and Somerset after 31 overs, having won the toss, are 114 for 2.
Yeah, just going back to Gloucestershire, I can't remember where I read this, but there's question marks as well over David Payne and Miles Hammond as to whether they might also be on their way.
Payne now in the England circles. He's been involved in a few squads, managed to make his debut out in the Netherlands.
Norwell to bowl another over, his 9th. This is up in the air, could be, should be a catch. No, it won't. It lands in no man's land as Kai Smith comes sprinting in from the boundary to try and take the catch, but landed maybe 5 yards in front of him. He did his best, and Rue gets away with that. 115 for 2. Moves on to 53. I think the 30 over marks maybe the start of some rather more aggressive batting from Somerset as that goes past Rue's outside edge. Quite a lot of sides go hard between the 30th and 40th overs when fielding side has only allowed 4 fielders outside the circle, which goes up to 5 after 40. So this is Somerset's opportunity to accelerate. Norwell to Rue, drives handsomely, but it'll be cut off by Kai Smith. Lovely shot from James Rue, but only brings him a single. 54, he moves on to 116 for 2. Just listening to the BBC commentary in Warwickshire. Is it, or is it West Midlands? I can never remember. News in my headphones as Norwell's in and bowls. This is driven by Goldsworthy and he's going to get 4 runs. Found the gap there and moves on to 49, 120 for 2. Nicely timed and very well placed as well.
A beautiful piece of timing, wasn't it? That's about as good as we've seen today.
124-2 in the 32nd over. These two have added 93 for the 3rd wicket for Somerset. Norwell bowls and Goldsworthy times this well too, and that's his 50. 50 to Lewis Goldsworthy from 71 deliveries with 5 fours. A well-judged innings from a very talented young batsman.
Indeed. I will interject for an update on FM frequencies around the West Midlands. I'm Alex Winter at Edgbaston, where the Bears are hoping to win here this afternoon and get through to the knockout stage of the One Day Cup. We're watching Somerset recovering nicely with a pair of young batsmen. Lewis Goldsworthy, 21 years of age, has just got through to his half-century in 71 deliveries after James Rue, just 18, had got there in 77 balls. They've taken the visitors from 27 for 2 to 122 for 2 in the 32nd over.
And that's just nicely timed for me to hand over to Phil Britt for the next period of commentary.
Thanks, Anthony. Anthony Gibson alongside myself, Alex Winter and Phil Britt here at Edgbaston on a pleasant day. There's a uniform layer of cloud, but it's quite high and quite light, and the sunshine is trying to peek through. Here is Robbie Yates continuing at the city end, and he gets slog swept by James Rue all the way for 6. Cleared his front leg, swung cleanly through the line and got plenty of it and found the edge of the holly stand. Takes him to 61, 128 for 2 here. Somerset in the 33rd over. A few signs of intent all of a sudden from Rue. Brings the 100 partnership up as well for Somerset as Rue chops one away towards backward point. Garrett is there and there is no run. But the Bears all of a sudden just on the back foot a little bit after that excellent start. Somerset were well held in the first 20 overs or so, but these two playing increasingly free now as Rue slog sweeps yet again and finds one bounce 4 this time. Same region, out at wide deep mid wicket, but again picked it up really well, playing against what little turn there is out there for Yates, and he's targeted that big gap between long on and deep square for 6 and now 4, Phil Britt.
Yeah, well, they've got to put the foot down at some stage, and these two are well set now and picked up well. Rue has looked the more aggressive of the two, but it's a really terrific partnership between these two.
1-3-2 for 2 now as Rue back in his crease just dabs leg side and is able to go through for a comfortable single now because deep mid wicket has been posted and long on has come up here. So that slog sweep area has been filled for the moment.
No disrespect at all to Robbie Yates, but he would not normally be the mainline spinner in the side, and so I think it's an opportunity.
Goldsworthy back on strike, has 50, a huge cry for LBW here. Rob Bailey says not out, probably just drifting down. He was looking to turn leg side, Goldsworthy, just fell over himself slightly and was struck relatively low down on the pad, probably just sliding down. 1-3-3 for 2. Yates steps in again from that far end, and Goldsworthy just in defence here, playing up into the mid-off region. The bowler comes across to intervene, and the over comes to an end. 33 gone. Somerset 1-3-3 for 2. Goldsworthy is 50, and Rue, with that blast off Yates in that over, is now up to 66. And this partnership has now added over 100 and are making really good progress.
Yeah, what was it, 27 when they came together? Was
27 for 2, correct,
yeah.
in the 10th.
So 106 runs and just accelerating. But Robbie Yates finished that over, came back well there, having been hit for 6 and 4 off the first 3 balls. Liam Norwell to bowl his final over. He's in and bowls, and Rue comes forward to that one, just turns it into the onside, but straight to mid-wicket, short mid-wicket. Well, Matt Lamb does the fielding. Matt Lamb not being called on to bowl so far today. He had some overs of his, well, I think it was leg spin he was bowling against Durham on Sunday.
Yes, it looked like leg as he was sending down at Radlett as well.
Yeah, so not been called into the attack yet. 133 for 2 as round the wicket comes Norwell, and this will be a single because Lamb is brought into action again. He has to go jogging across more towards square leg to pick the ball up. Can't prevent the single. 134 for 2. These two already had a sizable partnership in the competition earlier in the season, and they're repeating it here again today. And both look very promising, and I think it's good from Somerset's point of view that they've got these youngsters coming through. Here's Norwell in and bowls, and across his stumps goes Goldsworthy and chops it away into the onside, but can't beat Dom Sibley at mid-wicket. There's no run. I see they've given young Sheikh a bit of a rest from boundary patrol. He's not had been most successful day out there. It's not really a reflection on his ability, but the ball's always just been a yard ahead of him for the chase, but they brought him into mid-off now. There's Norwell in and bowls, and that is good cover up from Goldsworthy, again running it away to Sibley, but another dot ball. So Norwell 2 for 41 at the moment. He's got 2 balls left remaining in his spell today, and that will be his work done with the ball. Possibly be needed with the bat later on, we will see. There's bright sunshine here now at Edgbaston as Norwell turns and comes heading in. With Goldsworthy waits and drives uppishly away over short extra cover. It's going to be a chase round for Brooks, who gets there now, coming around the cover boundary, and they're back for 2. So 2 more to the total, 136 for 2, and Goldsworthy goes on to 52.
It wasn't perfectly timed, was it? But a calculated gamble, plenty of room to aim at over there with mid-off up.
Yeah, the ball, when it has gone in the air, it's tended to drop into the open space, isn't it? There was the one on the leg side which went way up in the air, but nobody near it. This is driven down the ground to Sheikh, who goes across and fields, but can't prevent the single. So 1 more to the total, 137. That's the end of a very good spell from Liam Norwell. He ends with 2 for 44 from his 10 overs. Both wickets going to him.
Yes, bowled very well. Good shift again from Norwell. There's a couple of early blows in the power play. Mead for 3 and Davis for 12, the 2 men out here for Somerset. Having struggled early on, they're now moving back to much healthier territory, but still much to do to put a really competitive number on the board. 276 to 75 was the winning number here for the Bears on Sunday. As Yates continues from the city end, he's just moving short third man a little wider, more of a backward point now, as Goldsworthy goes down the ground and is spilled by the bowler. Now, wasn't a chance, or was it a bum ball? The ball runs away towards long on for a single.
Let's watch the replay. I thought that was a chance, to be honest.
Yates was leaping high in the air to his right-hand side. Only got fingertips to it. And Goldsworthy took a single to get a 54.
Yeah.
It was indeed a chance. Only a half chance, though, it must be said. 138 for 2. Rue back on strike, and he also slaps one down the ground, along the floor, though. And the ball again runs down to the long off region for a single. Rue to 68 now, 139 for 2 in the 35th over.
Robbie Yates looking at his hand. You don't really want your opening batsman to get hand damage whilst he's bowling.
Moves into Goldsworthy, and Goldsworthy whipping leg side out to deep square. Away to our left. George Garrett running away from the double-decker stand to the left of the pavilion. Not open today, I don't think, that double-decker stand.
Only open for T20s, internationals and the 100.
140 for 2. Yates back round the wicket, fires one in a touch short, and Rue is back to cut. Only as far as Brooks on the deep cover fence to our left.
I think Warwick should be quite happy if they can continue just restricting Somerset to singles, which is what's happened so far in this over from Robbie Yates. 4 singles coming from the first 4 balls.
Yeah, apart from that blast from Rue, we've seen no real breaking of the shackles, despite the smooth progress in certainly the second half of this partnership, taking them to 141 for 2. Yates into his 7th over here, his third having changed ends. Goes in past the umpire, and Rue slog sweeps into the leg side, picks the gap between long on and deep mid wicket. Again, the ball in the air finding grass, and they come back for a couple of runs. Brave stroke there from Goldsworthy, taking on 2 fielders in the deep, but finds safe land. Goes to 69, 143 for 2. As Yates now steps in to complete his over. And Goldsworthy is down the pitch, whipping only as far as short mid-wicket. Shake is there to field, and the over comes to an end. So the intent there from Somerset, most certainly here, trying to push things along. But they are still wedded to a progress of only 4 and over so far. 35 gone, 143 for 2.
I was talking to Brian Halford while I was off air. He'd been chatting to Andy Umeed, and Andy had said the ball's definitely doing a bit out there, and that batting isn't that easy. But so there is something in it for the bowler, certainly. It didn't seem to be quite coming on Sunday either. The ball was just holding back a little. It was just digging in and just biting into the surface a little, and a number of batsmen on Sunday suffered with not being able to time it properly, and to a degree this pitch as well, just having that a little bit, but certainly something to help. Hannah Dolby back into the attack from the pavilion end. He's in and bowls to the left-handed James Rue, who pulls the first ball down to deep mid-wicket, where they amble through for a single. 144 for 2. Goldsworthy, Rue has moved now on to 70. Goldsworthy is on 57. We're in the 36th over. Hannah Dolby into his 6th over as he turns. Normally bowling from the Birmingham end, but driven straight back over his head, and that'll go down to the fence for 4 from Goldsworthy. That was a nice shot, just slightly over pitch by Hannah Dolby. Nice half volley which he put away straight, and there's nobody fielding straight behind the bowler or the wicket or the umpire, and that one was travelling And it wasn't one which Hannon Dolby could get even close to getting a return catch. It was in the air, but down to the fence. 148 for 2. Goldsworthy moves on to 61. Hannon Dolby in. Goldsworthy leans forward and runs it away off an open face back down to third man. He's going to have to be quick back. The throw is not the best throw in the world back into the stumps from Garrett, and they get back for a second. So good running from the Somerset pair.
Yeah, straight away wanted to there. Recognised the fielder had to go a little bit to his right hand side. Came steaming back to bring the 150 up with a couple.
So that 150's come in the 36th over. And Somerset again just beginning to get to move along here. As Hannon Dolby in, that's he's played away nicely through mid-wicket. That's going to be 4 runs. Beats the infield and down to the fence. And well played, and Goldsworthy is really beginning to get into the task here. 67 he moves to, 154 for 2.
There was a diving fieldsman at short mid-wicket. Was it half a chance? Sailing in the air for a little bit, and well, fielder diving across. Didn't quite get there. There was a few hands on head suggesting it was a little moment of hope for the Bears.
I think Dom Sibley would have been a terrific catch had he got it, but anyway, it was past him and through. Yeah, it did look as though he sort of just lifted it, didn't he? And he had to dive across to his right, Sibley. But didn't get anything on it at all, and it chased away to the boundary. So Hannon Dolby in, and this is going to be more runs. It was a slower ball from Hannon Dolby, which didn't fool Goldsworthy. He just waits and turns it square on the onside for a single. 155 for 2. So we've already had 12 off this over from Hannon Dolby, which I would suggest, without looking all the numbers up, is possibly the best over that Somerset have had. They had the one with 6 and a 4 in it, but I think Yates pulled that one back. I think it was only 11 off that over. I think this is the highest over of the innings. There's Hannon Dolby in, bowls. This is in the air, down to Will Rhodes, who's at deep on the edge of the inner circle at mid-off and does the fielding. It's the end of the over. Goldsworthy is on 68. Root is on 70. So these two are pretty close together all the way through these innings. And after 36 overs, Somerset are 155 for 2 with 14 more overs remaining.
And Will Rhodes is going to bring himself back here from the city end with the pressure definitely on now here for Warwickshire. This pair weathered some tricky going early on, wasn't it, as this partnership developed, and have played increasingly fluently and are now just trying to step things on in the final 14 overs of the innings here.
Warwickshire could do with the wicket. Somerset are quite happy now that these two are settled and looking very good, both of them approaching, got their half centuries.
So Rhodes is back to Goldsworthy, the right-hander, and Goldsworthy gets one down the leg side that will be wide. Pace off from Rhodes first up, and Goldsworthy looking to flick it away, misses out, but wide signal. So 156 for 2. Third man, deep cover, long on and deep square, the men back here for Rhodes against the right-hander. He's got a short fine leg in, short mid-wicket, extra cover, mid-off and backward point. 4 more overs until they get another fielder outside the 30-yard circle. Rhodes in right arm over, and Goldsworthy a swing and a miss outside the off stump, but length delivery perhaps just held a fraction and went away to beat the outside edge.
I think Somerset should be looking here at around the 270, 275 mark with these wickets in hand, and still got 14 overs. That would be the sort of score I would anticipate that they'd be posting around the 270.
Here's Rhodes again. Past the umpire he goes, and bowls another one that just held in the pitch a fraction and goes past the shoulder of the bat. Goldsworthy beaten.
I think that's where the pace bowlers are getting a little bit of help from the wicket, aren't they? It's not. This has been happening throughout the innings. So it's even more credit to the way these two have batted. Yeah, there's definite move, definite
just a bit of help there still, isn't there?
Yeah.
Rhodes moves in once more, bowls a fraction straighter and gets worked away past short fine leg. This will take some chasing around for deep square, who slides and just keeps it in play. It's good work there from Brooks. Down to our left hand side, he had a good 25-yard sprint or so to his right. Keeps him down to a couple. Goldsworthy joins his partner now on 70, and Somerset are 158 for 2 in the 37th.
It was clever the way he went across his stumps there, though, and just worked it with his wrists and flicked it away down to fine leg.
Waits for Rhodes again. It goes full outside the off stump and gets slapped away over extra cover. Not perfectly timed, but enough club on it to go bounding away into the boundary. Goldsworthy to 74, 162 for 2.
They played a lot of shots in the air, but they've been well picked shots. They've been well positioned, played shots. They know exactly where they're putting the ball, and it's dropped into plenty of space. It's not been ones which have just beaten the fielders or anything. So they're working when they have played the attacking shots. Been quite clever.
Rhodes in once more, and Goldsworthy just in his ground, drops and goes in front of point. Sharp single taken, and they get home comfortably. Good cricket. 163 for 2 with a ball to go in the 37th. This pair working really well together. I mentioned that game at Southport in the Championship earlier in the season. They rescued Somerset from 105 for 4 they were at one point. Goldsworthy made 130, his maiden first-class century, and Rue on debut made 70. Somerset made 446 and were right back in the game. Rhodes round the wicket, gets pulled by Rue and beats mid-wicket and finds the fence. Finds the holly stand. Somerset really on the charge and making superb progress now. Rue under 74, just picked up the length very early there from Rhodes and was back quickly to pull away. It was only a couple of yards wide of the fielder, was on the edge of the 30-yard circle but could do nothing about it. And the ball skips away to the holly stand to take Somerset to 167 for 2 after 37 overs.
Another double figure over for Somerset there, 12 coming off that over with the wide at the beginning of the innings. So it's really just beginning to accelerate now, and both batsmen are well set. They've been at the crease now for some time, and 90 balls Goldsworthy, 100 balls Rue, so both of them seeing the ball well, and Warwickshire just got to be careful here that they don't let this really run away from them as Alan Dolby starts a new over from the pavilion end. He's in, this is in the air, now this should be, it's going to drop again, it goes right up, it skies up in the air off the top edge as Goldsworthy went to pull the ball, and 9 times out of 10 that would be the end of the inning of his knock, but it drops into the space, and in the end Norwell was the only one coming in on it, and he ended up 5 or 6 yards short of it, and they get away with it again. So 168 for 2, and a little fortune going Somerset's way there, but you'd need a bit of luck, don't you? Hannah Dolby round the wicket to the left-handed James Rue, and that's down the leg side. He can't get any bat on it. It's signalled a wide, and a good take behind the stumps by Maddy, who was diving across to his right to tidy that one up, which he did.
4 or 5 occasions the ball has looped up in the air and found grass.
Yep.
Warwickshire could consider themselves a touch unlucky. You make your own luck in a way.
Well, you could argue the other way, that it's you haven't got the field in the right place. It works both ways, really, doesn't it? As Hannah Dolby is in and bowls, and this again will be signalled. Well, it hasn't been signalled a wide because Rue went across to try and help it on its way behind and flick it down to fine leg, and the ball in the end went past him down the leg side, but judged to have not been a leg side wide. Now, I've seen those given plenty of times where the batsman has stepped inside to sort of do a reverse flip Anyway, he gets away with it, Alan Dolby. This is short. This is slapped away through mid-wicket, tennis racket style out to Brooks, Ethan Brooks, who does the fielding. That's 1 run, 170 for 2. Rue goes on to 75. Goldsworthy is 76, so they're really going along together. The last one was fetched from just short outside the off stump and pulled away through mid-wicket. Perfectly safe, and Alan Dolby looking to try and get his first wicket of the innings. He's in the bowls, and this is run away to cover point. I think Rue wants the single, but Goldsworthy's not interested, as Robbie Yates at cover point went across and did the fielding. So a dot ball for Alan Dolby. 170 for 2. Here we are in the 38th over. Sun has gone in. It's a little bit overcast at the moment. A couple of quite dark clouds over the head. And Dolby here holds that one back a touch, but Goldsworthy turns it into the mid-wicket area. We'll get 1 as Sibley comes running in and does the fielding. That's all it will be. So 1 more to Goldsworthy. He's on to 77. 171 for 2. And Hannah Dolby getting ready to bowl his final ball of his 7th over and the 38th over. Starts his run up from just outside the fielding circle. He's on his way into James Rue. Short, and Rue goes to pull, and in the end probably doesn't go through with the shot there. The ball was through him outside the off stump, and he was looking to whip it away through the onside, but doesn't get back to ball. From Warwickshire's point of view, a better over there, just the 4 runs coming from it. And at the end of the 38th over, Somerset on 171 for 2.
Warwickshire hoping to win here today to get through the knockout stages of the One-Day Cup. Leicestershire hoping to do likewise over at Grace Road, and they have Durham 116 for 8 there in the 34th over. So the Foxes well on their way to victory, which will take them through, and will mean, if they do win that the Bears could only finish 3rd with victory. Here is Rhodes, City End, coming in, pace off to Goldsworthy, who pushes at 1 and gets it through a vacant mid-on area for a single to begin the 39th over. 172 for 2 here.
There was an interesting discussion I was having while I was off air. If Warwickshire did qualify, they probably would be playing Lancashire, and Lancashire would be at home, but the Test match is on.
You have to find the new ground then.
I think it would be here on Friday.
Rhodes round the wicket to James Rue, the left-hander, who whips one away past short fine leg for 4. Rhodes just lost his line, and we've seen the wrists of James Rue already so far today, and they were in evidence again there. The terminal away, very fine for 4 runs, takes him on to 79 now. 176 for 2. And Notts could also qualify today with a favourable run of scores elsewhere, although that score at Grace Road certainly is not in their favour. They've got Surrey 175 for 9 at Welbeck, as Rhodes moves in once more and gets cut away in front of square. Chase around for deep cover, Brooks in the deep to cut this one off, and they will come back for the 2nd run, and that brings the 150 partnership up between this pair. Been really good progress. 176 deliveries have brought Somerset back from real trouble early on. 27 for 2 they were in the 10th when this pair got together.
Yeah, and they've got themselves settled in now. They're beginning to really open up and playing some lovely shots. Rue, well, both of them in fact, both Goldsworthy and Rue, are looking very impressive.
Rhodes in again, round the wicket. Rue whips leg side, takes a leg ball wide, a length ball, sorry, wide of mid wicket, finds the fence again. Goodness, that was another superb piece of timing. Finds the gap between long on and deep mid wicket, and it races away towards the old barn stand over there, I think it is. 182 for 2, and Rue up to 85 now. And this pair now have gone past the 2nd wicket record for Somerset against Warwickshire. Gone past the 148 added by Pete Denning, who's from Mendip, and Viv Richards, who's not. here in 1982?
This is the third wicket, that's the only problem.
That's a very good point. This is pushed away through deep square. So it's not the third wicket record yet. That could still go because it's not too far away. Also on this ground, actually, the top 3 records for Somerset all made here.
There was no nice way of saying that, I'm afraid, Alex.
There wasn't. It was just a straight-up error. Sometimes in life you have to put your hands up, don't you, and say, fair cop, we was wrong. 183 for 2, that's definitely the score now. And in comes Rhodes again to complete his 5th over of the day and gets clipped away down towards long on by Goldsworthy, the right-hander. And they go through for just a single. That's a good scramble in the deep there by Brooks. Keeps him down to just 1. But the charge definitely on here for Somerset. 11 overs to go. 184 for 2. Goldsworthy up to 79. Rue on 86. And in a very threatening position all of a sudden, Phil.
Well, they've done the hard work, the real hard work. They've got that base. They've worked their way through. They've been patient. They're opening up and playing some. Both of them are playing some really good shots and look very impressive. Both batsmen. And they've given themselves a pad. They've got 11 overs to go. They can really throw now. They've got wickets in hand. And that 270 still, I think, looks a real possibility of being a sort of total they could aim for. Hannon Dolby starting a new over from the pavilion end. He's in, and Goldsworthy tries to swipe this one away through mid-wicket, but he's through the shot before the ball's actually got to him, and the aim sails harmlessly through to Maddie. There was probably the shot finish had no chance of getting a top edge there. It was just slightly mistimed. End of this over. Have you got an update to do at 12:30?
At the top of the hour it is.
Oh, you're at the top of the hour. Bring Anthony back in at the end of this over as Hannon Dolby comes in and bowls. This is fallen to held back a little. Now Hannon Dolby has to go charging across to mid-wicket and pick up and throw it back fiercely to the wicket-keeper. He gets one more to Goldsworthy, 185 for 2. Hannon Dolby having to not just bowl quite a lot. He's had a lot of work this season, Oliver Hannon Dolby, and there he had to do his fielding as well. You've got used to seeing Oliver Hannon Dolby with his own little shade down. He has almost like the shade, the umbrella shades which you have on the tables. He has one of those placed down at fine leg in the very hot weather. If you go down there and there'd be all this stuff laid out for him. This one is short and pulled away through backwards leg down for 4 runs. They're not going to cut that one off. And Rue gets another boundary. He goes on to 90 with that pull. Goldsworthy's on 80, and Somerset are now bowling along 189 for 2 in the 40th over.
They put a little parasol out for him, do they?
Parasol, and he's got a towel,
drinks
and the drinks down there.
A couple of cocktails.
Even, I think he has his own waiter down there. But he comes out down...
Masseur as well?
Well, I don't think he goes that far. Hannon Dolby in. This is short and helped round to deep backward square leg for a single by Rue, moving him on to 91. But he puts the parasol down at where the red sign is by the Thwaite scoreboard. For those, it's just underneath the Thwaite scoreboard for those of you who know the ground. And it's positioned down there. In that very hot spell we had, yes, he was down there.
Most sensible.
Fielding down there. What they should have done is put the parasol and then got him to field the other end of the ground, but they didn't. Here he comes in, bowls, and worked through mid-wicket out to Sheikh, who does the fielding. There's 1 run, so runs beginning to really flow, and Hannon Dolby not able to stem the flow, so 7 off the over already. Brings Rue back onto the strike. He's 91. And Goldsworthy is on 81. As Hannon Dolby comes in to bowl the last ball of his 8th over to James Rue, who is on 91. In he comes and bowls, and it's full, and runs it away to backward point. That was a good ball from Helen Dolby, good full Yorker length, but well played by the youngster. And end of the over is 191 for 2.
Other game to keep in mind in Group A is down at Hove, and for Notts to qualify, they would certainly like Middlesex to lose because they have a better net run rate than Middlesex. Sussex 210 for 2 there in the 38th over, going really nicely, having been sent in. Surrey are all done for 181 at Welbeck, so Notts well on their way to winning that one. They have to win to have any chance of going through, and they also need the Bears to lose here to stand a chance of going through. Durham 125 for 8 now, the other game in Group A at Grace Road.
Thanks, Alex. Here it's 191 for 2. Last 10 overs. Extra man out. Yates going to bowl his 8th over. None for 38. He's bowling to the right-handed Goldsworthy, who's on 81, who plays it out through the covers, out to Kai Smith. 192 for 2. They've paced this nicely, haven't they, Phil?
Yeah, they have. They've done very well. They've batted very, very sensibly. It was hard going to start with, but they gradually got into it and picked some of their shots.
Yates bowls. Reverse sweep from James Rue. The first one he's tried, at least the first one I've seen him try. It's a shot he does play, and plays pretty well usually. Yates tries again. This time he just tucks it away into the onside, and they go through for a comfortable single. 193 for 2. Rue on to 92.
Is he a local?
Yep, Somerset boy.
Yep.
Come up through the Somerset age groups. King's College, Taunton. Yates bowls. Goldsworthy lofts this away through the onside, and he's going to go for 4. Picks his spot beautifully, does Lewis Goldsworthy, who really has picked up the pace. 86 he has from exactly 100 deliveries, and he's yet to score a List Day century, has Lewis Goldsworthy. His best 96 against Surrey at the Oval last season. James Rue does have 100 to his name already. This is turned into the onside by Goldsworthy. It'll just be a single. Runs coming off every ball at the moment. 198 for 2 in the 41st, just the one ball remaining.
Well, they obviously like batting together, these two. They're putting some significant partnerships together.
Yep. The future of Somerset cricket. This is pulled away, or it was an attempt to pull it away by James Rue. He comes off the bottom edge, down into his pads, out into the onside, and he won't get a run. 198 for 2. That's the 41st over. Yeah, James Rue got 114 against Middlesex, his maiden List Day century.
That was this season, was it?
Yep, just a couple of weeks ago.
Yep.
But it was Goldsworthy got his 96 last season. He was caught on the boundary by Tim David, who was making an appearance for Surrey.
We are going to have a bowling change at the pavilion end. Oliver Hannon Dolby, who bowled a couple of overs, it's in his second spell. He is on to be replaced by Will Rhodes, who has been a touch expensive. Will Rhodes, he's gone for 40 from his 5 overs, and he's bowling to the right-handed Liam Goldsworthy, who waits and drives this one down to mid-off, where Hannah Dolby comes round and fields.
Was Goldsworthy dropped off a caught and bowled?
Well, from when Yates was... arguably, yes.
Yeah. I was watching it on the television up in the press lounge. I couldn't, and they didn't play a replay for some reason.
It was hit very hard. He got across with his hands up to his right. Got both hands, but it burst through the hands, and he was stretching up above his head to his right. It would have been a good catch. Rhodes in bowls, and Rue goes for the big shot again, pumps it down the ground to long on, where Norwell does the fielding, and that brings up the Somerset 200 in the 42nd over, and that.
Yeah, generously applauded as well by this
Yeah.
decent crowd here. Decent crowd here at Edgbaston.
Well, it was a slow start for the visitors, but they've accelerated, and they're up now just around 5 and over. As this one is turned nicely by Goldsworthy through mid-wicket. They'll only get a single. A shake comes in from the mid-wicket boundary, restricts them to 1. But I don't think there's great pace in this wicket, but the one thing which is in the bowler's favour, there's a little bit of a bounce there for them, which has tricked the batsman a few times. There was some early movement that doesn't seem to be quite so much of late. There's Rhodes in, and this one is picked up nicely again by the left-handed Roo and worked away through down to the mid-wicket boundary, but it will just be the single this time as Brooks does the fielding.
Yes, as so often, batting gets easier as the innings wears on and the balls get softer.
Softer, don't they? Yeah. What we don't see, I know they've got a ball at each end, but we're not seeing these white balls being replaced in the same way as we do with the red balls.
No, it's true.
There's Rhodes in, that's full and driven, and that's a lovely shot, and that Brooks is going to have to shift to move that one, and he does. A nice pick-up and field from him out on the cover boundary. He can't prevent them getting back for a second run. So Goldsworthy driving that one away nicely. He goes into the 90s with that shot. He's 91, 204 for 2, and the runs continue to come. So 6 off the over so far. As Goldsworthy waits and Rhodes is in and bowls, and this was played away down to Treadwell down at long on. Again, just a single, so 7 off that over. Sees Somerset finish the 42nd over on 205 for 2. 92 to Goldsworthy, 94 to Roo.
Yes, some speculation on Twitter as to the highest partnership in List A cricket between 2 teenagers, which would be very interesting, except for the fact that Lewis Goldsworthy isn't a teenager anymore. He's 21, but they're 2 youngsters. We can certainly say that. He doesn't look 21, Lewis Goldsworthy. Yates to bowl another over. 45 he's gone for. This is turned away down to deep backward square leg. It's going to be cut off down there by George Garrett, slightly uncomfortably. Pick up 2 runs, 207 rather, for 2. Getting slightly ahead of myself there. Goldsworthy on 94, both batsmen on 94. Yates bowls, Goldsworthy drives into the onside, but can't get it past Matt Lamb. Coming across from mid-on. These two have added 180 for the 3rd wicket for Somerset. Yates bowls, short, pulled down to long leg for 4 runs. Poor delivery that. He dragged it down, did Robbie Yates. A bit of a gift to Lewis Goldsworthy, who pulled it in the air but nowhere near any fielder down to the long leg boundary and moves on to 98.
Got what it deserved.
On the verge of his first List A century. Yates bowls, Goldsworthy taken on the pad, appeal from the bowler, but not really supported from behind the stumps by George Maddy, given not out by the umpire, Rob Bailey. 211 for 2 in the 43rd. So Lewis Goldsworthy on 98.
Just look at the replay, it wouldn't have hit the next set.
Yates bowls to Goldsworthy, whips this away into the onside and will settle for a single as Sheikh is quickly onto it. Moves on to 99. 212 for 2. Well, if James Rue hits this for 6, he will win the race to 3 figures. Failing that, my money would be on Lewis Goldsworthy. So Rue on 94, Yates bowls, and he goes to whip that into the onside, misses it, and fortunately for James Rue, it misses his off stump. 212 for 2 at the end of the 43rd.
So 7 off that over. We've got 7 overs to go, 212, and it's a really terrific recovery from...
Would you mind if I did the
no, not
the
at all.
Goldsworthy
No, I was going to say to
century?
you do it.
I did it. I did his 96 up at, and he went for a big shot to bring up his 100 and was caught on the deep mid-wicket boundary. So we have got Will Rhodes bowling to Lewis Goldsworthy, who's on 99. Rhodes is in and bowls, and this is turned up to long on, and that is Lewis Goldsworthy's century. His maiden his maiden List A century. He takes off his helmet, lifts his bat to acknowledge the applause all around the ground. 100 exactly from 111 balls to Lewis Goldsworthy, and it's been a fine innings and has restored some pride and self-respect to this Somerset List A outfit, Royal London One Day Cup outfit, and Rue just drops this into the offside. They'll have to be quick, and they are quick, and they go through for a single, and Rue moves on to 95.
Well done to Goldsworthy, Liam Goldsworthy. It's a terrific innings, and he sort of settled the innings when they'd lost those wickets, and he took his time, and then he's accelerated, and he's batted beautifully. So, big future ahead for him, I think.
Here comes Rhodes to Goldsworthy. This is a half volley and played firmly into the offside. They might think they are coming back for the second run as the throw comes in, and they get there comfortably enough in the end as Ethan Brooks takes a shy at the stumps, but misses. Yes, Jim Troughton spoke at our West of England Cricket Society meeting during the winter, and he coached Somerset's second 11 last season.
Yep.
And I asked him which 3 of the young batsmen he'd coached he fancied really to make it big in top-class cricket, as Rhodes is in and bowls, and this is whipped away for 4 runs by Lewis Goldsworthy. Again, it was on his pads, not a particularly good delivery from Will Rhodes, and nicely dealt with by Goldsworthy. And he picked out Lewis Goldsworthy, James Rue, and Tom Lammonby as his 3. Yeah. So yes, Jim Troughton, who's now with Surrey, assistant to Gareth Batty.
Yeah, he was going to go to Yorkshire, wasn't he? They were going to go to Yorkshire, and then the change.
Got a better offer, I think. Well, no, I'll come back to that, because he did actually explain what had happened. Rhodes is in and bowls to Goldsworthy, who lost this away through the offside. That is going to be 4 more. Beautiful shot from Goldsworthy. Just opened the face and quite deliberately hit that in the air over the top of backward point and out to the boundary. Moves on to 110, 224 for 2. Yes, he sort of had an offer from Yorkshire, but they didn't confirm it. And then Surrey came in with a definite offer. Yep. So he thought, well, you know,
absolutely,
bird in the hand and all the rest of it. So he ended up going to Surrey.
And he's been very successful there this year.
Oh yeah, I mean they're really bringing on some good young players.
Yeah, they got a
pipeline,
isn't it?
Rhodes in and bowls outside the off stump, driven by Goldsworthy, but this time it'll just be a single as Ethan Brooks does the fielding. End of that over. 225 for 2, 111 to Lewis Goldsworthy, and 95 to James Rue, and these two have now added 198.
It seems a long time ago since Warwickshire got their second wicket when Steve Davis was out, caught at slip by Robbie Yates. But it's been hard work, and bit by bit they've built up the aggression, and Goldsworthy particularly is timing the ball beautifully at the moment.
There's no slogging, is there?
No, there's
they're all
not.
proper cricket
No,
shots.
and they sort of haven't chanced their arm. They've really played this well. It's going to be Goldsworthy who's on strike as this Robbie Yates has got a wicket. He's having talked all that. Goldsworthy goes to pull this one away, hitting it through the mid-wicket area and goes across his stumps. And Robbie Yates, in his final over, his 10th over, gets a wicket. And a terrific innings from Liam Goldsworthy. It sort of went before the shot. Looking at the replay, his pad came across. I don't think there was a lot.
Pretty plumb.
But 225 per 3, 111 for Liam Goldsworthy, and he should get a terrific round of applause from the crowd. Whether you're Warwickshire supporters or Somerset supporters, it was a terrific innings, and quite rightly he is from the crowd giving him good applause as he comes off. So well done.
Lewis Goldsworthy, 111 from 115 deliveries. He's a young Cornishman, comes from Camborne, or just outside Camborne. Beacon he comes from, and plays his club cricket these days when he gets the chance for St Justin Penwith. And he's probably the best cricketer that Cornwall has produced since, I would think, Jack Richards, who of course kept wicket, played for Surrey and kept wicket for England.
I think we've talked about this before, but you get a lot of the players, the good players who develop from the Southwest Peninsula coming through to...
catchment area includes certainly Cornwall and Devon, and to an extent Dorset, although East Dorset would tend to migrate more towards Hampshire.
Yeah. So George Bartlett's the new batsman as Yates bowls to him, and this first ball is punched up to long on for a single, which brings James Rue back onto strike. I'll let you, unless he hits it with a 6, if he gets into the, I'll let you have the commentary as well for Rue when
we'll take a chance on it not being a 6.
We'll say he won't hit a 6, and if he does, then I'll try my best. As Yates is into him, and Rue does a reverse sweep, but can't beat the infield. He picks out George Garrett there, who does the fielding.
We've got the two short third men for the reverse sweep.
There's no
James
protection
Rue's
behind
reputation
them.
has gone before him, no. But
they better be sharp. They're two fast bowlers as well, so this one is clubbed up to long off for 1, taking him on to 96, and the total on to 227 for 3. And Yates, who as the stand-in frontline spinner has done a reasonable job, I think. He comes in and bowls to Bartlett, who is only able to punch this one back. Yates feels off his own bowling. So 1 ball to go in this, the 45th over. And 227 for 3. Somerset. As Yates in, Bartlett will get run here, it will be just a single, turning it away through mid-wicket. So Yates finishes with 1 for 55 from his 10 overs. So well done to him as what I would deem as a part-time bowler. And at the end of the 45th, Somerset are 228 for 3.
Yep. He, what did he go for? 53 in the end, did we say?
55.
55. So he's done his average a power of good as well with that
wicket
second wicket.
Yeah.
It was 1 for 138 when he came, so it's now 2 for 193. So he's reduced his bowling average by about a third. 228 for 3. George Bartlett. It's not easy for a batsman coming in at this stage in the innings, when quick runs are the requirement. Don't really have time to play yourself in. George Garrett is the new bowler. He's in, bowls to Bartlett, who lofts this away quite deliberately with an open face through backward point, or a wide third man, for 4 runs. Nice shot from George Bartlett, who moves on to 6, 232 for 3 in the 46th over. Somerset looking to post, well, with the best part of 5 overs to go, 275, something like that.
Yeah. Yep.
Which I'd say that was, judging by the way the runs have been scored in the last 15 overs or so, run scoring in the latter stages looks to be relatively straightforward once the balls have gone soft. But it's certainly no pushover early on.
I think we were talking about that as being the sort of par score.
Here's Garrett in a bowls outside the off stump, too far outside the off stump. Umpire Lungley signals a wide, 233 for 3.
George Garrett there just a little bit. He bowled his first spell, I thought, really effectively. He bowled 8 overs in his opening spell and was very economic, but he's come back in for these last 2, and those first 2 or 3 deliveries just a bit loose outside the off stump.
He's bowling now to George Bartlett. He's there, bowls. Bartlett again goes for one wide outside the off stump. This time fails to make contact, mainly because he didn't move his feet. He's rather firm-footed and just swished at it outside the off stump. George Bartlett scored just 128 runs in 7 innings at an average of 21 in this year's One-Day Cup. Yet to score a 50. Garrett bowls to him. Again, he goes for a big drive to a ball outside the off stump, which was there for the shot, but again he played inside the line. 233 for 3. He has been struggling for form as George Bartlett. He's given the impression of being a rather tortured soul. He really struggled up at Leicester when Somerset needed quick runs. Garrett bowls, he shuffles across and again fails to get anything on a ball outside his off stump. Pitched right up. It's good bowling this from Garrett.
Yes, because his first ball went for 4, but since then he had the wide, but he's then thrown in
4 wide. Yeah. Dot dot dot.
So
Garrett then to Bartlett, knees bend, bat down, drives fiercely, beautifully away through the offside. That is very well cut off though by Ethan Brooks out on the deep extra cover boundary. Fine piece of fielding. I thought my money was on the ball then, but Brooks had other ideas and it's just the 2.
But it was hit so fiercely, I thought it's... and he'd got ground to make there, Brooks, but full credit to him. He had a slight mishap early on in the innings where the ball rolled through his hands for 4, but he certainly made up for it with 2 or 3 other pieces of fielding.
He has. 235 for 3. 1 ball remaining in the 46th, being bowled by George Garrett. George to George. Here comes Garrett to Bartlett. Moves across his stumps, gets a full toss and plays it away down to wide mid-on for 4 runs. With Hamza Sheikh unable to stop it with a despairing dive down to his left.
He's had a few of those today, poor Hamza Sheikh. He's had to be running, but that wasn't a great ball from George Bartlett to finish off the over. It takes Somerset on with 4 overs remaining in their innings, 239 for 3. So that 270, 275 still looks on. Is Alex... Oh, he is here, because he's going to have to do a news update in a second on the hour.
He will.
So I'll make way for... You carry on, Anthony.
Looks like Oliver Hannon-Dalby is going to come back from the Birmingham end to bowl to James Rew, who's on 96 from 119 deliveries. Here comes Hannon-Dalby to Rew on 96. This is in the air and he's caught. He's gone for 96. He is caught at short third man by George Garrett. And a fine innings from James Rew comes to an end. 96 from 120 deliveries, going for a big shot, getting a thick edge and a comfortable catch to short third man. But well batted James Rew really delivering on all of the promise that he's shown. He's already made a century in this season's One Day Cup, and he's followed it up today with 96, having opened the innings what seems a long time ago now, and a generous applause around the ground for James Rew as he walks off.
Indeed, richly deserved. Played very well indeed. It's been great to watch these two youngsters out here for Somerset this afternoon. Came in with their side in a very tricky spot indeed, but fine century from Lewis Goldsworthy. Unfortunately there, Rew couldn't quite reach three figures himself, but as you say, showcasing all his young talent, just 18 years of age. He is another real find for Somerset, it seems, to add to their batting stocks.
Yep, homegrown as well, come up through the age groups. King's College Taunton, which is of course where the likes of Tom Banton and Joss Butler went. And
it's a good place to bat by all accounts.
Indeed. Do you want to take up the commentary and then you can slot in?
That's probably a good idea, isn't it? So 239 for 4, with 4 overs to go including this. Ollie Hannon-Dolben is round the crease to the new man Thomas, who flicks one down towards long on.
Another King's College boy,
immediately.
Josh Thomas.
Well, they could wheel out the first 11 here, couldn't they? King's College doing its bit.
Well, I think it's probably overtaken Millfield as the premier nursery for Somerset cricket.
If you can learn to bat, a good wicket at a nice public school is the place to do it. 240 for 4, Bartlett's back on strike, has quickly gone to 12. Field is spread for him, and this is an edge that can't be taken behind the stumps. It was a flying try from young George Maddy. Couldn't quite get there, going to his right hand side, and the ball runs away down towards third man. Norwell is able to haul it in, and in the end they take just a single. 2-4-1 for 4, an excellent start to the 47th over for Ollie Hannon-Dolben. He will finish things off from the City end with an over to go after this. Third man, deep cover, long on, deep mid wicket and deep square, the men out here, as Hannon-Dolben comes into the left-handed Thomas. It's driven in the air down the ground towards mid-off, who's on the edge of the 30-yard circle, and they will go through for another comfortable single. 2-4-2 for 4 with 2 balls to go in the 47th. Ollie Hannon-Dolben, as per usual, held back here for the death, and doing an excellent job here so far. I'm Alex Winter at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are hoping to beat Somerset here today to qualify for the knockout stages of the Royal London One Day Cup. They made an excellent start. Somerset were 27 for 2 in the 10th over, but a stand of 198 with a third wicket between two Somerset youngsters has got the visitors right back in the game. Lewis Goldsworthy made 111, the 21-year-old, and James Rew, the 18-year-old, has made 96, and Somerset now 2-4-2 for 4 in the 47th over. Back with you online, and a swing and a miss outside the off stump from George Bartlett. Excellent stuff here from Hannon-Dolben. Comes in to complete the over from the far end. And Bartlett trying to reverse paddle, gets it past short third man, and it runs away for 4. It probably should have been saved there by Liam Norwell. He appeared to get across in time, but couldn't haul it back, and the ball skips away to the edge of the pavilion for 4 runs. So a great end to an otherwise difficult over there for Somerset. Just when they were hoping to kick on, they lost Rew for 96, and Ollie Hannon-Dolben had things quite tight there, but a barrage to Bartlett to end the over. He goes to 17, 2-4-6 for 4 with 3 to go. Yeah,
Liam Norwell just a little bit slow getting down there. Needed to get his body behind the ball, as it was slipped underneath him. Nice little reverse sweep from George Bartlett. Timed it nicely, but it should just have been a single. So it is George Garrett who has gone for 31 runs only in his 9 overs. Well, very tidily. He's going to be bowling the 48th over to young Josh Thomas. Here's Garrett in and bowls to Thomas, who will pick up a single. Hesitated momentarily, as Garrett might have fielded that in his follow-through, but he didn't. And they saw the opportunity and took it, and it means that George Bartlett will have the strike. Josh Thomas is the younger brother of George Thomas, who featured in the Royal London One Day Cup for Somerset last season, but he was injured at the moment. Both of them, both of the brothers, King's College Taunton boys. And Josh has the reputation of being perhaps marginally the more talented of the two, but both highly promising young cricketers. 247 for 4. We've had one ball of the 48th. It's Garrett to Bartlett, who gets a slower ball and just drops it into the offside. They're going to come back. He decided on 2 runs right from the outset there, did George Bartlett. He put the fielder under pressure and he got his reward when it wasn't fielded cleanly out there by Ethan Brooks, who had the misfortune to have to field that on one of the old pitches. So lots of bare earth out there in the on the square here at Edgbaston. 2 runs were taken after all of that. Takes Bartlett on to 19 from just 13 deliveries. He's doing his job out there, is George Bartlett. 249 for 4. Garrett bowls. Bartlett across his crease and doesn't really time that as he plays it down the ground just for a single. Norwell doing the fielding, but that's 250 on the board for Somerset. 250 in the 48th over, and for a young inexperienced side who have lost 7 games on the trot, this has been an encouraging performance. Whether it's going to be good enough remains to be seen. Garrett bowls to Thomas, who swings and misses at a ball outside the off stump. We've got third man up inside the fielding circle. So the reverse sweep is on, or the back cut is on, if he can pierce the gap between short third man and backward point. The men out, deep backward square leg, straightish mid wicket. Cover fielder, and presumably, yeah, there's a long on down below us. And a long off. That's the 5. As Garrett bowls to Thomas, who looks for that gap at third man, but picks out the fielder. So it's just the single as Kai Smith at short third man. 251 for 4. Thomas on to 4. 1 ball remaining of the 48th, so 13 balls left in the innings, and Somerset will be targeting. Well, they'll be disappointed from here if they don't get to 270, possibly 275. Garrett. This very straight approach. He's in now and bowls to Bartlett, who drives that away through the offside. It'll just be a single though, as Ethan Brooks will cut it off at deep extra cover. End of good spell from George Garrett. 10 overs, no maidens, none for 37. More than respectable.
Absolutely, a good day's work for Garrett. And even with that huge partnership, still a decent day's work from the Warwickshire bowlers all round, really. 252 for 4 with 2 to go. 276 was the 275. Sorry, was the number that the Bears got to here on Sunday. So they will be reasonably comfortable, I think, with this number at the moment. But still, plenty to do. We have seen the ball do a little bit early on. So Will Rhodes is back here to finish up from the city end. Penultimate over. Comes into Bartlett, the right-hander, and Bartlett swings leg side and finds the square boundary. Men out at backward square and deep mid-wicket, and Bartlett has picked the gap well.
Timed the pants off that, didn't he?
Picked up a pace-off delivery on a length and whipped it away very nicely indeed. 256 for 4 with 11 balls to go in the innings. Long on, long off, and deep cover are the men out. The other men out. Short fine leg, short third man, backward point and extra cover. Rhodes is in again and trying to reverse sweep is Bartlett, trying to get up and over the wicketkeeper, but makes no contact. Pulled one off just about in the previous over, but no contact here.
It's almost a reverse. It's not quite a reverse ramp. I'm not sure quite what you call that. But
little reverse flick, wasn't it?
yeah, yeah.
Whatever it was, it didn't work. Rhodes in again, past the umpire he goes, and Bartlett is chipping one in the air off a leading edge. It's going to land safe, not for the first time today. We've seen plenty of balls land safe for Somerset. That finds grass out at mid-off and runs down the ground for a single. Takes Bartlett to 26, 2, 5, 7 for 4 with 9 deliveries to go. And Thomas has the bowling back, and for he, mid-off is up, extra cover is up, short third man who's very fine, and short fine leg. 3 out on the leg side. Rhodes round the wicket, and this is skewed up in the air. Mid-off running back, can he get there? Not quite. Just over the head of the retreating fieldsman, and they come back for a second run. Low on the bat from Thomas, looking to go up and over the offside. It was a good area to target. Just didn't quite get enough club on it to find the fence. It gets a couple, goes to 6, 2, 5, 9 for 4.
Yeah, strange delivery, given that he's his men out. Well, out on the onside.
Yeah, it has to be into the pitch, you think, here from Rhodes. He comes again now, but it's pace off very full again, and just driven up towards mid-off for a single. So a good penultimate over here from Rhodes so far. Been gone for the early boundary under some real pressure, but has dragged it back quite nicely. Ball to go in Rhodes' work with the ball. Has been expensive. 7.5 overs for 68. 260 for 4. Rhodes to finish off then. Comes into George Bartlett, who pushes away through the covers. Just going to be a single at Hamza Sheikh in front of the Holly stand to our right hand side. So end of the penultimate over, end of Will Rhodes' work for the day. 261 for 4. Bartlett there on 27, Thomas with him on 7, and Ollie Halland-Dolby will try and finish things off here for the Bears.
Yeah, and Somerset's hopes of restricting Warwickshire to fewer than whatever they end up with, probably around about 270, being significantly boosted by the return of Josh Davey, who has recovered from a hamstring injury and will presumably open the attack with Jack Brooks, although possibly Casey Aldridge will be given the new ball. Somerset will have those 3 plus Jack Harding, plus George Scott, and maybe some of Lewis Goldsworthy's left arm spin. Right, Oliver Halland-Dolby's going to bowl the final over. He's bowling to George Bartlett. He's there and bowls to Bartlett, who waits on a slower ball and hammers it through the offside, but straight, or almost straight, to Ethan Brooks, who gets his return in. So it's just a single, and it means that 17-year-old Josh Thomas is on strike. Thomas's responsibility, I would suggest, is to take a single, give George Bartlett the strike. Bartlett, who has scored 28 from just 20 deliveries. Halland-Dolby then to Thomas. He bowls reverse something or other. There's a shy at the stumps, and Thomas he set off initially for a single, but regained his ground comfortably in the end, even though George Maddy hit the stumps with an underarm throw. But it's a dot ball after all that. 262 for 4, just 4 balls remaining. Josh Thomas undone by Halland-Dolby's slower ball. Just managed to get his bat down. Halland-Dolby then with 4 balls remaining. He's into Thomas, who whips this away into the onside, and that is going to be cut off. And they're coming back for a second run as Ethan Brooks does the fielding out at wide mid-on, wide long on, 264 for 4, 3 balls remain. Somerset would dearly like to pick up a couple of boundaries, take the score up north of 270. This is probably close to a par score here at Edgbaston. And Dalby bowls a slower ball, which is swatted into the offside by Josh Thomas. Didn't get hold of that at all, but because he didn't get hold of it, it didn't carry out to long on. So it's just a single. 265 for 4. 2 balls remain.
Excellent final over so far from Hannon Dalby here.
He's such a skillful bowler, isn't he, Oliver Hannon Dalby, in all forms of the game. He seems to have moderated his approach. You know, the sort of flapping arm isn't quite so pronounced now.
Used to be a bit wild, didn't it?
Yeah. This is much more conventional. He's in and bowls to Bartlett, who drives this down the ground without timing it. And it's just a single as Will Rhodes comes in off the boundary. So good final over this for Warwickshire and Oliver Hannon Dalby. Just singles off it so far. Just 4 of them, I think. Well, did they take a 2? They did take a 2. They did take a 2. So 5 runs off the over so far. 1 ball remains. Josh Thomas on 10. Hannon Dalby in bowls to him. He whips this away. It could be caught, should be caught, is caught. Away out on the deep backward square leg boundary, going for the pickup shot and picking out the fielder at deep backward square leg, and that is the end of the Somerset innings. 266 for 5 they finish on, which means that Warwickshire will need to have to score. He's trying to do some quick mental arithmetic at just over 5 runs and over, about 5.2, I should think, runs and over 5.3.
Yeah, nothing too scary there. Somerset managed 74 runs in the last 10 overs, so perhaps not quite the kick that they were hoping for, but they recovered really well because they were in a bit of bother early on. They won the toss, chose to bat first, but they lost Umid for 3 and Davis for 12, 27 for 2 in the final over of the power play, with that stand of 198 with the 3rd wicket between James Rue, the 18-year-old, and Lewis Goldsworthy, just 21 years of age, got them back in the game. Goldsworthy eventually fell for 111 from 116 balls, 12 boundaries in there as well. Rue couldn't quite get to his century, fell for 96, and it was left to Bartlett and Thomas to try and find a kick at the end. They couldn't quite manage it though, and I think the Bears will be pretty pleased at having held Somerset to 266 for 5. So there's the task ahead of the Bears after lunch. 267 to win. If they do win, they will almost certainly be through to the knockout stage of the One-Day Cup. The other games going on, Durham 185 for 9 over at Great Road against Leicestershire. Leicestershire need to win that. If they do win, they will definitely be through. Notts can go through if a few results go in their favour and they beat Surrey, and they almost certainly will, because Surrey have only made 181 at Welbeck, and Notts are comfortably going along at the start of their reply there. Sussex-Middlesex is the big game of the day down at Hove, the top of the table clash, and Sussex going really well with the bat there, 3-5 for 2, still with 5 overs to go, so Middlesex under some pressure. They reeled off 5 wins on the spin, Middlesex, but they lost to Gloucestershire on Sunday.
My favourite Warwickshire memory so far,
if they were to lose again today,
the championship last year,
they could slip out of the competition.
So many of you, I'm sure,
here at Edgbaston,
winning the championship
Bears
last
have
year.
held Somerset 266 for 5,
debut
and
back
we'll
in
see you in around
2019
half an hour's
against
time.
Somerset at Edgbaston.
My first wicket again at Lords.
Probably semi professional contract.
My first cricket memory is taking all 10 wickets in an innings.
Playing in the garden with my dad.
Andrew Flint, South Bowling at Edgbaston, 2005 Ashes.
Following my dad when he was second team captain at my local cricket club all around the county in Hertfordshire where I'm from.
Playing in the back garden, I think it was at Christmas actually, dragging my dad and my granddad out to play with a cricket set my mum got from the post office.
My two older brothers were playing in a cricket match, a hardball game, and I was going as a scorer with my dad, and the opposition were a man short, so they had 10 players, so I had to play for the opposition.
Sports from all on the one-day cup matches taking place around the country today, starting first of all at the county ground home with a match between Sussex Sharks and Middlesex. Middlesex won the toss and elected to bowl, and currently Sussex Sharks are 355 for 4 from 47 overs. At New Road, Worcester, the match between Worcester and Morgan. Worcester won the toss and elected to bowl, and Morgan scored 356 for 3. At the county ground, Canterbury, the match between Kent and Lancashire. Kent won the toss and elected to bowl, and Lancashire scored 295 for 9. At the county ground, Northampton, the match between Northamptonshire and Derbyshire. Northamptonshire won the toss and elected to bat and scored 311 for 7. At the Upton Steel County ground, Leicester, the match between Leicestershire and Durham. Leicestershire won the toss and elected to bowl and dismissed Durham for 197. At Welbeck Colliery CC, the match between Notts and Surrey. Nottinghamshire won the toss and elected to bowl and dismissed Surrey for 181. And after 7 overs of the Nottinghamshire innings, they have advanced to 52 for the loss of 1 wicket. And finally, at Scarborough, the match between Yorkshire and Hampshire. Yorkshire won the toss and elected to bowl, and Hampshire scored 313 for 9. Here in just over 10 minutes. Please ensure that you vacate the outfield in time to allow the play to start promptly, and be aware of players warming up and balls flying here, there and everywhere. Somerset team led out by Jack Brooks.
Welcome back to Edgbaston with myself, Alex Winter, where the sun has appeared after a cloudy morning and the players are reappearing as well, as Warwickshire prepare to chase 267 to win. If they do so, they will have a chance of going through to the knockout stage of the Royal London One Day Cup. Only a tie between Sussex and Middlesex down at Hove will deny them if they are able to get up here and chase this 267. Somerset recovered really well from a difficult start with a century from Lewis Goldsworthy. Fine innings, made 111, and James Rue shared 198 with him with a third wicket. Rue making 96, and Somerset putting up a decent number on the board, though they will have a chance here to defend. Out come the Warwickshire openers, Robbie Yates and Dom Sibley, and they'll be hoping to try and get through this afternoon's cricket, chase down this 267 and steer their side through to the knockout stage. Anthony Gibson alongside me, and Somerset have given themselves a chance here.
They certainly have. A pretty good chance as well, I think, especially with Josh Davey back in the attack to add a bit more experience and guile. But early wickets, I think, will be the key before the ball goes, or the balls go soft. Batting looked very much easier in the second half of the Somerset innings than it did in the first half, when there was a little bit of seam movement and inconsistent bounce. So Somerset have given themselves every chance of breaking their duck.
Yes,
this season's One Day Cup. 0
from 7 Somerset so far in the competition.
Yeah,
can they
need to be reminded of it?
Can they end on a high? Facts are facts. So Casey Aldridge is going to get us underway from the pavilion end. A couple of slips have gone in, and Rob Yates, the left-hander, is going to take the first ball. Third man and deep square have gone back. Here comes Aldridge, right arm over the wicket, and Yates forward to the first ball, playing towards backward point, and there is no run.
It looks like James Rue at first slip and Andy Umeed at second.
Short fine leg, mid on, mid off, extra cover and point. As Aldridge turns down beneath us. Short sleeve shirt goes in past the umpire, ball's full, and Yates drives him out towards mid off, and there is no run.
Casey Aldridge, Somerset's leading wicket taker in this season's One Day Cup. 12 wickets at 28.6 apiece. And best list day bowling figures against Surrey at the Oval when he got 5 for 50.
Yates just pausing, but settles over his bat now as Aldridge goes into him and bowls short of a length and gets pulled through mid-wicket. That's a nice start of a 10 for Rob Yates. Runs away for 4 out towards the double-decker stand to our left-hand side. Onto the length early and timed it pretty well, and gets the Bears' chase underway, 4 without loss.
Yes, the Bears' batting power very much concentrated at the top of their order. These two especially, but with Will Rhodes and Matt Lamb to come.
Aldridge in again, full of length, and gets driven away, but only as far as extra cover. Yates can't pick the gap. Yeah, the lineup shorn of Krunal Pandya, who injured a groin at Grantham. Ruled out the last 3 matches of the Royal London Cup. And no Michael Burgess either. Injured a hand at Radlett on Friday. Aldridge is in and goes past the outside edge. That was the length. Brings the left-hander forward, slides one across him, and beats the bat.
Yeah, good delivery from Casey Aldridge, who's bowling nicely within himself. Tall, strong. He's filled out since last season as Casey Aldridge. Got a good pair of shoulders on him now.
21-year-old Bristolian. in to complete the opening over of this run chase. And Yates trying to angle a length ball away on the offside, can only pick out Goldsworthy at point. And the over comes to an end. So 4 without loss, the Bears chasing 2-6-7 to try and get through to the knockout stage of the one-day cup. It's likely with the situation at Grace Road, where Leicestershire aren't chasing too many to beat Durham. They're only chasing 198 there. So Leicestershire big favourites over at Grace Road. Likely that a Bears win here will send them through in 3rd place in the table. So they will be involved in a quarter-final on Friday.
Jack Brooks, Captain Brooks, will bowl the second over. First time he's captained Somerset. And who else have we had captaining Somerset? Well, Matt Renshaw has just relinquished the captaincy because he's injured. Ben Green before that. And then, of course, Tom Abel in the County Championship. It's Brooks to Sibley. He's there and bowls, and Sibley plays that firmly up to Jack Harding at mid-on. Jack Harding, who's kept his place in the side. The other young left-arm seamer, Alfie Ogborn, has I think just been rotated out. Both of the young left-arm seamers for Somerset have done pretty well. Brooks bowls to Sibley, takes him on the pad, and gets him in a little bit of a tangle as the sun comes out here at Edgbaston. And how nice it was, Alex, to see the crowd on the outfield during,
it was
during
lovely.
the lunch interval, and especially, at a big test ground where you'd have thought they'd be more picky than most about letting spectators onto the playing area. I think full marks to Warwickshire for that. Brooks in bowls, and this is played just wide of mid-on, but Harding recovers well to do the fielding.
Yeah, there was a time when it was almost totally banned at Test match grounds. It just didn't happen at all. And then things have seemed to have eased a little bit, and now and again the spectators come out and drink in these great venues, which is great to see.
Brooks bowls to Sibley, is beaten by a ball outside the off stump, goes through to Stephen Davis. Yes, the Oval allowed spectators on, but it's still very much the exception rather than the rule down at Taunton. There were no spectators allowed on their field for the break between innings in any of the Royal London One Day Cup games down at Taunton this season.
Is there a reason for it?
Honestly don't know. I think, well, I'll come back to that as Brooks bowls, and this is pushed up to mid-off. They set off for a single, and Josh Thomas doesn't pick it up cleanly, and they get there comfortably enough. I guess they would say it's because players are warming up. Bowlers are bowling, and health and safety, all of that. They
only need half the ground.
Well, I know, and Somerset were warming up. The bowlers were warming up in this break between innings, with people standing by and watching.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's nice to go and do, isn't it?
Yeah.
You see it at the Cheltenham Festival all the time. The players just come and warm up among the spectators.
Brooks bowls, and Yates pushes that into the offside, and there won't be a run. It's the end of the second over. 5 without loss. Warwickshire chasing 267. 4 of those to Robbie Yates, and the other one to Dom Sibley.
One of the unique things about cricket, really, is that you can get on the playing surface. You can go and see the wicket. You can get up really close to the players. Something that doesn't happen in football or rugby.
No.
At least it shouldn't do anyway.
Golf it does.
Golf it does. That's very true. Yeah, one of the great sporting experiences is standing a few yards away from a professional hitting a golf ball in a tournament. It really is quite some experience. So Aldridge to Sibley for the first time, just taking his guard. Is the right-hander. Been a decent touch, Sibley, throughout the tournament. Opened up with a century in the first fixture. 100 for him on Sunday as well in victory over Durham. Facing Aldridge here, back of a length, just outside the off stump. Lets one go through. Third man in deep square also out here for the right-hander. Very regulation stuff in the power play. A couple of slips in place. Point cover, mid-off, mid-on, and a short fine leg. It's got brighter and brighter this afternoon.
Yeah, it's very pleasant now, isn't it?
Just parting enough to allow through some warming sunshine, and a shadow in front of Aldridge as he runs away from this pavilion end. Ball short down the leg side, that'll be wide. Sibley shaped to pull, recognised the line, kept his hands inside. I'll take the extra. Not a mammoth chase this, but runs still to get. Someone needs to play the match-winning innings to try and get the Bears through. Aldridge with a slightly angled run, goes in past the umpire. Ball's full, and Sibley drives pleasantly back to the bowler's left hand.
Yeah, he gets very nicely side on, does Casey Aldridge in his delivery stride, and I think the angle just helps him do that.
What's his background? Born in Bristol, is he always been based in Somerset?
Yep, Millfield. I think he went to Millfield for the sixth form, I think.
He's in here, and Sibley is driving again with better timing on this occasion, but this time picks out Josh Davey at mid-on, and there is no runs. 6 without loss in the third over of the chase.
He's been getting better almost with every game, as Casey Aldridge. He's a much better bowler this year than he was last. He's bowling well within himself, which means he's got the ability to crank it up if he needs to.
In again here to Sibley, and Sibley gets a straighter ball to dab away through mid-wicket. Fieldsman races in off the Holly stand boundary and keeps him down to just 1. Sibley goes to 2, 7 without loss in the third over. Yeah, the players keep coming, don't they, for Somerset? They keep churning them out, they keep bringing them through. It's not often you see a few other clubs, they have to resort to loan signings and bringing players in from league cricket on short-term deals, but there's generally someone always waiting in the wings down at Taunton. Aldridge in, and Yates dabbing mid-wicket like Sibley. Takes a gentle signal wide of mid-on, 8 without loss.
We've just about exhausted our supply of youngsters. George Scott has been signed from Gloucestershire for just the last 2 games. But, yeah, you're quite right, and it's one of the great joys of Somerset cricket that they're mostly West Country boys.
Aldridge to complete the over, and Sibley going to pull, and is there way too soon, and plays and misses as the over comes to an end. 3 gone, 8 without loss. The best target is 267.
I'm not sure I would support Somerset quite so enthusiastically if they were just signing cricketers from all over the country as 1 or 2 other counties.
It means a bit more, doesn't it, when you have your local lads involved?
Yeah. Somerset are, well, they're sort of going down that road. Tom Kohler-Cadmore has been signed. There are strong rumours about 1 or 2 others from other counties as well. Jack Brooks is going to bowl his second over. 8 without loss. He's in and bowls to Yates, who nearly comes back onto his stumps from a bottom edge. Somerset's problem has been in recent years that they've been bringing on all of these youngsters who look $1 million at 17, 18, 19, 20, but then they don't really train on. I mean, George Bartlett would be a very good example. He got 100 up at Old Trafford, George Bartlett, back in 2017, and everybody said, well, you know,
next big thing.
Yeah, and he hasn't really got much better. It's a lovely shot down the ground from Robbie Yates. Straight drive, back up the offside of the pitch, over pitch from Jack Brooks, and powerfully driven by Robbie Yates for 4 runs. And he moves on to 9. It's his second boundary. 12 without loss.
Well, there's countless examples, isn't there, of players who've come on the scene quickly and have never really kicked on.
Brooks in and bowls as defended into the offside. Tom Lammonby would be another example. I mean, Tom Lammonby got 3 centuries at Bob Willis back in 2020. And he got 100 last season against Lancashire. but yet to score 100 this season.
Am I right in saying his short form returns, though, have gone the other way? Has short form cricket overtaken?
Well, Brooks bowls, driven by Yates, but won't get it past Harding at mid-off. Yeah, he's done reasonably well in the blast, without really taking it by the scruff of the neck. But I haven't discussed it with him, but I'm sure that he really wants to make it in red ball cricket, and he's been opening the innings as Brooks is in and bowls to Yates, who gets a bit tucked up there, but gets it away into the offside, but not for a run. And I think he would do well with a spell a little bit lower down the order, because it is particularly early season. It's really tough opening the innings on green seaming pitches against skillful fast medium bowlers, as this is played into the offside by Yates, and he won't get a run. So hopefully the advent of Imam-ul-Haq and Andy Umeed will mean that they can open the innings in the last 4 championship games in September, and Lallenby can go down to, I don't know,
the safety of number 5.
Yeah. Just give him a chance to rebuild his confidence.
So 12 without loss through 4 overs here, the Bears chase. 2-6-7, their victory target. Down to 1 slip here, in bright sunshine now at Edgbaston. Extra man in the covers here for Aldridge. He goes into Sibley, the right-hander, who defends a length ball from the crease, just dabs it down towards point. Fieldsman rushes in to prevent the run. Still the man out at third man and deep square.
We haven't seen the playing and the missing from Warwickshire that we saw from the
not so
early
far.
Somerset batsmen, have we?
Yeah, used wicket. Somerset wanted to change their tactics and put a score on the board. They've got one here. As Sibley gets one that he tries to angle away off the back foot, and it does actually come back a shade and goes, I think, past his inside edge.
Yep.
As he shaped a cut. There was a bit of movement for Aldridge. Perhaps haven't quite got the bowlers like, or certainly Norwell, his different style of attack, this pair here. The Norwells hit the pitch efforts. Aldridge in again, strikes Sibley on the thigh guard. Here again, just bringing one back a fraction. Ball runs away again out towards point, and there is no run. Yeah, there was plenty of issues for Somerset early on in their innings.
Well, it was going both ways, wasn't it? It was going up and down a little bit and side to side as well. Made life very difficult, but not so much sign of that so far.
Aldridge in, 12 without loss. Sibley off the back foot, just pushing away to short extra cover. A tidy start to the 5th over here for Casey Aldridge. Somerset will know, with runs on the board and an inexperienced Bears lower order, they can get through a couple at the top here. They've got a real chance to put Warwickshire under some pressure.
Yeah, big if though, isn't it?
In comes Aldridge again, bowls full, a low full toss it turns into, and Sibley leans out and flicks it away to deep square for a single. It takes us got a 13 without loss. An update for FM listeners now. I'm Alex Winter at Edgbaston in the sunshine, watching Warwickshire try to chase down 267 for victory, and a win that would send them through to the knockout phase of the One Day Cup. Earlier on, Somerset won the toss, chose to bat first. They were in trouble at 27 for 2, but Lewis Goldsworthy made a fine century, made 111, and with James Rue, who made 96, the pair shed 198 with a third wicket, as Somerset made 2 6 for 5. The Bears now in reply in the 5th over, a 14 without loss. Back with you on line, and Sibley taking a single to end the 5th over. 5 gone, 14 without loss.
I've been looking forward to seeing the new improved Dom Sibley that we've been reading about, with more shots in his locker than he used to have. So they say. Less inclined just to shovel it away through the onside, which is probably being very unfair to him. But his record speaks for itself, as this is played into the offside by Yates, but won't get a run as James Rue fields in the covers here. Dom Sibley's record, 28 games prior to this one in List A cricket, 740 runs at 32 with 300s and a 50. Brooks in bowls, and this is cut away through the offside by Robbie Yates, and Jack Brooks furious with himself. That was an absolute gift to Yates, who put it away, I must say, stylishly and decisively and powerfully.
Yeah, the first real bad ball we've seen, wasn't it? Short and wide, and Yates made no mistake.
Lovely shot, giving a backward point absolutely no chance. Lewis Goldsworthy is at backward point. Brooks in and bowls to Yates, and this is a much better ball. Brings it back in to the left-hander. Big appeal for LBW. But
not doing enough to come back, probably?
No, I don't think so. Yes, Goldsworthy at backward point. I've been taken to task by Lewis's father, Ian, for saying he comes from Beacon, just outside Camborne. He doesn't come from Beacon, he comes from Praise and Beeble, just outside Camborne. So my apologies. Brooks in and bowls, and this is played back to him by Robbie Yates, but wherever he comes from, that was a very fine innings that he played. His first century in List A cricket, capping the 96 he made against Surrey at the Oval last season. Brooks bowls. Yates again is cramped for room. All he can do is play it up to mid-on, where Harding fields.
Yeah, they can fetch a lot of cricketers from that whole southwest region, can't they, Somerset?
Yeah.
A nice geographical advantage.
It is, and we've drawn a lot of cricketers from Devon in the last 10-15 years. Brooks in and bowls, and again there won't be a run as he plays that up to Jack Harding. Jack Harding's another local boy, comes from North Somerset, Congsbury. So, but yes, Devon has provided a rich vein of cricketers, the likes of Lewis Gregory, the Overton twins, of course, Ben Green, who would be captaining here today if he wasn't injured, and Tom Lammonby, another Devonian.
So 18 without loss after 6 overs, a quiet start into the Bears' chase. They don't have to do something too spectacular to chase down this 2-6-7, but it is going to take some careful chasing as Aldridge begins the 7th over of the chase. Goes into Sibley, who whips this away through mid-wicket for a fine boundary out towards the Holly stand. Full of length on his pads, no one in at mid-wicket.
You don't want to be bowling there to Dom Sibley, do you?
No, you don't make a living there at all. Sibley's first boundary goes to 7, 22 without loss. Aldridge has been hammering away on that 4th stump line quite well so far, but lost his line there. Goes in again and brings Sibley forward this time. They just dabbed down towards mid-on, but Josh Davey is relatively deep and also trying to cover that mid-wicket area as best as possible, so an easy run to his left hand. 23 for naught.
Oh, Josh Davey moving reassuringly smoothly to do the bit of fielding there. Did his hamstring, just trying to think, it must have been before the game up at, he didn't play at Southport.
Aldridge is in, and Yates is cutting away, but straight to backward point. Timed it well, but one bounce straight to the fielder. So he's had a couple of months.
Yeah, it must be something like that. Yes, he didn't play against
Aldridge goes in again, over the wicket to the left-hander, and a tight line, just defended back to the bowler's left hand, no run.
Last game he played was Vitality Blast against Derbyshire. I think that was the game that he did his hamstring in. That was back July the 9th. So 6 weeks out.
Aldridge in once more, very full, driven away, but a really good save at cover point. Oh, there's a mix-up as well. The batsmen have to scramble back into their grounds.
Through to the wrong end. He
did. Had the throw come into the striker's end, there would have been a run-out, because Yates was 3/4 the way down the pitch. Sibley sensibly had turned him down, was heading back to the non-striker's end, and a throw from, is it Ruin there, with a save down to his left-hand side. It was a really good stop in the first place from a well-timed stroke, and had he thrown back towards the keeper, there could well have been a run-out. Aldridge in again, and Yates whips leg side, in the air for a while, but landing well short of deep square, and there'll be just a single that will end the 7th over. 24 without loss. Remains a steady start here with the Bears in pursuit of 267 to win here at Edgbaston.
Well, they may rue that. Ha ha. Somerset. As well, Yates is a very, very good player, and he's got stacks of runs against Somerset, mostly in the Championship cricket. But shouldn't be passing up chances to get rid of him with a run out. These two going along ominously comfortably at the moment on a pitch that seems to have flattened out since this morning. Brooks is in and bowls, and this is driven by Yates, and almost wrong foots George Bartlett at mid-off, who's, I think, has he just damaged himself? No, he's okay.
Getting up a little gingerly there.
Yeah, he is. Just limping a little bit, favouring his right foot. Whether that just hit him on the ankle, not sure. Whether he just turned his ankle. He's got his hands on his knees now. As Brooks bowls to Yates, short of a length, played away through the offside. That'll probably run away to the boundary for 4 runs. It does indeed. It's a faster outfield than it looks here at Edgbaston. Beautifully green, but it's pretty hard and firm, and the ball almost gathering pace. That wasn't hit hard by Yates at all. Just timed it away in the gap between backward point and cover. 28 without loss. Yates on to 19 as Brooks bowls to him, and this time that's defended into the offside. James Rue does the fielding. The sun is out at Edgbaston. It's a good crowd here. Must be, well, I have no idea how many there are here, but there are plenty of people down below us.
It sounds like a good crowd when there's an applause, isn't there?
Yeah, and they're a very sporting crowd as well. They applauded all of the Somerset landmarks as this is played up the onside of the pitch, and Brooks picks up himself. The big stands on either side are pretty sparsely populated, but lots of members in the seats immediately below our commentary position, and good sprinkling as well over on the far side of the ground in the barn stand and the old press box stand. Brooks bowls. This is short, and that is 6 from Robbie Yates. Well, it was right in his arc from Jack Brooks. Short of a length, bowled from wide of the stumps around the wicket from the Birmingham end. And all Robbie Yates had to do was to help it on its way, which he did handsomely.
Yeah, not a great delivery, was it? It was a free hit, really, for Yates, and he connected well. Forces a change of angle now.
Moves on to 25 as Brooks is in and bowls, and this time he's looking for a single into the offside that isn't there as George Scott does the fielding. 34 without loss after 8 overs. And Warwickshire are ahead of where Somerset were at the same stages in their innings, because Somerset reached only 32 for 2 in the initial 10-over power play.
So a solid start here with the Bears. 267 their target. A victory which will send them through to the knockout stage of the One Day Cup, unless there's a tie down at Hove between Sussex and Middlesex. Aldridge continuing. Sibley is dabbing through square leg for a single to open up the 9th over. 35 without loss here.
I think if there was a tie down at home,
You'd get
questions would be asked.
You would get good odds on a tie because Sussex have put up 400 for 4.
Ooh.
Massive score. Tom Alsop with 189 there for the home side.
He's become a remarkably good white ball cricketer, hasn't he, Tom?
Absolutely. Cheshwar Pujara with 100 as well, continuing his good season down there. No slips now for Yates, who goes to turn Aldridge leg side, gets struck on the thigh guard. The ball drops down a few yards off the cut strip, and there is no run. So Sussex in prime position there for a victory which would confirm their position at the top of the group. And if Middlesex were to lose there, it would leave them very vulnerable, because Notts are storming towards victory against Surrey at Welbeck Colliery. In fact, they're almost to their target already as Aldridge bowls and beats the bat straight through Yates with a goodie that went across the left-hander. He was driving at it and missed. Surrey bowl out for 181 and Notts already 117 for 1 in just the 19th over. So that one all but done. It's going to take Notts to 10 points, so they'll be level with Middlesex, and they will go ahead of them on net run rate as well.
Mm-hmm.
So all of a sudden Middlesex requiring a favour from elsewhere as Aldridge goes in. This is driven in the air. Oh, a tremendous catch at extra cover. What a grab that is. Yates pushing hard at the ball, he was there too soon. It chipped in the air and Bartlett has leapt up with the right hand and clung on tremendously well. And there's the breakthrough that Somerset needed. Yates has gone for a well-made 25 and the Bears are 35 for 1.
Well, what a great catch. What a big wicket. Terrific piece of fielding by George Bartlett, who took a stunning catch over at the Oval, whenever it was, last Wednesday. That was out on the boundary. This was close in. And he's very undemonstrative, George Bartlett, when he takes a catch like that. But my goodness me, it was a good grab, as they say. And he really did grab it as well. He plucked it out of the air. And important wicket, because Robbie Yates was looking very, very dangerous.
He was indeed, yeah. Bright start from Yates, but he's gone for 25. And what was turning into a really, really healthy power play for Warwickshire has just been given a slight reality check. So here's something. Hamza Sheikh is coming out at number 3 over the Bears. Just the 16-year-old lad who made his senior debut against Sussex earlier in the competition. Here, given his chance to number 3. So a brave call, but clearly worthy of his opportunity. And what a chance it is ahead of him on this bright afternoon to try and bring his side home, to steer them through to the knockout stage.
Cricket Archive had absolutely no information about Hamza Sheikh, except he was 16 years old, right-hand bat and bowls leg breaks. And I assume he was born in Birmingham.
He's facing Casey Aldridge here. A slip has gone in. And he's flicking his first ball just back at a square and will get off the mark immediately. Long old boundary, and the fielder running around his left hand. There may have been a chance for 2 had they gone straight away, but they demurred. 36 for 1. Yeah, plays his cricket at Nolan Dorridge in the Birmingham Premier League.
Nolan Dorridge.
Previously of Smethwick. Quite a few of these young Warwickshire lads play their cricket at Nolan Dorridge. George Maddie among them. Sibley's back on strike. He's got 9. And he defends from the crease, looking to dab a single out on the offside, but none is available. Ball too close to the uprushing slips fieldsman. And the over comes to an end. 9 gone, 36 for 1. And Aldridge with a wicket, an important one too for Somerset, because Warwickshire were just stretching out to a really good start in pursuit of 2-6-7 to win.
Well, if Somerset could get rid of Sibley now, they don't reckon they were in business. But Sibley has looked as solid as a rock out there so far. Just, no, it was Yates who played and missed, wasn't it, to Aldridge. So let's see what Hamza Sheikh is made of. First time, obviously, I've seen him. He's taking a middle stump guard. Good for you, young man. I don't like these off stump guards. Batsmen playing around their front pads. Josh Davies coming back into, well, coming into the attack, coming back into the side, into the attack. And Sheikh turns him comfortably away into the onside. And George Scott is quickly onto it and prevents the second run. Sheikh moves on to 2.
He made 25 here on debut, on senior debut. Played a reasonable amount of second 11 cricket this summer. No significant runs to speak of. A couple of little starts, a 32 and a couple of 20s in there. But getting his chance here in the first team, and good luck to him.
Yes, it's Sibley just taking fresh guard from umpire Rob Bailey, and he's taking middle and leg. Davy in a bowls, and Sibley defends.
Yeah, down the order here on Sunday against Durham. Made an unbeaten 19 at the back end of the innings from 13 deliveries. Down at number 7 on Sunday, but given his chance here up the order. Just a chance to go out and bat.
Yep. Davy from the Birmingham end. He's in bowls, and Sibley, it's the most un-Sibley-esque shot. He was charging down the pitch, looks to hit him into the press box stand, and misses.
Well, I wasn't expecting that.
There's absolutely no need for it either.
No.
I mean, they're going along quite comfortably, our Warwickshire. 37 for 1, halfway through the 10th over. Not far ahead of where Somerset were at the same stage, but run scoring does, as I've been saying before, get easier as these innings wear on. Davy bowls to Sibley, who is playing and missing. It's not taken cleanly by Steve Davis, who is, I don't know whether it's the black cricket outfits that Somerset have got, but he's looking a little bit portly, wouldn't you say, Steve Davis?
I couldn't possibly comment.
He's always been a little bit prone to putting on weight. Of course, he hasn't been playing much cricket recently either. Davy to Sibley. They're in bowls, and Sibley won't get a run here as that's played to James Rue, who's got black cricketing shoes on to match the colour of the Somerset Royal London One Day Cup strip, which is black with a sort of fuchsia stripe down the back, and very smart it is too, and nice clear white numbers on their backs. Last ball of the 10th over. Davy is in and bowls to Sibley, who comes across his stumps and flicks that down to deep backward square leg, and I reckon he probably hit that off, yeah, just outside off stump as he came right across his stumps, playing to his own strengths. And that's the 10 over power play done and dusted. 41 for 1. Warwickshire, as opposed to Somerset's modest 32 for 2. So Warwickshire ahead in terms of the power play, and probably fractionally ahead in terms of the balance of play so far.
Yep, definitely. Victory target of 5.5 and over required from here. So that's nothing to worry about. Just got to get into the bulk of this innings, as Somerset did so well with Goldsworthy and Rue. Get a stand together, put the opposition under some pressure. The opportunity here to qualify for the Knockout stage of the competition. Aldridge continuing at the pavilion end outside the power play now, so long leg is also back. Slip stays in though as Aldridge gets clipped away through square leg to open the 11th over. 42 for 1. The sun just goes behind a bit of thicker cloud that's just built up behind us. But no threat of rain this afternoon. Very pleasant cricket watching day. A shame that this group stage ends on a Tuesday. It began on a very strange day as well. I think it might have begun on a Tuesday as well, this competition. It could have begun on the Sunday, but they played those games against the minor counties, or the national counties as they are now.
I think we started on, I think it was a Thursday. It was either a Wednesday, no, I think it was a Thursday.
Sibley back on strike. It's got 13. It's a very full delivery that he flicks away. Also through the onside.
We started as we meant to go on, being bowled out for 119 by Nottinghamshire.
An inauspicious beginning. 43 for 1 with that single to Sibley, goes to 14. And the semi-finals are also on a Tuesday, which is nonsensical.
Yeah, but at least the final is on a Saturday.
Oh, correct. At least they've got that right this year. The final last year being on a Thursday was criminal. Slip back in for Sheikh, who pushes on the bounce to backward point, and there's no run.
Presumably, though, this competition is going to be played earlier in the season next year.
That's what is being suggested. Yeah, it could be done and dusted through April and May, and maybe an early June final, which would be quite a good idea, I think.
Yeah, a bit like the old B&H.
Yeah. And so long as you get the wickets right, I think the cricket should be of decent standard. Aldridge goes in, bowls back of a length, and Sheikh plays it nicely up on his toes, just glances one through a gully region. The ball runs away to the edge of the 30-yard circle. They take one, 44 for 1.
The only problem is, it begs the question of what are they going to play alongside the 100 during August? Which is, I mean, if they play county championship cricket, it'll devalue the county championship. And there's talk of some sort of possible regional red ball
regional first class matches. I think there's a little bit of merit in that. 4 teams of the best of the rest played on some outgrounds.
We haven't got any outgrounds in Somerset.
Aldridge is in, bowling a little too short, and Sibley cuts away to the deep cover that's just been pushed back. Sibley goes to 15, 45 for 1. Well, you do have plenty of outgrounds. They just choose not to use them now,
well,
sadly.
True. I mean, I suppose there are a couple.
Used to go all over, didn't they? As everybody did.
Yes, Somerset played first class or list A cricket on over 20 different grounds around the county and into Devon, down at Torquay.
Aldridge wide on the bowling crease now and bowling full, and driven away to extra cover. And there's no run to end the over. 11 gone here. The Bears 45 for 1. Yates gone for 25, but Sibley there on 15. And Hamza Sheikh, the 16-year-old lad, with him on 4. Now that's a very good idea, isn't it? Send a couple of dames down to Devon. Very good idea. Spread the gospel.
Yeah.
If you're going to take games somewhere,
Somerset did play a warm-up game against Devon at Bovey Tracy.
Okay.
And a warm-up game against Cornwall at Truro. And they have
Wonderful.
played the Unicorns in the old CV40. Somerset played the Unicorns down at Truro.
Oh, fantastic. That's a great idea. Spread the gospel. Yeah, not take games to... Well, they're taking games this year to Grantham. Obviously outside the county, but...
Lancashire to Sedbergh. Davies in and bowls, and this is turned away into the onside. Fielder is onto it quickly. It's Casey Aldridge out there, who's a very, very good fielder for a big fast bowler. He's almost in the Overton class, is Casey Aldridge.
Yeah, Sedbergh now in Cumbria,
Yep.
Traditionally in Lancashire. And Middlesex going to Hertfordshire the other day to play at Radlett. They play down in Richmond as well, don't they, Middlesex? A few T20s.
Southgate. Here comes Davy, bowling to Sheikh, who's looking for a single into the offside. It's not there. I think a regional 4-day, perhaps they make it 3-day red ball competition is fine. I think a lot of red ball cricket followers would say, provided it's as well as and not instead of a decent,
championship matches,
proper county championship of at least 12 matches. I think it would be over-optimistic to expect more than 12. Davies in and bowls and beats Sheikh on the outside edge through to Stephen Davis, 46 for 1.
So how do you get to 12?
Three groups of 6 playing each other home and away. That's 10, and then you have a couple of
playoff matches.
Playoff matches, yeah, semi-final and final, basically. And that would give you your 12. Here comes Davey from the Birmingham end. He's there, bowls, and this is punched into the offside by Sheikh. But again, Lewis Goldsworthy does the fielding from backward point.
So only some teams would play 12 under that model then? Would there be classification? Well, there would no need for classification matches, would there?
Well, you
could have some kind of relegation playoff.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
But still, if you finished 4th in Group 1, for instance, you wouldn't play any extra matches.
Well, you still could, to decide the final placings if there's money involved. As this is played to backward point by Sheikh. Again, there's no run. I don't know. I mean, it's going to be. They've got the meeting coming up next week, haven't they? Is it next week? No, it's this week, isn't it?
I can't remember.
With county chief executives, chairman. I saw something on Twitter this morning to say that Essex were going to vote against any reduction in the number of county championship matches.
Whether
that's true or not, I don't know.
Wonderful source of information.
Davies in a bowls, and this is played back to him by Sheikh, 46 for 1 after 12 overs. I tried to get Andy Hurry, the Somerset director of cricket, to commit himself to a particular county championship format a few weeks ago, but he was far too cunning for that. He just said, we'll have the format in which Somerset are most likely to win the championship. Yeah, well.
Yeah, 3 groups of 6, 10 matches, 10 5-day games has been.
But the great advantage of that is oh no, please not 5 days.
What's wrong with 5-day games? We play 50-over cricket because the international game is 50 overs, so surely the logic follows that championship matches should also be 5 days.
But the pace of play adjusts to fit the time available.
Here is Jack Brooks, changing ends here at the pavilion end, bowling short to Sibley, getting pulled away to the Holly stand for a single to open up the 13th over, 47 for 1 here.
I have commentated on a 5-day county championship match. Well, actually, it wasn't a county championship, it was a Bob Willis Trophy final.
Oh, yes.
At Lord's. God, it was dismal.
Where Essex batted out for a draw.
That's right, yeah. It was freezing cold. Of course, there was no one there because it was COVID.
Well, this is the problem. If you play the games at the wrong time, I suppose, as Brooks is in and Sheikh in his crease here is defending away to mid-wicket for no run. If you've played a 5-day game in the middle of July with beautiful weather and a beautiful ground at somewhere like Sedbergh, for instance, I'm sure it would be lapped up and be a tremendous occasion.
I don't know. I think
that would promote better wickets, fast bowling, spinners, all the rest of these things that we're trying to
even slower
bring into the game. Brooks moves in and Sheikh plays this nicely, driving with an open blade here to find the gap at cover. Away to the sweeper in the deep to our left, 48 for 1.
I'll hand over to Phil Britt at the end of this over. It'd be interesting to hear what Phil has to say about it, but it could well be, of course, that they'll just roll the present format over for another season while they think about it a bit more.
Brooks moves in again and simply drives pleasantly, but straight up towards mid-off. And there is no run. Sibley there on 17 at the moment.
One thing Andy Hurry did say is how difficult it makes it for county coaches and directors of cricket and so on to know how to play it in the second half of the season when you don't know what you're playing for.
Well, absolutely, yeah. Brooks once more on a decent length, quite straight, and Sibley times this quite well, but picks out root at mid-wicket and there's no run. Yeah, we've been mentioned a couple of times the championship run in and the the relegation battle. There's obviously quite a tight promotion race in Division 2 as well, and it could all be for nothing.
For nothing. I mean, Somerset have presumably spent a lot of money signing Imam ul Haq in order to avoid the threat of relegation. If the threat of relegation doesn't exist,
indeed,
they've wasted their money.
Brooks in, Sibley drives, only as far as extra cover this time, and again there is no run. We've had 13 overs, 48 for 1 here at Edgbaston, where the sun has gone in for the time being, but it remains very pleasant, high cloud, bright day, decent crowd in, watching Warwickshire try and get through to the knockout stage of the One Day Cup. Victory here will almost certainly take them through unless there's a tie down at Hove, where Middlesex are chasing a gargantuan 401 to win down there, and they're 26 for 1 after 4 overs. Notts are romping to victory at Welbeck. They're 145 for 1, chasing just 182 to beat Surrey. A victory there for Notts, and the defeat for Middlesex could well see Notts sneak through. They would also need Leicester to lose as well. They're 35 for 3 there, Leicester, at Grace Road, chasing 198 to beat Durham. Could be a low-scoring thriller at Grace Road, Phil Britt.
Well, it always, isn't it strange, on the last day of the competition things change so dramatically. Here's a quick single for Shake, just flicking it behind square on the onside. 49 for 1. Sibley 17, Shake is 6. I've just literally come straight from the museum, where I've been talking for quite some time to James Hughes' father.
Oh, very good.
Yeah, who a nice chap he is. Really nice.
Pleased to hear it.
Yeah, we've been talking about cricket, and I said how impressive his son was today with his innings. This next one is Sibley pull it away between. Well, for a second I thought he'd picked out mid-wicket, but he placed the ball just wide of mid-wicket and away down to the boundary, and brings up the 50, and a most unlike Dom Sibley type shot.
Absolutely. He's had a little wander down before and tried to aim a lavish drive at the old press box, but he almost played that with a bit of embarrassment, didn't he? Fetched it from outside off stump, and then took a sheepish walk away towards square leg.
So he goes on to 21, and Warwickshire 53 for 1. As this next one he plays away, goes across his stumps and fetches the ball from outside off stump, and plays it away, or just on off stump, and plays it away through mid wicket for 1. 54 for 1. Were you having a discussion with Anthony, which I sort of came into, about the structure for potential structures for next season?
Indeed, yeah, all up in the air at the moment.
We talked about this on Sunday. This one is run away into the offside by Shake, and there's no run. The floodlights are on. So just a little bit of heavy cloud overhead. I don't think there's any threat of rain, but if it does rain, it's not my fault, but I don't think we're going to get any. But just needing a little bit of boost for the light. Warwickshire just about on the Duckworth-Lewis par score, which at the moment is showing 56 on the scoreboard. They're on 54 as this day. Oh, and this is going to be out. It isn't going to be out. Well, goodness me, Shake went to pull the ball climbed on him, it hit the top edge and it went straight up in the air and looked as though it was going to be a simple catch for all the infield, and in the end it drops down in the return crease. Shake stood there, the Davy came charging in, couldn't get to it, the wicketkeeper didn't move, and now there's a bit of a discussion going on amongst 3 or 4 players, but the net result is that Shake has survived.
Yeah, there were 4 fielders there you think could have got there, and in the end no one did. Huge life for Shake.
So he lives to fight another day. 54 for 1 it remains as he gets ready to face and looking to play it away into the offside. He gets a bit of a Chinese cut which comes back through his legs almost and down towards fine leg. He gets a single. He'll retain the strike, but he's just living just a touch dangerously at the moment. He's on 7. It's 55 for 1.
Situation in Group B is that Hampshire, with victory today, can confirm their place at the top of the table, and they've put up 3-13 for 9 at Scarborough, and Yorkshire really struggling in reply. 43 for 4 are Yorkshire, and if Yorkshire were to lose, that opens the door for Kent to overtake them. If Kent can beat Lancashire at Canterbury, and Kent are 28 for 2 in the 8th over, chasing 296 to win. So some work to do there for Kent. Here is Jack Brooks, 15th over of the chase, bowling short to shake, and he goes to pull and gets it high on the bat out to Rue at mid-wicket, comes to his left-hand side to collect, and there is no run. Is there any mood music in the Warwickshire, or around Warwickshire, should I say, about where the championship could take us next year?
Not that I'm aware of. We talked at this on Sunday at some length.
Back of a length and blocked down through square leg. They get a sharp single, takes the score to 56 for 1.
It seems very strange that with everything going on with cricket, that we still can't have a decision on what next season's going to, and sides are getting to the end of the season without knowing if there's going to be relegation, if there's going to be promotion. Well, presumably there's got to be some form of promotion.
Brooks in with the floodlights taking effect all of a sudden, and Sibley glances him down to third man, and they get another run. There's some thicker cloud overhead all of a sudden. No threat of rain we're aware of, but the floodlights definitely topping us up at the moment.
I assume that the sides playing in Division 2, for the promotion, nothing changes, because whichever structure they have, if they stay the same.
Well, I suppose if it goes to 3 groups, suddenly you're battling away for a place in the top 3 there to go into Group 2 as Brooks bowls full, and Sheikh pushes him pleasantly through point and picks up a single all the way across the square. Sheikh goes to 9, 58 for 1.
Personally, I'm still to be convinced there is any need or any benefit in changing a structure which works. I haven't yet heard an argument which suggests that we need to change things.
Brooks in, Sibley again looking to work him off the back foot down a third man, but this time picks out backward point, and there is no run. Yeah, I think with better scheduling, you could probably work with what we've got now. If this competition moved earlier in the season, if
we just take the season.
As Brooks comes in to complete the over, and Sibley drives to extra cover in his court. It's a lazy one from Dom Sibley. He was there too soon, and he got it low on the bat, and has been taken at extra cover. So a second wicket for Somerset, and Sibley, a century maker in victory here on Sunday, has gone for 23, and the Bears now 58 for 2.
Yeah, and it was a lazy shot. And he knew it too, the way Dom Sibley reacted, having given that wicket away, because he was looking. Warwickshire lost probably the 2 main run scorers in this competition playing today, Dom Sibley and Robbie Yates, and that target beginning to look a pretty hefty one ahead of them, with the inexperienced Warwickshire got in their side, but it was just a lazy shot into the offside. But Jack Brooks, a very happy man to get that wicket and get that big wicket off Sibley. So Warwickshire 58 for 2. They need another 209 with 8 wickets remaining.
He never quite convinced in that innings, Dom Sibley. Made 23 from 36 balls, and a couple of times he really was trying to force things. He didn't appear to have settled at any point. But he's gone now, and both openers have been removed, having made starts. and got the Bears off to a steady beginning, but a lot to do in this chase of 2-6-7.
George Bartlett, by the way, took the catch there at extra cover, short extra cover. His second catch of the innings. And Josh Davies starts a new over from the Birmingham end. He's in and bowls. The new batsman, by the way, is the Warwickshire captain, Will Rhodes, and he's joined Sheikh at the wicket. Sheikh plays the first delivery. It has gone really quite gloomy over at the moment. The floodlights, which came on and didn't really seem to have too much influence about 5 minutes ago, now really shining brightly.
Maybe they knew more than we did.
There's Davey again, comes in. Sheikh is looking to turn this down the leg side. There's an appeal for LBW. The ball was always shaping down the leg side and wrapping him on the pads. It certainly was missing leg stump by some way.
Yeah, no rain in the forecast, but not a lot of sun either actually for the rest of the afternoon. You'd think this will only help Somerset.
Just going back to what we were discussing, I thought that the T20 or the Blast, the way it was positioned and with the final coming in July, I thought that worked really well. This one is played away nicely by Sheikh down to third man. He'll get just a single. He goes into double figures.
I think the latter stages certainly did, when the competition really got going into back end of June and July, but certainly I thought it started with a bit of a whimper.
In terms of...
I don't think anybody knew about it. That was the problem, when it suddenly got going. Oh, it was Blast time. And I think that was reflected in some of the ticket sales, and crowds were certainly down on previous seasons.
I just wonder whether the format is getting a bit tired, and clubs have become a little bit lazy. They've got all the razzmatazz with the 100 going on, and the Blast needs perhaps a bit of a live.
Always going to look inferior, isn't it, when something glitzy comes along with a huge marketing budget?
Davey in. This is down the leg side. Rhodes can't get anything on it. It's signalled wide. And also, I think you've got two very different audiences going to the Blast and going to the 100. You've got a very young crowd going to the 100, a bit like the Blast when it first started.
Cheaper tickets always helps.
More family orientated, whereas I think the T20, a lot of youngsters no longer go to it, or schools and things. This one is left outside the off stump and through to the keeper.
I wonder how you get that back then.
Difficult now. It's become very much a Friday for a lot of people. Friday night, let's go down and have. And everybody's entitled to do what they want, but go down and have a few beers. I think that's put some of the crowds have put off bringing families to that, whereas the 100 still has that feel of. This one is played by Rhodes back up to mid-on. There's no run. Still has almost like that fresh feel and a different sort of atmosphere to the 100. But I thought in the June, with the final in July, that worked well. Having the finals virtually straight after the
yes,
games,
definitely.
Then you got that continuity.
Yeah.
The competition was done, out of the way, and played.
Yeah, that did work better, definitely, rather than having to wait a few weeks and teams lose overseas players.
This next one, Rhodes leaves through to the keeper. There's no run. It's the end of the over. It's 60 for 2. We've had 16 overs. This competition, is it going to be, are they going to continue with us? Talk about not having a 50 over competition? I think we struggled for how many years to become world champions at 50 overs. Now we're going to scrap the domestic competition.
Indeed, absolutely.
Don't quite get that one, but still.
Well, yeah, the international 50 over cricket appears to be to be threatened all of a sudden. Trying to squeeze that in. The problem is that there's so many T20 leagues just pop up and take over and produce money from various sources, and they're going to outbid everybody, aren't they? So whenever you create, if you ever create a gap in the calendar, a new T20 league or a new something else league is just going to move into its place.
Do you think, though, that with all these that there is a limit? If you had roast turkey and Christmas pudding every night of the week, would you be happy?
Here is Lewis Goldsworthy with a bit of left arm spin, goes into Hamza Sheikh from the pavilion end, and he cuts him away to deep cover, and the score flicks over to 61 for 2 here at the start of the 17th over. Personally I don't want to watch that all the time, but there's clearly enough of a cricket watching audience out there that can just feast on a constant diet of T20 cricket all the time, it seems.
Yeah.
And until the TV companies say no, it's going to keep happening.
Yeah.
So Goldsworthy here has deep cover out, deep backward square and deep mid-wicket for the left-handed Rhodes. Yet to get off the mark. He goes back and tries to flick one down the leg side, misses out, and it's signalled wide. There's a short fine leg, a backward point, an extra cover and a mid-wicket both in quite tight, and then mid-on and mid-off on the edge of the 30-yard circle. Goldsworthy left arm over, and Rhodes works him with the angle, with what turn there is, just in front of short fine leg, and goes through for a single to get off the mark. 63 for 2. To 6-7, the Bears' victory target. Current evidence suggests it's going to take some chasing, this number. Goldsworthy back round the wicket to the right-handed Sheikh, who drives pleasantly out deep cover, and they wander through for another single. Bright start for the Bears, but there's 2 wickets. Yates for 25, and Sibley for 23. Just check their progress. As Rhodes swings Goldsworthy down the ground for a 1-bounce 4. Thrown up by the left-arm spinner. And it was all the invitation that Will Rhodes needed to thump him down the ground with excellent timing for his first boundary. 68 for 2.
Good shot from Will Rhodes. A bit of aggression there. He's going to need pretty much to bat through, I think, Will Rhodes, and if Warwickshire are going to chase this down.
Long on back on the fence now. Rhodes brought forward. Better length there from Goldsworthy. Can only run it back up the wicket to the bowler, and there's no run. Yeah, somebody in this top order needs to play the match-winning innings, you would suggest, with the lineup that's available to the Bears today, as Rhodes gets a long stride in forward and flicks down to long on beneath us for a single. Hamid wanders up to collect, and the over comes to an end. 17 gone, 69 for 2 Warwickshire, 267 the target.
Will Rhodes has been in pretty good form in this competition this season, so Warwickshire will have big expectations, but again, Michael Burgess got injured, and they were without him for the final couple of games of the season, so he was again one of the key batsmen in the lineup, which had been weakened by the demands of the 100 and injury.
Is he going to become available for the championship run-in, do you know, Michael Burgess?
I believe so. I believe so. Relied very heavily on Michael Burgess this season. He's had a terrific season in the championship. 3 important games. His debut starts a new over from the Birmingham end. He's in, and Rhodes is forward to that one, just pushing it back to the bowler. There's no run.
Mohamed Siraj coming for the championship run-in as well. The bowling stocks.
Yeah, strengthen the bowling attack. So again, just in the same way as Somerset have brought Al-Haq to the for the last games, it's to be hoped that it's needed. This one is turned away through mid-wicket. It'll just be a single for Rhodes, as they just jog through for 1. Yes, some expensive signings if they then turn around and say there's no relegation this season.
But equally, I suppose, Bears not just battling potential relegation, but trying to get into that top 6 to potentially be in Division 1 next summer. If they are going to go to 3 divisions.
Well, I think that at the moment, where the recent results, it's the bottom 2 which is the problem for them. This one, Sheikh follows a little as it goes past him. It's bowled by Davey outside off stump, and Sheikh just pushing at it. Not a lot of foot movement there towards the ball. His the first move was away, and then his front foot came across, but his body was just pushing at it. Lucky not to get a nick through to the keeper. As it is, he still survives. 70 for 2 it remains. Stephen Davis there must have thought he might just have got an opportunity, but didn't quite get a touch to it. As Davey comes in again and bowls, and Sheikh is running it behind backward point down to sort of wideish third man. But again, just singles, that's all. Apart from that boundary that Will Rhodes hit in the last over, it's been very quiet 20 minutes for the Bears. They're up to 71 for 2. This, in many respects, has sort of slightly mirror of where Somerset's innings was. A couple of wickets down early on and a relatively slow scoring rate. This one is driven by Rhodes and to the offside. This was after Yates had got Warwickshire off to a good strong start. So 72 for 2. Rhodes is on 8 now and Sheikh 13. Next cricket here is on, at the moment, is on Sunday. Well, that may change, possibly change. There's this one in, driven by Sheikh, but only up to mid-on. It was the final ball of the over from Davey, his 5th over. He's 0 for 18 from his 5 overs. Warwickshire, after 18 overs, was 72 for 2, with Rhodes on 8 and Sheikh on 13.
We were talking about outgrounds a while ago. I thought there was talk at one stage about the Bears taking a few of these 50 over games out into the Shire a bit. But
well, they were looking at Portman Road, weren't they, for the second team ground on the other side of the city, but that hasn't happened. I think there's some logistics issues with that, and it's quite, when you've got the facility, I think it's quite expensive to start moving.
Here's Goldsworthy bowling to Rhodes, flicks him down the ground to long on for a single to begin the 19th over, 73 for 2. Yeah, I mean, is there much point in shifting a game the other side of Birmingham if you took a game out into Warwickshire?
Well, the only thing is the structures
sense.
in place at Portman Road.
Oh, okay.
You know, it's effectively it's where a lot of the ladies' matches take place.
Goldsworthy to Sheikh, comes down the wicket, hits him up and over mid-off. Not enough contact to find the boundary, but it's wide enough of deep cover for them to get a couple of runs. First intent we've seen from Sheikh, 75 for 2.
All the second team home games are played there, so the structure's in place to use that ground.
Goldsworthy in again, a little shorter and Sheikh is back, trying to push past point, but can only find the fielder for no run.
Yeah, the downside of it is there's no parking there as such, so you would probably have to use here and ferry people to it.
Goldsworthy in again, floats it up, swept away in the air and finds the fielder at deep square. It's a tremendous catch. Diving forward, it's Josh Thomas coming forward. It's a great catch. And Sheikh has gone for 15. And the Bears have lost their 3rd wicket, 75 for 3.
Really, really good catch. It's similar to a catch I saw on television yesterday, which where the ball is hit and the fielder comes in and dives forward full length and takes the ball, both hands above the turf. And it's one of those that if you get it wrong, that ball could end up hitting you straight in the face as a fielder. So great execution with a certain amount of bravery, but Jake going for it, doing what he had to do, but he goes for 15, and unlike the comparison I was making with Somerset and the Somerset innings, Warwickshire have lost that third wicket, which Somerset didn't do till a massive third wicket standard being put on.
So 3 down, and Lamb coming out to at number 5, and the Bears under some real pressure. The required rate above a run a ball, 267 appears a relatively modest target, but it is going to take some real chasing here this afternoon as they try to get up for a victory that would take them through to the knockout stage. Shake there, he didn't quite settle, did he? 15 off 30 balls, went with a sweep, a bit of a top edge. He did well to carry it all the way actually to deep square, but a really good catch running in from Thomas, diving forward, taking the ball an inch above the turf. He was mobbed by his teammates over there, and Goldsworthy has made the breakthrough. A third one with his left arm spin. So Lamb, the right-hander, is the new man, and he goes back and pushes his first ball back to the bowler for no run. Long off is up, so just 2 out here for Goldsworthy, deep square and deep cover. But Somerset trying to apply the squeeze as Goldsworthy steps in again, and Lamb initially trying to work leg side, in the end just smothers a very full delivery, and a productive wicket taking over from Lewis Goldsworthy comes to an end. 19 gone. And the Bears 75 for 3 in reply to Somerset's 266 for 5.
He's having a good day, Lewis Goldsworthy. Impressed with the bat earlier on in the day, and now getting a wicket. And as you're quite right, these two really do have a task on their hands, because effectively they would be the last 2 recognised, experienced Warwickshire batsmen.
Yeah, meant to come for the Bears. Ethan Brooks, Kai Smith, George Maddy, and then you're down to the bowlers, so a lot of inexperience to come. And a lot depends, you think, on this partnership now, Phil.
Absolutely. So we have got a bowling change, and it is, I've lost my, I'm not sure his first name, Harding's first name. Jack, thank you very much. Oh, it's, yes, because of the 2 Jacks at the bottom. I wrote them all down, and I've left them a bit of paper over on the other desk. So Jack Harding comes into the attack for his first bowl of the innings, and his first delivery to Rhodes is pushed away into the offside, and there's no run.
Blonde on top and dark underneath here, Jack Harding.
I can say he's got a shock of blonde hair, but 75 for 3. The lights on the scoreboard really beginning to stand out. The light has really dropped as Rhodes flicks this one away through mid-wicket, but there's a man out on the boundary down there. As it's just the single. 76 for 3. Thomas down there on the boundary does the fielding, and Rhodes moves on into double figures. He goes to 10. That's Matt Lamb now onto strike. So he has a little look round the field and is ready.
Interject, sorry, with an update for FM listeners coming in. It's Harding bowls, and it's cut away for 4 by Lamb. That's a fine shot to third man. Carved away past backward point. And Lamb away with a boundary. Goes to 80 for 3. I'm Alex Winter at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are chasing 267 to reach the knockout stage of the Royal London Cup, but the chase very much on here. They're under some pressure. They've lost Robbie Yates for 25, Dom Sibley for 23, and the youngster 16-year-old Hamza Sheikh for 15. So a lot depends now on this partnership here between the captain Will Rhodes, who's on 10, and Matty Lamb, who's just come to the crease and got off the boundary, got off the mark with a boundary. The Bears are 80 for 3 in the 19th over, chasing 267 to win.
This next one is, again, a little bit short outside the off stump, and he hits it this time, Lamb, a little more in front, squarer, in front of the wicket, out to the offside. Thomas does the fielding, and Lamb picks up the single. Warwickshire move on to 81 for 3. Just at the moment, just a little bit short, Harding, with the with his bowling as he comes in. And this one is turning Rhodes as he plays it up to mid-wicket, and there's no run. I don't think the crowd has sort of grown too much during the course of the game, but I think most of the people who were going to be here were here fairly early on. It's a decent crowd without being over spectacular, as this one outside the off stump beats Rhodes. It is through. Rhodes pushing at it, came forward looking to play it away through the offside, and a good ball from Harding as walks away, takes his cap from Rob Bailey, and off he goes down towards fine leg, or third man in this case, because the right hand is going to be facing. It's Warwickshire 81 for 3. They've had 20 overs, got work to do.
I'll make way for Anthony Gibson. Do you want to change chairs again?
Chair change.
I'll quickly tell you about Notts, who've beaten Surrey by 8 wickets at Welbeck. So they've moved up temporarily to second in the table as Goldsworthy bowls, and Lamb defends down towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. So a thumping victory has put Notts in position to try and qualify. And if Middlesex were to lose down at Sussex, and they're chasing 401 to win, they'll be relying on other results as Lamb goes driving away here to deep cover, and will pick up a single more. 82 for 3 takes the score to, and Middlesex is 68 for 2 in the 12th over there, trying to chase down 401 for victory, which looks a big ask. Leicestershire also need a win to go through the knockout stage themselves, and they're in trouble. 60 for 5 in the 16th over, chasing only 198 to beat Durham at Grace Road, as Rhodes here drives wristily to short extra cover, and there is no run. So all to play for here on the final afternoon of qualifying, but Notts have done their bit and improved their net run rate significantly as well, as this is turned away to short mid-wicket for no run. 60 for 6 now, Leicestershire. They could be throwing their opportunity away there. It looked as if the work was done in the first innings of the game, with only 198 to chase, but Leicestershire under huge pressure as Rhodes drives a low full toss, only as far as extra cover.
Well, Durham were 54 for 7 in their innings.
Goodness me, what a comeback that is.
So that was a very considerable comeback.
Goldsworthy again, turned away by Rhodes through mid-wicket for a single. That'll end the 21st over, and the Bears hit 83 for 3, 267 is their victory target.
Yep, nicely poised here at Edgbaston. Still anyone's game. Somerset bowling tidily, not very threateningly, it has to be said, and they need to break this partnership of the two experienced Warwickshire middle order batsmen. Will Rhodes the skipper, and Matt Lamb. Young Jack Harding's going to bowl his second over from the Birmingham end. He's bowling to Rhodes. He's there and bowls, and Rhodes cuts this away down towards third man, where Andy Umeed comes quickly across to his left, gets the throw in. It's just a single. 84 for 3 in the 22nd over. Who's your money on, Phil?
I think I'd probably prefer Somerset's position to Warwickshire's at this point in time. Just right at this exact moment, I think I wouldn't be rushing to the bookies, I have to say, on either case, but if I was got to, I'd say Somerset at the moment.
Miss Harding coming around the wicket, and this is paid away through the offside. Josh Thomas will field coming off the boundary at deep cover. I'm not sure about this from Jack Harding. I prefer him bowling over the wicket, angling the ball across the right-handed batsman. Just looking to bring the odd ball back, or get it. Well, he's bowling to a left-hander, of course, with Will Rhodes. Stutter mid run up. He's there now and bowls, and this is played comfortably up to mid on by Rhodes. He only bowled 1 over in the game against Sussex on Friday. He opened up with a no ball on height, over waist height, which was hit for 6 off the free hit. So he went for 19 runs in his 1 over and wasn't invited to bowl again, which I thought was a bit. Renshaw was captaining. This is pulled away, and that will be 4 runs. That was short from Jack Harding, and Will Rhodes latched onto it and thumped it away through straight mid-wicket, with Josh Thomas much squarer than that, giving him absolutely no chance.
It sat up nicely. It was just a bit too short into the turf, and it sat up, and Rhodes was able to just fetch it from just outside off stump away through mid-wicket.
Harding in bowls, and this is driven back to him. Nice piece of fielding by the bowler himself. Prevents a run. Jack Harding is 18, born in Bristol, but he's a North Somerset boy. Went to school at Churchill, just down the road from Bristol Airport, and played his club cricket initially for Congsbury. Left arm over the wicket to the left-handed Rhodes, who drives that nicely, but straight to George Bartlett, who took a tremendous catch, one-handed high above his head, plucked out of the air to get rid of Robbie Yates, who was looking very, very threatening early on in this Warwickshire innings. End of that over, 89 for 3, 22 overs. Have 22 overs? No.
Yep.
Yeah, it is 22, yeah.
It's gone very gloomy, Anthony, hasn't it?
Yeah, I don't think there's any threat of rain.
I hope not. It's nothing showing on the local forecasts. As Lewis Goldsworthy continues at the pavilion end. This is driven by Lamb. Ooh, and it's driven wide of Andy Umeed, who probably should have done better.
He was late moving to it. I don't know whether he didn't pick it up at first.
It's gone down to the boundary, down to the long off boundary for 4. So Lamb moves into double figures.
He's a better fielder than that, is Andy Umeed.
Yeah, I think he just got caught a little bit, didn't he? It was perhaps he could have done with being a few yards deeper. This next one sees the same sort of position with the shot, but this time Umeed is right back on the fence and can come in and restrict them to just the single. Not hit with quite the same power either by Lamb. He moves on to 12. And Rhodes 16, Warwickshire 94 for 3. There's Goldsworthy in again and bowls, and this is turned square on the onside by Rhodes for a single. 95 for 3. There's Goldsworthy again, comes in. And forward comes Matt Lamb, and a little awkward looking position to play the shot. He's sort of legs spread in front of the wickets, but he defends it stoutly back to the bowler. This next one, Lamb goes back and gone. He's cut straight to backward point. A ball which was a little short outside the off stump, and Lamb just cut it straight to backward point.
I think that is.
And Warwickshire have lost their 4th wicket, and with it, I think really Warwickshire are now going to really find themselves a little bit exposed here. Matt Lamb goes for 12. Goldsworthy gets his 2nd wicket. Having a good old game here, Lewis Goldsworthy. I think he's in line for man of the match.
Absolutely.
And it's Lamb, the moment he played the shot, collapsed down as if to say, what have I done? Because really it was a ball which he should have been
did
looking
it a couple of yards either side, it would have gone for 4.
It picked him out perfectly.
It was a good catch because it
Yep.
got there very quickly.
Yep, absolutely. So, the new batsman coming out is Ethan Brooks.
Ethan Brooks, who has, what's he done so far? He's had 6 innings, he's scored 68 runs, best of 24 at 13.6. Well,
And with another 173 runs to win.
yeah, 172.
72. Then we will. It's a big task ahead of him here.
It is at 172. I think it's roughly 6.4 runs and overs. It's
Yep.
just fractionally over.
Yeah, well,
a
that's
runner
the
ball.
point, isn't it? It's just sliding back now a bit. They started off at a touch over 5 and over, 5.5, and it's gone up to 6. Goldsworthy, with those 2 wickets already, is into Brooks, and Brooks pushes forward and runs it into the offside. The shadows from the floodlights now really beginning to show on the field as the players finish another over, 23rd over. Goldsworthy has 2 for 20 from his 4 overs.
And if they do have to go off a bad light, which I think is pretty unlikely, Somerset are ahead on Duckworth Lewis. Pass score as things stand is 137, and Warwickshire on 95 for 4. And I think if Somerset would feel they can get rid of Will Rhodes, they'd be in a very strong position.
Yeah. Well, Rhodes has now got to play a really big innings here. If Warwickshire are going to get through, it's going to have to be built round, I would say, 100 from Rhodes, probably.
Harding is in and bowls to Rhodes, who strokes that into the onside, but straight to George Rue at a shortish mid-wicket. Will Rhodes 17 from 26 deliveries. Jack Harding, just the 1 wicket to his name so far in the competition. Sorry, 2 for 52 he has. He's in now and bowls to Rhodes, who drives that up to Josh Davey at mid-off. Does the fielding, 97 for 4. Somerset have still got George Scott that they can call on to bowl with his medium pace. Casey Aldridge has got 4 overs up his sleeve. Jack Brooks 4, Josh Davey 5. Lewis Goldsworthy may just bowl. Oh, I don't know. Not sure who they will divide the 5th 10 between. Possibly Harding will get 5. We'll see. He's in now to bowl to Ethan Brooks, who turns this away. Presumably, judging by the fact that Harding's got his hands on his head, he turned that away from somewhere off the stumps. 97 for 4. Gets him off the mark, though.
Yes, you can usually tell from the bowler's reaction whether it was a shot which he didn't think he should be playing.
Harding, that shock of peroxide blonde hair. He's in and bowls, and this is cut away. Will be cut off by Casey Aldridge, who'll send in a powerful throw on first bounce to Stephen Davis. 98 for 4. Jack Harding's roots are very definitely showing.
Yes.
I think he's copying Peter Siddle, who has got that sort of bleached blonde curly bit on top. Peter Siddle, who's played his last game for Somerset for this season. Whether he'll come back next year remains to be seen. Yet another injury for Somerset. This is driven just to the right of Josh Davey, or even Jack Brooks at mid-off, who's sprawling across to make the stop. Good stop it was too, 98 for 4. Peter Siddle got a side strain, which I think he picked up at Southport in the week before the finals day here. And he certainly wasn't himself on finals day against Hampshire. Oh, I was a play and a miss this time from Ethan Brooks. And a decent over from Jack Harding, has bowled 3 overs for 15 runs, 98 for 4 after 24 overs. And I fancy Somerset were not... The score was very similar to this, except they'd only lost 2 wickets.
2 wickets, wasn't it? That was the difference. And they were just beginning to start to accelerate. Although in fairness, having said that, they took it fairly steady, didn't they, through the... till about the 30th over, then started to really get after the Warwickshire bowling. Goldsworthy going to continue to start his 5th over from the pavilion end. He'll be bowling to Rhodes. And Rhodes on 19. Goldsworthy with those 2 wickets. That wicket of Lamb in the last over. He's in and bowls, and Rhodes turns this to mid-wicket. There's no run. Then he comes again, gives that air, and it's turned into the onside, but only to square leg. And again, another dot ball. Watch getting bogged down here a bit now as Rhodes goes back. We'll get a run this time. Down out past the infield and out to the mid-wicket boundary, but only 1. Takes 99. That takes them 2. Rhodes moves into the 20s. Ethan Brooks has a quick look round and comes forward and runs it to backward point, but it was only just a little push at the ball. There was no real intent with the shot. It was a lunge forward and just an open face, but no power off that, and easily fielded at backward point for another dot. This one, he comes down the wicket. It's uses his feet but can only push it to mid-wicket.
Helicopter somewhere.
Yeah, I think it might be the police helicopter up there. It comes over every so often. As Goldsworthy in again, and Brooks drives down the ground. Umeed comes in off the long off boundary and does the fielding. It brings the Warwickshire 100 up. That's come after exactly 25 overs, and they've 100 for 4. Got some work to do in the back 25 overs.
Somerset at the halfway point of their innings were 89 for 2, with Goldsworthy 32 and James Rew on 41. The difference being, well, the 2 wickets obviously, but that by that stage in the Somerset innings was an established partnership.
Yeah.
And they were poised to accelerate, which they did from about over 30 onwards. Quite cautious up to at the end of over 30. I can reveal to you that they were 110 for 2, so they scored 156 in the last 156 in the last 20 overs. Here we got Harding to bowl a 4th over from the Birmingham end. He's bowling to Brooks. And there is the helicopter. Is that the police helicopter?
Yep.
It is the police helicopter. Going over the ground at the Birmingham end. Quite gloomy here at Edgbaston at the moment. Floodlights shining out brightly. They look as if they're LED floodlights, is that right?
I would imagine they are these days because of economy, etc.
What Harding's in a bowls. This is turned down to long leg. Umeed is onto it quickly, sends in the return on the full to Stephen Davis. They might have tried to come back for a second run, or perhaps putting the fielder under maximum pressure. 101 for 4. These two intent on building a partnership. It's important, very important from the Warwickshire point of view, not to lose another wicket at this juncture. They need just to build this partnership and keep themselves within striking distance, as that's, I think, off the pad. Goldsworthy is quickly in off the boundary, and umpire Rob Bailey does indeed signal leg by. 102 for 4. With wickets in hand, they can go hard in the last 10-15 overs.
Well, they can. Their big downside, and I keep saying this unfortunately, but they don't have much experience of going of senior cricket in the tail.
Harding bowls. This is driven by Brooks, but it'll only be a single, as the other Brooks, Jack, makes the stop. 103 for 4. Yes, we've got Kai Smith to come in next, then George Maddy, and then the bowlers, Liam Norwell, George Garrett and Oliver Hannon-Dalby.
Yeah, with great respect to those guys, you do feel that if this partnership doesn't do it, then I think it's going to be very, very difficult.
Harding to Rhodes down the leg side, and it'll be a wide. 104 for 4. As Rob Bailey spreads his arms. The men out, the 4 men out, a long leg. Sorry, he's a left-hander. Third man, deep cover, long leg, and deep mid-wicket. Fairly conventional, as Harding is in and bowls, and this is run down to third man. Umeed will have to look lively, and he can't look lively enough. That was off the edge of Rhodes's bat, and it fairly flashed away down to the third man boundary below us.
He's
108 for 4.
He's quite wide, isn't he, Umeed? And that one in the end ran through, what about second, third slip area and down?
Yeah, Jack Harding can count himself a little bit unlucky. He's in again to Rhodes. He's there, bowls, and Rhodes defends. End of that over. 26 rather have gone, and Warwickshire needing 267 to win in their 50 overs, are 108 for 4.
So work to do for the Warwickshire batsmen, who are having a good chat in the middle of the field. So Goldsworthy will continue into his 6th over, and why not? He's got 2 wickets, and nobody's really got after him at all yet. It'll be Ethan Brooks facing. In comes Goldsworthy, bowls, and Brooks drives wide of the short extra cover down to Umeed, coming in off the long off boundary, just restricting to a single. 109 for 4. Brooks moves on to 5. Rhodes has 24. There's Goldsworthy in again and bowls short and tucked away behind down towards fine leg by Rhodes. They come back for a second. Rhodes is going to get a third because Brooks turned quickly and was running to the danger end. Had got there comfortably in the end by the time the ball was retrieved.
I fancy that's the first 3 we've had all day.
I think you're right, actually. Can't think of any at all, to be honest. No, I think
such
you're
a
right.
fast outfield.
Yeah.
And the rope's in quite alongside on one side of the ground, so it's not the longest boundary in the world.
This next one sees Brooks go back and cut out to the deep cover point boundary for 1. A shot that Matt Lamb was trying to do, but couldn't keep the ball down. This time Brooks played it in front of the fielders. Brings Rhodes back onto strike. He's on 27. There's Goldsworthy in, and it's played just from the crease with a nice solid connection from Rhodes, but running it down to Umeed for a single. 114 for 4. So Warwickshire scoring singles, but boundaries not.
Well, that's all they need, really, though, isn't it? Somerset have got to put Warwickshire in a position where they feel they need to take risks.
Here's Goldsworthy in. And, this is going to be more runs a wide, signalled a wide or by umpire. They've scampered through for a single as well, so 2 more to the total, 116 for 4.
It was just quicker delivery. It just got it wrong, did Goldsworthy.
He comes again short, and that's down the leg side, and that's a wide down the other side, and that one was a little bit of a hurried. It was his quicker ball, which went all wrong really, and Rhodes was tempted to go after it, but decided that probably quite rightly in the end, letting it go through for the wide. He turns this will be the final ball of the over. I know it's got one more, sorry, to go through to mid-wicket for a single. Seems to have been a long old over, this one.
Yeah, it's not his finest over, this, from Lewis Goldsworthy. Cost 8 runs so far.
And here, this is his final ball into Brooks, who drives it down the ground, and they will get a single. So 119 for 4. Brooks is on 7. And Rhodes has moved on to 29. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So good over from Warwickshire's point of view. That goes with his figures there. Now 2 for 33, so a little bit expensive there.
Yes, that's his least good over. Lewis Goldsworthy. Stephen at Berkhamsted on Twitter says, do Warwickshire have any outgrounds?
Not that we use, no.
You've played at New Road, though, haven't you? Do you count that as an outground?
No.
Played a home match at New Road. Here comes Harding going round the wicket to the right-handed Brooks, who pulls this down to long leg for 4 runs. That was a poor delivery, Jack Harding. He knows it. He hangs his head in mid-pitch and claps his hands together around his waist as if to say, bah! Let that one go.
If we, to answer the question, in recent years, let's say in the last 20 years, Warwickshire played at Stratford-on-Avon a couple of championship games.
Yeah.
I've played at Rugby School, some white ball matches.
Here's Harding in and bowls. This is driven, but just be a single as Davey is quickly in, shies at the stumps, but Brooks comfortably home.
But they're really not. They tend to use Edgbaston.
Yeah, it was same with Somerset and Taunton since Bath became impossible to play at because the quality of the pitch on the wreck was just not good enough. Because of Bath rugby, it was nobody's fault. It was just one of those things. 124 for 4 in the 28th over, being bowled by Jack Harding to. Lovely shot there from Will Rhodes. Didn't try and hit it too hard, stroked it away, timed it away, backward a square for
yeah, there was a really
runs.
Nice, sweetly timed shot.
I fancy this will be Jack Harding's last over, and I think he may have been given one over too many by Jack Brooks. Commendable fault to show faith in your young fast bowler, but here he comes again. That stutter in mid run up is their bowls, and this is turned into the onside, and James Rue will cut it off at mid wicket. 128 for 4, 12 to Ethan Brooks, 33 to Will Rhodes, and you fancy, Phil, that Brooks's role is keep one end up, give as much of the strike as possible to his skipper, and just let the partnership build.
He's going along okay there, Brooks. 12 from 15. So, but I agree.
Harding bowls, and this is driven, and there'll be a single here as Davey has to move to his right at mid-off to do the fielding. 129 for 4. 1 ball remaining of the 28th. Somerset still got George Scott that they can call upon to bowl a few overs. Aldridge got 4 to bowl, Brooks 4 to bowl, Josh Davey 5 to bowl. Lewis Goldsworthy, we will see, she's bowled 6 overs. Last ball of this over, and that's played quietly by Ethan Brooks into the offside, obviously letting his captain have the strike for the start of the next over. So 129 for 4, 22 overs remain, and Warwickshire need another 138 to win.
So a couple of good overs there, better overs for Warwickshire, picking up the scoring rate a bit to double figure overs they've had. Lewis Goldsworthy, he's going to continue. He was a little bit expensive in that last over, but Jack Brooks is continuing with him. He has got those 2 wickets, so he's done the job. He's bowled 6 overs so far in this spell, and he's going to continue from the pavilion end, and he's bowling to the Warwickshire captain. He's in and bowls, and Rhodes is beaten, looking to cut one away, stepped back to give himself room, and ended up in an awkward position. The ball going through to Davis behind the stumps. Could easily have got a top nick, edge nick on that. This next one he turns to mid-wicket. He will get a single. As they just amble through for 1. 130 for 4. So they're almost halfway there, Warwickshire. So they're going along okay, but still work to be done. As Goldsworthy comes in, and this is played soft hands and just turned round the corner by Brooks for a single. He's done to square on the onside.
Good to see Jack Brooks at short mid-wicket. He's now at short extra cover at the fulcrum of events, the skipper.
This one is driven down the ground by Rhodes and putting pressure on the field. They'll scamper through for a single, but again, just Warwickshire looking here to try and score run a ball. Just a good running between the two. 132 for 4. At the end of this over, I'll bring back Alex Winter. As this next one is, Brooks can't do anything with it. And it's fielded by Lewis Goldsworthy off his own bowling. This is a better over from him. It's a much better line, kept the ball up to the bat. Let's see, in and bowls and driven. He'll get a single again, Brooks, but that's all it'll be. Down to long off for a single. It's the end of another over, the 29th over. 133 for 4, with Brooks on 14 and Rhodes on 36.
Yeah, good over from Goldsworthy. He's just conceded 6 runs from that over. Oh, there's Tractor Driver. The unmistakable tones thereof. I don't know where he is. I haven't picked him out yet. There you are. Come on, Somerset. Come on, lads.
How did it go?
Come on, Somerset. Come on, lads. Come on, Casey. He's coming into the attack the ball.
Does he sit on the hill at Taunton?
He does, Gimlet's Hill. That's either that or he stands next to the scoreboard, which is adjacent to Gimlet's Hill. He's all yours.
Here he comes, Aldridge from the city end, and he's driven splendidly away through extra cover. That's running up towards the barn stand, will take some hauling in, and is done very well indeed. That is a tremendous piece of work, because that was nicely timed by Brooks. Beat the dive of Rue at extra cover.
That's the old man.
And it was tremendously well hauled in, just in front of the boundary. The old man being Brooks.
Yeah, not bad for 38.
Yeah, very well chased down. Keeps him down to 3. Brooks goes to 17, 136 for 4, but a sense that we have a game on again here at Edgbaston.
Somerset need a wicket. They need to break this partnership.
The wicket of Yates, things were looking very bleak indeed for the Bears, but Rhodes and Brooks getting them back in the game. It's Rhodes on strike here, and he gets one that scuttles through a little outside the off stump. Fortunately for him, misses the off stump and bounces through to Davis. But that did keep a fraction low.
Hasn't been the tidiest wicket-keeping display I've ever seen from Stephen Davis. This several times he's let the ball slip from his gloves, but then he's probably a bit rusty.
Aldridge comes in towards us, past umpire Bailey. And the left-handed Rhodes is forward, pushing on the bounce, back to the bowler's right hand for no run. Deep cover, deep square, third man long leg, all out. Very much regulation. The seamers bowling in this period of the game. This pair have just got the Bears going again in this chase of 2-6-7. Again, they need to win to go through to the knockout stage. Plenty of other teams waiting to take their place if they should slip up here, as a length ball outside the off stump is let go by Rhodes through to Davis. Notts have done their bit by hammering Surrey at Welbeck by 8 wickets.
Leicester fighting back against Durham.
They are, aren't they? Yeah, 101 for 6, chasing 198. Still with half the innings to go there, so time not a problem for the Foxes. Wickets very much are.
Must be a very strange pitch there. A minefield for the first 10 overs, and then
Aldridge in, and off the back foot, Rhodes jabs, but only as far as backward point, and there's no run.
And then a motorway for the sort of middle overs.
Probably classic cricket, just a few wickets with the new ball, and then once a couple of guys get together,
well, actually,
batting becomes easier. It happens all the time, doesn't it?
It was very like that when Somerset played up there in ferocious heat 10 days ago.
1-3-6 for 4 here. Aldridge is in again. Right arm over the wicket, quite wide on the crease, and back of the length. Rhodes up on his toes. This pushing away to short mid wicket, and the over comes to an end. 30 overs down here in this run chase. The Bears in pursuit of 2-6-7. 1-3-6 for 4. So the asking rate 6.5s, but this pair have got them not quite back on track, but certainly going again.
Well, they passed the halfway mark, and the DLS par score, which the just very thoughtfully put up on the scoreboard, because I was just about to mention that, 154. So Somerset, on that basis, still ahead, with Warwickshire 18 runs short of the par score. But as long as this partnership is going, Warwickshire will fancy their chances of chasing down the 131 runs more that they need. Goldsworthy's going to bowl another over. This is short and played away by Ethan Brooks just for a single, but that's all Warwickshire need from Ethan Brooks at the moment. Singles to give Will Rhodes the strike. Rhodes on 36 from 48 deliveries. So he's not been racing along, biding his time. But Warwickshire don't need anyone to race along at the moment. Just fractionally over a run of ball is what they need, as this is played up the offside of the pitch. And Jack Brooks, from short extra cover, does the fielding. You've got Jack Brooks at short extra and George Bartlett at short mid-wicket to prevent singles in front of the wicket. And this goes to Bartlett, who does precisely that, moving to his left. Goldsworthy getting through his overs commendably quickly. 2 for 38 so far. He's in his 8th over. It's to go with his 111 in the Somerset innings, but that's nicked on its way down to fine leg, and George Scott will chase that in vain. Well, not in vain. Well, I'm not sure. The crowd down at the far end think that that's 4 runs, and I suspect it probably is. The umpires looking quizzically in there.
They've run 4 regardless.
Have they? I think it probably, well, I haven't seen the replay, but in fact it wasn't George Scott, it was Josh Davey. 141 for 4 then. Goldsworthy to Rhodes. He's there in both shorter, and this is turned away. And this is George Scott doing the fielding from deep mid-wicket.
They'd run 4, and Ethan Brooks was keen on the 5th there actually before Davey hauled himself up from the canvas and managed to get a throwaway in time.
Goldsworthy to Brooks, who punches that down the ground for a single. He's playing his part very well, is Ethan Brooks. 19 from 22 deliveries. He's just scoring a run a ball, giving his captain the strike. End of that over, 31st over, 143 for 4. Another 124 runs are required for Warwickshire to secure their place in the is it semi-final or quarter-final?
It would be a
Quarter-final.
final unless Leicestershire win. At the moment, Sussex top on 10 points. Notts winners earlier today have gone also the 10 points with a better run rate than Middlesex. So if Middlesex don't pull off that run chase at Hove, they're relying on Warwickshire and Leicestershire both to lose to go through, as Brooks faces up to Aldridge and plays him out towards point for no run. Middlesex struggling there. They're 1-2-1 for 3 after 21 overs, so another 280 to get at 9.6 and over. They are trying to recover the innings a little bit, but looks beyond Middlesex, you would say, those type of numbers for that length of time. So they need some help from elsewhere. Can Somerset do them a favour here? Aldridge is in, back of a length, pulled away for 4. Just helped on its way down the leg side by Ethan Brooks.
Free gift.
Poor delivery, yep, short and down the leg side. Just helped on its way to the dressing rooms, and that brings the half-century stand-up between Brooks and Rhodes. And it's come in 51 deliveries. It's been a really smart stand, this, for the 5th wicket, because the chase was going nowhere when Yates went and the Bears were 95 for 4. But they're back in the game now. Aldridge is in again, bowling on a fuller length and a tighter line. It's pushed up to short mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Yeah, 50 and 51 is exactly what Warwickshire need.
Leicestershire 86 to win in 23 overs there with 4 wickets in hand. If they can get up and Middlesex lose, that'll be Middlesex done. Aldridge is in again to Brooks, and he dabs leg side, but can't get it wide enough of mid-wicket for the single.
Presumably Warwickshire would be quite happy to see Middlesex done. They're a good side, Middlesex, aren't they?
Yes, certainly. If on paper, got one of the stronger batting lineups. They've had Stevie Eskenazi in ridiculous form, 4 centuries in 5 innings he made.
Robson got 100 against us.
He did. He got 100 against the Bears as well. 147 for 4 here. Aldridge is in, bowling a bumper outside the off stump. Brooks swings at it and misses. Umpires have a glance at each other, decide it was okay.
It's a slower ball bouncer, wasn't it? Did him for lack of pace.
But it's all up for grabs in this final afternoon of qualifying. What we know for certain is that Gloucestershire are out.
And Somerset.
And Durham and Surrey for the record. But the other 4 teams can all go through, as this is full and driven smartly down the ground by Brooks, but he can't beat mid-on. Davies across quickly to collect, and the over comes to an end. 32 gone here at Edgbaston. Despite the boundary, that was an okay over from Aldridge. 147 for 4. Brooks is there on 23, and Rhodes with him on 41. 267 the target.
120 needed in 18 by Warwickshire, with 6 wickets in hand, and they may still be fractionally behind the Duckworth-Lewis par. I think the balance of advantage has swung from slightly in Somerset's direction when Matt Lamb was out to slightly in Warwickshire's direction now, but a wicket would change all of that. Lewis Goldsworthy got 2 overs to bowl, 2 for 44 in his 8, and this is turned into the onside by Will Rhodes, and you heard the cry of no. Got short mid-wicket, short extra cover, 2 on the 45 either side of the left-handed Will Rhodes, who strokes that down to one of those fielders, Jack Harding, and well backed up by Ethan Brooks, giving Harding no chance at all of effecting the run out. Single is taken, 148 for 4. Rhodes on to 42. It's his wicket that Somerset really need. Goldsworthy's in a bowls, and Brooks defends up the onside of the pitch. And his namesake Jack picks it up. Jack Brooks with those elasticated sleeves on both of his elbows. This is tossed up by Goldsworthy and driven out to long on for a single. What do they call those? Tubey grips?
Tubey grips, yeah.
Tubey grips. Quite a few of the Somerset fielders wearing them.
You do need them on a heavy worn square.
Very, very abrasive surface on the old pitches. This is turned into the onside, and Casey Aldridge will come loping in from the boundary to do the fielding, and a ripple of applause announces that it's the Warwickshire 150 on the board, 150 for 4 in the 33rd over, and they need another 117. That's Goldsworthy bowls, and this is driven down the ground by Brooks for a single. James Rew does the fielding, and that's the end of another Goldsworthy over. 2 for 48 he has in his 9 overs. Very tidy spell. A couple of wickets, one courtesy of George Bartlett plucking the ball out of the sky, and the other from Josh Thomas. Two good catches. Josh Thomas running in from the deep mid-wicket boundary to take a low catch, two-handed, stretching out in front. 151 for 4 after 33 overs.
And Aldridge should continue from the city end with a couple of overs to bowl here. So likely to bowl out, you would think, now.
Somerset are trying desperately to take the wicket.
Comes into Brooks, who goes to cut off the back foot. There's a bottom edge that runs gently away towards backward point, and there's no run. But the game afoot, just the time for these longer one-day matches to just bubble away nicely. Beauty of the format. You do get a bit of ebb and flow in T20 cricket, but it's over in the blink of an eye sometimes. Aldridge in and tried to pull away by Brooks, and he gets fresh air. Trying to fetch it from outside the off stump, and he just goes a wander away to square leg to collect himself, and Will Rhodes, his skipper, comes down the wicket for a calming word in his ear. 2 men out there on the leg side, long leg and deep square.
I guess I was listening to you and Phil discussing various formats. You missed one, and that's the T10.
And we can have also
the Abu Dhabi T10s.
The new thing the West Indies have come out with, a 60. And this is chipped in the air but wide of mid-wicket by Brooks. And there'll be at least a couple of runs here out towards deep mid-wicket. Fielder turns and spins and does well actually in the deep. And a tremendous throw actually over the bails at the non-striker's end. Keeps him down to just a couple. It was aerial for a time there from Brooks, but wide enough of short mid-wicket. Goes to 27, 153 for 4.
That's just a rebranding of T10 though, isn't it, by the West Indies?
Very clever, I think. And in fact, a couple of the innovations are quite good. As trying to force off the back foot is Brooks. Bottom edge runs away to backward point for no run.
Have you watched any T10 cricket?
No.
No. I had COVID and last December, and there was nothing. No cricket on except the Abu Dhabi T10.
Was Bargain Hunt not on or something?
Oh, it was just slog it. You know, it was clear the left
I
leg.
can imagine.
Whack it.
Yeah.
Short boundaries, and oh dear, dreadful stuff.
Aldridge in, bowling full to Brooks, who drives him down the ground, not with much timing, but between mid-off and mid-on, so they can go through for a sharp single. Takes Brooks to 28, 154 for 4. But they were bowling, I think, half the overs from one end and just reel them off to save time. Absolutely a good idea, I think. Why not? Save a bit of time. And there was, I can't remember what the other thing was that they were doing. It was a pretty obvious thing to do, but it made sense just to speed the game up a little bit.
I wonder how long we'll be able to call an over rather than a set.
You call it colloquially, but indeed not the official term, as Rhodes defends off the back foot and it just drops out on the onside for no run to earn the over. 154 for 4 then, 34 in the books here at Edgbaston. 267 is the target for the Bears to try to get through to the knockout stage of the One Day Cup.
Yep, what have we got? 16 overs remaining and 113 runs to win. which means that the required rate is 7, which ought not to present a problem to a side with 6 wickets in hand, but quite a few of those wickets are inexperienced ones. Goldsworthy going to bowl out, tosses this one up, and it's played straight to Somerset's skipper, Jack Brooks, and they won't get a run.
Yeah, I remember listening to Sam Billings talking about the T10, and he said if you weren't getting a bat in the top 3, you may have a short afternoon.
This is played just wide of George Bartlett. It'll only be a single, as Andy Umeed is down below us.
Well, that Abu Dhabi T10, it probably still exists, doesn't it? But it's been supplanted by the new UAE T20, which is plonked in the same slot as the new South African T20 competition, in the same slot as the Big Bash. So how all that's going to work together, I have no idea.
Goldsworthy's in and bowls, and this is turned around the corner by Rhodes for a single. Yes, the decline in the Big Bash is a bit worrying, isn't it? Because
yeah.
When that started off, it was the model for what's become the 100, involving women and children and all the rest of it. Goldsworthy bowls. Brooks lofts this away. It's a big, big hit. Is that a massive blow into the empty spaces of the Eric Hollies stand? And he really unleashed that shot, did Ethan Brooks. It was premeditated, I fancy. He decided that Goldsworthy's time had come. He'd got to go. And go he did. 162 for 4.
Yeah, great strike, wasn't it? Fetched it from outside off stump. Goldsworthy offered him a bit of air, and he heaved it away, went way back, halfway up the stand.
Goldsworthy to Brooks. This is shorter and pushed through. No great surprise there, and it's just run up to long off for a single. 163 for 4. This is developing into a very valuable innings from Ethan Brooks for his side. 36 he has from just 40 deliveries. And he's been giving his captain the strike as much as he can. He's been playing both parts. This is cut away through the offside by Will Rhodes. It's only a single. That's Josh Thomas, who's been fielding out there in front of the Eric Hollies stand for the duration. Does the fielding. It's 164 for 4 at the end of that over. And I don't know what the announcement was. Was it 50 partnership? Or?
Well, past that.
Well, 164 for 4, 38 to Brooks, 45 to Rhodes. And 1, 2, 8, 10 runs off that over.
The Bears continue to work their way back into the game. But still a lot to do to get up here. 267 is their target. And Aldridge isn't going to bowl out here. They are going to keep one back. It's unusual to keep just a 1 over back, but he's going to be replaced at that city end across from us by Josh Davey. 5 overs, no maiden naught for 18 earlier in the piece. And he's coming back here to bowl at Will Rhodes, who's got 45 at 164 for 4. Davey right arm round the wicket, length ball outside off. And Rhodes leans forward and lets it go through to the keeper.
He looks reassuringly fit, though, Josh Davey, doesn't he? He's running in nicely, bowling at decent pace. He's not the quickest in any case, but he complements Craig Overton very well. He's a skiddier bowler, swings it, move it off the seam at sort of fast medium. Big Craig hitting the pitch hard. They bowl very well in harness together.
Here comes Davey past umpire Rob Bailey, and Rhodes is forward, playing with a slightly angled bat out into the covers. Fieldsman comes across to collect with a left hand. Bartlett in there, just taken a couple of fine catches so far today. The home supporters just beginning to believe again around us. Got rather quiet when Lamb was dismissed and the Bears were 95 for 4. But this pair have revived the hosts as Davey bustles in again, bowls a little bit fuller, and Rhodes takes a big stride forward and drives only as far as mid-off. 3 dot balls to open up the 36th over here for Josh Davey. So far we've had Brooks 6 overs, 1 for 24. Aldridge 9 overs, 1 for 31. Goldsworthy's 10, 2 for 58. And 5 overs from Jack Harding have gone for 32. But it's Davey here, running away from the old press box. Bowls on a length, and Rhodes is looking to work him away, but adjusts his stroke and again just dabs out towards extra cover where Bartlett is stationed, and there is no run.
It's very similar, this game, to the equivalent game last season when Somerset made 287 and Warwickshire chased them down with 1 over to spare. Matty Lamb starred then, he got 4 wickets and 92. And Jacob Bethel announced himself as well.
Davey again, Rhodes pulls, he's got this away through mid-wicket, there's a chase round for deep square, he's not going to get there in front of the Holly stand. That runs away for 4. And a really good over from Josh Davey until that point. But now leaks a boundary. Wasn't all that short, and didn't appear at first glance that Rhodes got all of it. But it was timed well enough and crucially away from the sweeper in the deep to find the fence. Rhodes now goes to 49, 168 for 4, and the target is now down into double figures.
Judging by Josh Davey with his hands on his head, he thought that he was almost through there. Mustn't get him confused with the great Jack Davey of Gloucestershire.
Josh Davey just fiddling around with his sweeper on the leg side here. He's just pulling deep square a few yards in front of square, and long leg is coming round as well to more of a deep backward square position. Davey in to complete his first over back into the attack. Ball's on the off stump and Rhodes leans forward, works it away to mid-wicket, and the over comes to an end. So even with the boundary, a tidy return for Davey, and the Bears here 168 for 4 in pursuit of 267 to win, and they've got 14 more overs to get there.
Yep, still the rate up around 7 runs and over, but that shouldn't be a problem with only 14 overs remaining. The target now down below 100. Lots of conflabs going on out there. Warwickshire 12th man has come out with refreshments, drinks for the 2 not out batsmen. And it looks to me as if Josh Thomas is going to be given a bowl. Josh Thomas, who is the Somerset's youngest wicket taker in domestic List A in the last 30 years. There you are. Previous youngest, this is all from Steve Pittard at the Rose and Crown at Hewish Episcopi, was Jamie Overton, who was 18 years and 33 days. Thomas's was, when he took his wicket, 17 years old and 220 days. There you are. Statistical precision. I'll listen out for your update, Alex, as Thomas is in and bowls outside the off stump and hit hard into the ground. Bounces up nicely for Stephen Davis to take it on the bounce. Lewis Goldsworthy being moved to extra cover from backward point. And Casey Aldridge being moved from deep cover to deep backward point, and George Bartlett goes tumbling across to try and make the stop there, but can't do so. So it's a single out to Andy Umeed at long off. 169 for 4, 98 more required, 6 wickets in hand. Cloudy afternoon in Birmingham. It's not quite as gloomy as it was half an hour or so ago, but the floodlights shining out brightly.
I will interject for an update for FM listeners. I'm Alex Winter at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are in a tense run chase here. They need to beat Somerset to qualify for the knockout stage of the Royal London Cup, and their progress being led by the captain, Will Rhodes. They were in a tricky spot at 95 for 4, but Rhodes has just gone to 15, 65 balls, and together with 21-year-old Ethan Brooks, and the Bears are back on course here. They're 170 for 4 in the 37th over, chasing 267 to win.
That's reverse swept down to deep wide third man, and they come back for 2 runs. Takes Ethan Brooks on to 39. 172 for 4. I'll just finish this over and then Phil Britt will come in for a stint as that's pushed into the offside for a single. Runs coming not thick and fast, but comfortably enough. They only need around about 7 runs and over to Warwickshire over this last 11 overs, plus this 1 ball. Thomas to Rhodes, and Rhodes turns that again very comfortably into the onside and trots through for the single. So 174 for 4 with 30, did I say 11? 13 overs, in fact, remaining. And 267 is the target.
Thanks very much, Anthony. So the Bears just warming to their task here. Not quite beginning to get up just yet, but still very much in the contest. Victory will take them through unless there is a tie between Sussex and Middlesex at Hove, and Sussex at the minute winning comfortably down there. Sussex put up 400 for 4 earlier today, and Middlesex won 6-6 for 4 in reply in the 27th over. So as things stand, Middlesex heading to defeat, with Notts beating Surrey earlier on. Middlesex now need, if they are going to go on to lose that, both Leicestershire and Warwickshire to lose. Either victory for either side there would knock Middlesex out. And Leicestershire just beginning to edge towards the target at Grace Road. 198 they need. They're 147 for 6 in the 33rd. Here is Davey round the wicket. Bowls to Brooks, who edges a cut to third man for 4. Thick outside edge, no one at home in the cordon, and it flew fine of Umid at third man directly down beneath us for a boundary. 178 for 4. And a boundary to open up the 38th over, Phil Britt.
Well, these two done what when I was on with Anthony half an hour ago, we were talking about somebody's got to make the score. These are the 2 what I would call last recognised players. There's a lot of inexperience behind them. I think so far from Warwickshire's point of view, so good.
Davey in again, and Rhodes defending down towards extra cover. Bartlett is there, and there is no run. They've got these 2 men out on the leg side here, deep mid-wicket now and deep square. Long leg has been brought up inside the circle. Mid-on, mid-off, extra covering quite tight. Backward point, and then 2 out on the offside at deep cover point and third man. But as so often happens, particularly in this form of the game, once runs begin to flow, there can be very little to stop a pair of batsmen who are going well with so many gaps to work into. Davey is in once more, bowling full, getting driven smartly, but a good save by Bartlett at extra cover. That was a really good bit of work diving down to his right.
A terrific save that from Bartlett, because had it gone past him, it was beautifully hit by Brooks, by Rhodes, hitting it away through that extra cover area. It would have been 4 runs, and but terrific work by Bartlett.
It's got a touch gloomier again. The cloud's got a fraction thicker above us. Floodlights taking effect. As Davey is in once more, bowls back of a length, worked down to short fine leg, but not past.
Yeah, he's just got to stay around and keep working at it. So.
Davey to Brooks, who has 40, and Brooks works one from the crease, playing slightly around his front pad out to short mid-wicket. Bartlett again is there to his left, and there's no run. But so far it's been a very entertaining afternoon, you have to say. It's got, good watch this.
It's very similar in many respects to the way that the Somerset innings went. That wickets, Warwickshire lost more wickets at the beginning, but it was slow and it's gradually accelerated. It never reached massive pace, but it's been an accumulation of runs.
Davey to complete the over from the far end. Bowls a slower ball, but down the leg side. Will have to restart. He will indeed. Rob Bailey took his time.
whether he thought they might have brushed the pad.
Yeah.
And just watching the replay, there was a fair gap between the ball and the field and the batsman there. So
it was signalled wide eventually.
Yeah, he got it in the end.
80 for 4, and Davey will try again to complete the over. Turns away from the Warwickshire flag. No Somerset standard here today, as is often the case for one-day games. Davey bustles in, bowls again down the leg so well. Had Brooks missed that, it would have been another wide, and potentially would have left Davis work to prevent 5 wides, but he got a Q end on it, and the ball spluttered away through square leg for a single to end the over. 38 gone, 181 for 4. 267 the target here for Warwickshire.
So 86 more runs required. We've got 12 overs to do it in, which I make that just over a fraction over, something like 7.14 or something of that nature per over. And we'll, which at the last push isn't that big a target. A few years ago we'd have said that's beyond anybody, but these days who knows what a target is in limited overs cricket. Thomas to continue, his first over just going for half a dozen runs. He's in, and Brooks sweeps in the air, and that has gone all the way for 6 over mid-wicket. Didn't really cleanly get hold of it, Brooks, but did enough to put it over the mid-wicket boundary, and one bounce into the Hollies stand, and now hoping somebody will come and fetch the ball back.
It's a couple of times he's targeted in front of square from balls outside off stump, and twice he's fetched it really well. No chance for the man at deep square.
Well, that one was really fetched from outside off stump with that sweep, but deliberate, knew exactly what it was he was going to go, and takes him on to 47 with that shot. And this next one is pushed down the ground, but can't beat the extra cover. It's Bartlett who does the fielding. Here comes Thomas again. This is shorter and thumped down the ground. Umeed, who seems to have been down here all afternoon, fielding down on the down below us on the long off boundary. He does the fielding, and Brooks moves to 48, and Warwickshire on to 188 for 4. Requiring 79 more runs for victory. As Thomas round the wicket, over the wicket, has hit this one away, Rhodes, and that's going to go down to the boundary through extra cover. Just really flighted, but slightly over, and allowing Rhodes to get out and driving it away. A little aerial for a while, but perfectly safe, and away down to the vacant deep extra cover boundary. So good over this one for Warwickshire.
That was lovely, wasn't it?
Yeah. Here's Thomas again, just in, and this is shorter, and Rhodes defends it back down in front of him. So Rhodes has moved on to 60 with that shot, and Brooks on 48. Just one ball to go in Thomas's second over. He's had 17 taken off his 2 overs. I wonder whether he'll get another over as this one is turned into the onside. They think about a second, and sensibly the ball in hand has decided against it. So Rhodes will keep the bowling. He's on 61, 193 for 4, and 74 more needed. And 11 overs in which to get them.
Indeed, an exciting finish in prospect here at Edgbaston, but the Bears are just getting on top of things now with this stand, which is now worth 98, between young Ethan Brooks, just 21 years of age, and his skipper Will Rhodes. Hauled his side back from 95 for 4 when Lamb went, and it was looking not quite beyond the Bears at that stage, but they're in dire need of a stand, and these two have provided it. But still work to do here, still with 6.5 and over to chase. Davey to continue from the city end, comes round the wicket to Rhodes, and Rhodes opens the blade on one, down to third man for a single to Umeed, running away from the pavilion. down to our left-hand side. 194 for 4 here in the 40th over.
One of the things with this competition is when they get a fight to the final, presumably all the first teamers will be available again who are currently in the 100. Throw Pebble into the pool.
Oh, indeed.
Should they be allowed to play?
The dilemma.
Or should they have to play only players who played in the rounds?
Well,
because I think
scenario happened exactly that last year as Davey comes into Brooks and a bumper that was going way above his head is pulled away down to deep square, and that single will bring the 100 partnership up between Brooks and Rhodes. A tremendous effort to give their side a great chance here. It's come at a runner ball as well as to tick over a runner ball, this 100 stand. The crowd realise now as it flicks up on the scoreboard, and a tremendous applause rings out around Edgbaston. Yeah, the final last year Durham brought back, it may have been as many as 4 players who were involved in the 100, but Glamorgan, they kept with the side that had got them there and eventually won the game as Rhodes here dabs a single in front of mid-on, and the ball just flicks over once again. Rhodes goes to 63 now, 196 for 4. It was the first time that Glamorgan had won a knockout trophy. It was a tremendous day.
Yeah,
albeit it was a Thursday, but it was played out in beautiful bright sunshine, and for the supporters that were there, it was a tremendous afternoon.
Trent Bridge, isn't it, the final?
Correct, yeah. So not quite the Lord's showpiece it should be.
But it's been emptied a lot of the recent years in the final at Lord's.
Davey in on a length, and pressing down towards mid-on is Ethan Brooks, and there's no run.
I remember when Warwickshire went there the last time, which I'm trying to think what year it was.
Was it against Durham?
Yes, it was.
2013?
Yes,
14,
it was some years
like
ago.
that.
And there were stands not even open. And it had a real sort of... And I can remember you could... Not that many years before, you couldn't get a ticket for the final.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, it's been supplanted, hasn't it, by T20 finals day. That's the problem.
Yeah.
196 for 4 here. Davey bustling in, bowling down the leg side. It bounces in front of Davis. There must have been a little flick off the pad because wide, not signalled by umpire Rob Bailey.
Yeah, it just caught his thigh pad.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what crowd they get this year on a Saturday, actually, because for a lot of counties, Trent Bridge perhaps easier to get to than Lords. Certainly not the expense of a trip down to London.
Nice ground as well, isn't it?
It is beautiful.
Really, it's a
beautiful
ground.
place to watch cricket, absolutely. Davey to complete the over from the far end. And Brooks driving pleasantly down him and on. Sharp single attempted. Oh, a shy at the non-striker's end. And a direct hit may have seen a run out. It looked a little ambitious, the single from Brooks, but it does bring him a half century and 53 balls.
Yeah, really well done. It's been terrific performance from Ethan Brooks, getting the opportunity to in this competition, and he's taken it with both hands, so well done to him.
2 4s and 2 6s in that effort, and it's left the Bears here with 70 to win from the last 10 overs.
I reckon that's 7 and over, you know, Alex. Do you reckon?
I mean, you were an accountant back there, weren't you?
Yes.
Phil?
Yes, you can see why I'm commentating, can't you? So, looks like Jack Brooks is coming back into the attack from the pavilion end. Thomas has 2 overs, a little bit expensive, and been brought out of the attack, and the Somerset captain has brought himself back on. Just getting his leg side boundary fielders in place. There's a deep square leg and a wide fine leg as he bowls in to bowl to Brooks, and Brooks pulls the first ball but only to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Second list day 50 here for Ethan Brooks, and he's looked very much at home, much like his brother really.
Yes, yeah, 2 very useful cricketers, aren't they?
When did they both play in the same side together? Was it 2019?
Yes, yeah. Yes, he was given opportunities really some time ago, wasn't he, Ethan? He was got himself into the team. He's relative. What is he now? 21.
Correct.
Yeah, I was going to say he's an old timer really these days. 21 in this competition.
Absolutely.
197 for 4. Brooks on 50 is facing as Brooks bowls to him
Boy.
and beats him outside the off stump. And again, this time Brooks's foot went down the wicket to play the ball, and he then played it from the crease with absolutely no foot movement then at all. It cut back at him and went over the top of his stumps and through to Stephen Davis. I think we'll give that one on points to Jack Brooks, the bowler. Ethan is still there. As this next one, he goes and just opens the face and runs it down to third man. Deliberate shot and nicely played. He gets a single. 198 for 4. We are in the last 10 overs now, so the fielding restrictions are that one more player can go out of the circle out onto the outside of it, so just have to have the 4 in the circle and the 4 fielders in the circle other than the wicket keeper and the bowler. So one more man out on the edge protecting it as Brooks comes in again and bowls to Rhodes, who again does a similar sort of shot, just running it down to third man and collecting a comfortable single, just using the width and opening the face and just working its way down to third man in front of the scoreboard. 199 for 4, so 69 more runs required. 68 more runs required, rather. As Brooks again in and bowls, and this one sees the end of Ethan Brooks. A wide delivery, he was looking to chase it, got a top edge, went through to Davis behind the stumps, and Ethan Brooks' innings comes to an end just after he completed his half century. A wide delivery, and in the process of trying to repeat the sort of shot of running it away down to third man, just got a nick through to it, and again there was no real foot movement from Brooks, and playing it wide and bat stretched away with knees bent, and in the end a comfortable catch for the keeper. But a very good innings from Brooks. He's helped set this up, and the new batsman coming in, Kai Smith, is hopefully will be able, from Warwickshire's point of view, will be able to keep that on. The important thing is Will Rhodes still there. Brooks getting a good round of applause from the home crowd as he goes off. But interesting situ, 68 more required, 5 wickets and a little more than 9 overs. Where's your money?
Well, that wicket has certainly not quite tipped the balance, but certainly given Somerset a chance once again now to break that partnership. That had made fabulous progress, 104 the pair added. But once again, a breakthrough is made, and it just exposes the inexperience down the order here for the Bears. Kai Smith coming out here just 17 years of age. But Rhodes still there, the captain on 64. Can he bring his side home?
Smith batted well the other day, so we should be just hoping that he can give good support. Anyway, Jack Brooks is into him, and Smith runs this first one away to cover point. End of a good over from the captain. Brought himself back into the attack, broke the partnership, and put a stem on the scoring rate as well. So can ask for no more than that. Just 2 runs and a wicket from that return over. Brooks has got 3 more left in the bag. As captain and the new batsman come together to have a chat, a look at the scoreboard. It's still a task, but you feel one big over could just swing this. It needs, if Warwickshire could find one really good over and get that 67 down to around the 50 mark, then I think they'll possibly take control again. But at the moment, I said to Anthony some time ago that I've still favoured Somerset. That was before that big partnership between Rhodes and Brooks. And I would still favour, personally, I would still just about favour Somerset, but it all depends on Will Rhodes, I think.
We shall see. 68 and 54 balls the Bears need here. The game has moved at Grace Road as well, because Leicestershire have lost 2 wickets in 3 balls there. They had been edging their way to victory, but it's a scrap on again, just 2 wickets in hand, and they still need 36 to win. Time is not an issue. They've got 13 more overs to get there. As Jack Harding comes back here for Somerset at the City end, bowling left arm over to Will Rhodes. He's got 64, and Rhodes drives, only finds extra cover, and there is no run. Field here is back at deep cover point. Third man, long leg, deep square and deep mid-wicket. Men in the ring at mid-on, mid-off, extra cover and backward point. Rhodes has guided his side with the help of Brooks back into the game. Can he now finish it off for a victory that would send Warwickshire into the knockout stage of the competition, as he pulls here past mid-on and finds the bandstand for 4 runs. Was on to that very early indeed to get it away from those 2 men in the deep on the leg side, and it brings the 200 up for Warwickshire. 203 for 5 in the 42nd over.
Don't think he quite got it at
the
meat of the bat either. It sounded a
little high.
Yeah, high up on it because the sound of it, but he sped away. Really threw everything at it, and what he couldn't get in actual timing, he got in effort.
Harding again, and Rhodes forward this time. They take a single out through cover point. This is exactly what Somerset need. They want to try and bowl at the other end if possible. 204 for 5. At Hove, Middlesex are sinking. They're 201 for 6 there in the 32nd over. Their target is a mighty 401.
Who got all those for Sussex? Because
Tom Alsop scored 189 earlier.
Oh, wow. They're getting... Some of their players have got some big scores this year, haven't they?
Absolutely. Yeah, it was Ali Orr with the double century the other day down at Taunton. But Middlesex relying on Leicestershire and Warwickshire losing now. So here's Kai Smith on strike. Harding bowls a back of a length ball that Smith works around the corner. Will get off the mark here with a single. And Mead comes racing away from the long leg boundary, and the score flicks over to 205 for 5. So a real thriller there at Grace Road, a low scoring thriller where both innings have started with a clatter of wickets and then both sides have recovered. And now Durham have a couple of wickets to find with only 30 more runs to defend.
I think these would be Durham's, because they had 2 points deducted, didn't they?
They did indeed, yeah. Harding into Rhodes, who cuts away, gets it past backward point, finds the fence. No chance for the sweeper on the offside. So 2 back foot boundaries for Rhodes in the over. First a pull wide of mid-on, and now a slashing cut that's raced away past backward point and whistled away towards the double-decker stand. Takes him into the 70s, goes to 73, 209 for 5.
That was a beautifully controlled shot from Rhodes. It was used the width and over the top of it and cut it away. And right, that one did come out the middle of the bat and went like a rocket down there. Nobody was going to stop that.
So an expensive return here for young Jack Harding, who comes in to complete the over from the top end, moves past umpire Bailey. Rhodes flicks him leg side, should be cut off at mid-on, and is, by a tumbling Josh Davey in there perhaps, or is it Brooks? I think it's Brooks. Either way, the over comes to an end. Rhodes will keep the bowling. He's on 74. Kai Smith now with him on 1. 210 for 5.
Big over that one for Warwickshire. 11 coming from it with those 2 boundaries and 3 singles. And brings the target down to 57 from 8 overs. Batsman have a chat, and Kai Smith's job is simply to let Rhodes have as much of the strike as he possibly can at this stage. Jack Brooks now, what does he do? Does he bowl himself? He's got 3 overs, so in theory he could do 43, 45 and 47. That would leave 1 over at the end, or does he put that over in with somebody else at this stage? And here's the answer.
He's going to go now, yeah. He's going to keep himself going.
The old headband goes back on again. Still got the headband.
I suppose he may think that a change of bowling now, and if he keeps himself back, the game may be done in the last couple.
Well, here he comes from the pavilion end. He's in, and Rhodes is playing this first one just back down in front of him. It was a little bit short, but outside the off stump and Rhodes, but quickly onto Rhodes, who adjusted and dropped the bat on it. There's no run. I'm just looking, there's a man down at third man, there's a man out on the square cover boundary, and then on the leg side we've got a fine leg, a deep mid wicket and a long on, but the extra cover area which Rhodes likes is vacant. This one is turned down to mid wicket for a single. That's all it'll be. Rhodes moves on to 75, 211 for 5. And he comes down now to have a chat with Guy Smith again. Probably saying, don't do anything daft. .56 required for Warwickshire, 5 wickets, or just retaining for Somerset. As Rhodes calls, this one is dropped into just down into the offside by Smith, but he was standing watching and admiring his shot. But Rhodes was 3/4 of the way down the wicket, running to the danger end. There was a pick up and throw at the stumps. I think Rhodes was pretty much home, but the ball missed the stumps anyway, and Smith scampered to the other end. But he certainly hadn't anticipated the single there, I don't think.
It was a good piece of running from Rhodes.
211 for 5. This next one is turned square on the onside by Rhodes, who wants the first one quickly. He don't get a second ball because the ball's on its way back to Davis. And
yeah, he'll be just saying to his partner here, don't try and eat up too many dots. Try and just keep the board flicking over with singles.
So there's Brooks. He's got 2 wickets and looking to get another breakthrough. Smith waits. 212 for 5. Remember what it should require. 213 for. This one is running to the offside, and there's no run. This one, next ball played away into the offside. We've got a little discrepancy between the score on the live feed and the score on the scoreboard. The scoreboard's got 212 for 5, and the live feed has got 213 for 5.
I think the board is right there. That's what Cricket Info has got as well.
Yeah, I think it's
the single flick over in a second.
Brooks in bowls. Smith can only hit this one into the ground. Another good over from Brooks, and end of another over. 212 for 5, and they require 53 more runs.
So Warwickshire edging towards their target here, still with work to do. Leicestershire doing likewise at Grace Road. 25 more to win there with just 2 wickets in hand. Still 10 overs to get those runs, so time not an issue at all for Leicestershire. Victory will take them through. Victory here for the Bears will take them through as well. And now Somerset are going to make another change here with George Scott coming into the attack. So Harding's expensive previous over has seen him whipped out. I'm going to get a new bowler on for the 44th over of the innings, which is unusual.
Yeah, Anthony's has mentioned several times that Scott could bowl.
So here is Scott at the city end, coming into Rhodes with a bit of steady medium pace, and Rhodes moves him away to extra cover, and there is no run. Field back here at deep cover, long off, long on have gone back, deep mid wicket and deep square. So rather a spinner's field with short fine legs, short third man, and backward point and extra cover all on the edge of the 30-yard circle. 54 to get in 42 balls here for Warwickshire. Scott full and straight and worked away by Rhodes to deep square for a single. 214 for 5. Rhodes on to 77 now. Captain trying to bring his side home. Thank you very much. Yes, it's getting tense here at Edgbaston. The Bears are chasing 267 to win. We're in the 44th over and they're 214 for 5. The captain, Will Rhodes, is leading their progress. He's 77 not out and he shared a 100 partnership for the 4th wicket with young Ethan Brooks, just 21 years of age. They got their side back into the game. They were 95 for 4 earlier on, but Brooks made 51 to get the Bears back on course. And now Rhodes is trying to bring them home. They need 267 to win, do Warwickshire, and they're 214 for 5 in the 44th over. As one down the leg side is taken well by Steve Davis. Off a bit of thigh guard. So Scott gets away with that one. Now sends his long leg back, brings mid-off up. Scott rolls in, right arm over. And, oh, well, Smith gives himself some room and heaves one over square leg for 6. Goodness, what a stroke that is. Shuffled his way outside of leg stump, cleared the front leg, and slog swept one out towards the hover cover to our left-hand side. Superb piece of timing. 220 for 5.
Well, no lack of confidence there, was there?
No tension in Kai Smith's shoulders.
He may only be 17, but that was a terrific shot.
2 balls to go in Scott's first over of the day. What a time to be introduced here. Rolls into the right-handed Smith, and he's in his ground, just dabbing leg side. Mid-wicket there is back on the edge of the 30-yard circle, so an easy single is available, and duly taken. 2-2-1 for 5. It's back to Rhodes for the final delivery of the over. A flock of birds just flying overhead. Keen to get a piece of the late action here at Edgbaston. The supporters down beneath us just beginning to believe here. Scott in to complete the over. Takes the pace off, rolling his fingers across it. Rhodes is forward, easing one wide of extra cover. And a gentle single will see him keep the bowling. And that is an excellent over, courtesy of that Smith 6 for Warwickshire. They're 225 for 5 after 44 overs. So 6 to go. The target is 267.
Yes, what was it? 1789 runs off that over. It's not doing anything for George Scott's bowling average, this, which is now up to where has it gone? 349. Poor chap. I think it could affect a dramatic reduction in it by taking a wicket. Tractor driver doing his best to lift Somerset's spirits. There we go. 222 for 5, but looks very much to me as if Somerset are going to go down to a clean sweep of defeats in this season's Royal London One Day Cup. Jack Brooks is going to bowl the next over, the 45th. It's played back to him by Will Rhodes on 78. Rhodes is, I must say, he's paced this innings really well, hasn't he, Alex? He's not tried to go too hard. He's not taken any risks. He's dispatched the bad balls. He's worked the better ones around.
It's been a tremendous captain's innings so far, hasn't it?
He's rotated the strike really well.
He's still got to bring his side home. Still a bit of work to do.
Jack Brooks in and bowls, and this is tucked into the onside, picked up by George Bartlett. Tractor driver making more noise at the moment than the rest of the crowd combined.
They still haven't taken a chunk out of the asking rate. Still at 7.5 here.
It is, but one big over and it's over, isn't it?
Oh, you still need that big over.
Yeah. Jack Brooks.
And he's seen Smith's leg side slog sweep and he's sending a man back to the hollies here to plug that area.
He's in and bowls to Smith. He plays that really pleasantly. Just opens the face, runs it down to wide third man, trots through for 2 runs. Crowd appreciating the intelligence and execution as well of that shot, which was perfectly executed. 225 for 5. Just 42 more runs required by Warwickshire. We're halfway through the 45th over, as Warwickshire keep up their challenge to go through to the next stage. Brooks is in and bowls. It's driven back to him. He doesn't field it cleanly, but Umeed is there to back up, so there's no run.
What this also does is just highlights the benefit of these knockout matches, in effect, aren't they? This effectively, obviously nothing on it for Somerset, but Warwick trying to go through.
This is appeal for LBW and given. It looked very close, I must say, and maybe a little bit of overconfidence there from Kai Smith. I think it was a low full toss, and he was playing across the line at it and paid the price. Didn't surprise me at all when umpire Lungley's finger went up. So that's 225 for 6, and maybe just a chink of light appearing for Somerset, although as long as Will Rhodes is out there, you have to fancy Warwickshire to take this home. But 225 for 6 it is. Well bowled Jack Brooks, who now has figures of 3 for 32 in 8.5 overs.
Yeah, got his Yorker in well.
You reckon it was a Yorker, do you? Not a low full toss?
I'll give the benefit of the doubt to Brooks there. Either way, Smith missed it, and another wicket goes down, just to keep Somerset interested. A couple of times
Phil
now.
Brett reckons that was missing leg stump. I haven't seen it on the replay, so can't comment.
Kept everybody interested anyway.
It was the sort of
it looked good
connection
from here.
between ball and pad that you expected.
I think
the finger to go up for.
The fact that he was falling over a little as well did not help his cause.
No.
So a couple of times now, a couple of stands have looked like being the match-winning ones for Warwickshire. Twice wickets have fallen just to get Somerset back into the game again. Required rate goes over 8 now.
Somerset don't have to use any more of their inexperienced bowlers now. They can do the business with Casey Aldridge, Jack Brooks and Josh Davey. Last ball of the over. Last ball of the 45th. Brooks to George Maddy. Fences at that ball outside the off stump. Unfortunately for him, doesn't get an edge. But it means that Will Rhodes will have the strike at the start of the 46th overs. 5 overs remain. 42 runs more Warwickshire need to win, so the rate just fractionally over 8 runs and over. But my money's still firmly on Warwickshire as long as Will Rhodes is there. If Somerset can remove Rhodes, then all bets are off.
Indeed, he needs to lead his side home here with another 16-year-old at the other end now in George Maddy. Can the skipper see his side through to the knockout stage? Leicestershire trying to edge their way to the knockout stage as well. They're 8 down, chasing 198, and have another 19 runs to beat Durham. 50 deliveries in which to get them in, so time not a factor. But Leicestershire edging towards the target in a real low-scoring scrap there at Graceful. That's a thrilling game as well. Middlesex all but done at Hove, 243 for 7, chasing 401. They need both Leicestershire and Warwickshire to lose now for them to go through. Top of the group just a few days ago were Middlesex, having beaten the Bears on Friday, but lost to Gloucestershire, on Sunday. It's going to be another defeat here today against Sussex. It's left their fate in the hands of other teams. So George Scott with the second over from the City end of the ground. First over went for 9. Comes in here to Will Rhodes at 225 for 6. 267 is the target. Bowls outside the off stump. Rhodes lets it go. Moans from around the ground as Rob Bailey keeps his arms by his side. I reckon that was just inside the guideline. Short third man is in place. A deep backward point has gone out here for Rhodes. Deep cover point has also been posted. Long off, long on, and deep mid-wicket. There's a backward square leg and a short fine leg and extra cover on the edge of the circle. Scott's in and bowling wide of the off stump, and Rhodes is slashing in it, getting a bottom edge that will roll to Mead in the deep at backward point away to our left. Just a single. Dot single to open up the 46th over here for George Scott. 226 for 6. Rhodes is up to 80 now. It's been a fine captain's innings, but can he get his side over the line? With the asking rate just beginning to creep up in ever larger fractions. Field has changed to a third man back here for Maddie. Backward point is up as he goes away to cut and misses. Every dot ball now just makes the task a little more difficult for the Bears.
Just surprised that he's bowling George Scott. He could bowl Josh Davey 2 overs from that end, and then Aldridge and Brooks 1 over each from this end.
Scott rolls in again, bowls wide of the off stump, and it's slashed at and missed again by George Maddie. Couple of dots. You wonder whether Liam Norwell, the experience that he brings, and of just being a professional cricketer,
might be a better bet.
Yeah, even though he's obviously a bowler, may have slight more ability at this level perhaps. A fuller ball here is driven at by Maddie, and he gets off the mark with a single down the ground. Gosh, he looks young when he's running between the wickets. I mean, he is 16, but he was scurrying up the ground then. Looks very green indeed. He's eaten up a couple of dots, eventually gets the strike back to Rhodes. 227 for 6. 40 more needed. Last ball of the 46th coming up. Rhodes will surely try to take a single to keep the bowling. He drives down to long off and will do just that. Gentle single to end the over. That's a pretty good set from George Scott there. 9 from his first over, but a tight one there. The Bears reached 228 for 6 after 46 overs. So another 39 needed in 24 deliveries.
Well, I think it was me miscalculating actually that it explains George Scott being given that over, which he did very well with. So we've now got 4 overs remaining. Josh Davey will bowl 2 from this pavilion end, and then presumably 1 each from Casey Aldridge and Jack Brooks from the Birmingham end. The rate is just marginally below 10 runs an over. But
which you could say now is a problem.
Yeah. It's a problem for Jack Brooks to know quite what to do with the field, whether to keep it back. I think probably keep it back for Will Rhodes, but I think if I was skipper I'd be tempted to bring it in a little bit for George Maddie to deny him the single. Keep him on strike as much as possible. Jack Brooks and Josh Davey in deep conversation as to where to put the field to Will Rhodes. The 5 men out at the moment.
It's not gamble time yet for Rhodes, is it? But
third man and fine leg are coming up into the circle, which means that long off is going back.
Yeah, he's got the field set for full bowling here now, hasn't he? He's going to send deep square back as well, just to cut off any chance of the slug sweep. Does Rhodes have a little fiddle in him to beat short third or short fine leg?
That's the obvious option, isn't it? Here comes Josh Davey into bowl to Rhodes, full of length, and they think about a single, but it's not there. Well bowled, Josh Davey. That was a Yorker, and Rhodes could do nothing with it. 228 for 6, 39 runs to win, 38 for the tie.
It's a good question, actually. What does the tie do to the table? It would bring the Bears up to 10 points, and then it would come down to net run rate. And of the sides above them, Warwickshire actually have the poorest net run rate of those sides. So a tie is not good enough for Warwickshire.
No. Here comes Josh Davey again, bowling to Rhodes, who's on 81. He's there and bowls. This is swung away down the ground and will be not cut off by Andy Umeed. It's 4 runs to Will Rhodes. And you can sense the relief, the release of pressure around the ground with that boundary. It was in the slot for the shot. I think whether Josh Davey was looking for another Yorker, but if so, he just didn't quite get it right.
Yeah,
232 for 6.
He's definitely going to bowl full with this field.
He is, but not quite full enough on that occasion. Here he comes again, in and bowls to Rhodes. This is short and hit down off the bottom edge, and Rhodes concerned there for a moment that might roll back into his stumps, but it doesn't. But it's a dot ball.
Yeah, he's also got that option as well with the 2 men out on the leg side, deep square and deep mid wicket, getting him to hit into his leg side sweepers.
Exchanges in the crowd.
He's rallied the troops, whatever he said.
Yeah. Here's Davey again to Rhodes. He's there, bowls. Floated this one up. It's driven down the ground. It's going to be cut off down below us by George Scott. It'll just be a single. Good piece of fielding by Scott, who was quickly across there. Make sure they couldn't come back for the second run, which would have kept Will Rhodes on strike. 233 for 6. 2 balls remaining in the 46th. And then another 18 deliveries. So 20 deliveries in total. Another 34 needed for the win for Warwickshire.
Yeah, good over so far, even with the boundary. Not too much damage, and now Maddie to potentially face 2 deliveries.
Here's Davey into Maddie's there and bowls short, and it's swung away. It'll just be a single out to Casey Aldridge.
Also a pretty decent result, because it'll probably force Rhodes into taking just a single now to end the over.
Yep, so he's on strike for the first ball of the 48th, which will be bowled either by Casey Aldridge or Jack Brooks, or possibly by George Scott, who's bowled his 2 overs for just 12 runs. He hasn't, though, taken a wicket, so he's still just got the 1 list day wicket to his name. Davey in and bowls to Rhodes down the leg side. Oh, Josh Davey, that's a waste. Signalled as a wide by umpire Lungley and warmly applauded around the ground. 235 for 6. That was his slower ball, and he just hung on to it fractionally too long.
It was, yeah, unfortunate in one way, but any little touch there was 4, wasn't it, down the leg side?
Yeah, absolutely. With fine leg on the 45 on the edge of the fielding circle. Davies there and bowls full of length outside the off stump and keeps Rhodes down at that end, and he swishes his bat in anger and frustration. Good piece of bowling that from Josh Davey, more than made up for the wide the previous delivery. 235 for 6. 3 overs remain. Another 32 runs Warwickshire need in 18 deliveries.
Middlesex all done at Hove, fired out for just 243. It was always going to be a difficult task trying to chase down 401, but they've been hammered there by 157 runs. So they're now reliant on favours elsewhere to stay in the competition, and one isn't going to come at Grace Road because Leicestershire are getting up there. They need just 7 to win now. Still 2 wickets in hand, so still work to do to just finish that off, but it does look as if Leicestershire are going to chase down that 198 to beat Durham. The Bears here with 32 to get in 18 deliveries. Victory will send them through, with that game at Hove not ending in a tie. And they do need all of these 32 runs to Warwickshire. A tie is not good enough for them. 1 point would see them miss out on net run rate. So Casey Aldridge back from the City end to bowl to the left-handed George Maddie, the 16-year-old lad, with the score at 235 for 6. The field is going back to third man, deep cover, deep mid-wicket, long off and long on also going back. There are men in the side of the circle at extra cover, third man, short fine leg and square leg. So can George Maddie get the captain Will Rhodes back on strike. It was 86 not out at the other end. Aldridge goes in, bowls wide of the off stump, and Maddie swings and misses at it. Dot balls really hurting Warwickshire now. With this asking rate climbing every time. It's a tremendous. It's been a really good day's cricket, this. The game has ebbed one way then the next. We've seen some excellent cricket on both sides. It's been a great advert for the format. Doesn't need 350 plays 350 every week. Aldridge in. And Maddie gets a full ball that he slaps down the ground. It'll just be a single. Fielder quickly away from the long off fence. 3-6 for 6. 31 to win in 16 deliveries.
Does he play little ramps and reverse sweeps and stuff like that, Will Rhodes?
I wouldn't know, to be honest. I don't watch him enough. I'll defer to Phil.
Does Will Rhodes play little scoops and ramps? And no, not really.
He's back on strike here, 86 not out, facing Aldridge. Just gets one off the toe of the bat down the ground. He was looking to the square leg umpire, wanting a no ball here, but
couldn't have been far away.
Yeah, umpire Lungley has said this is okay. Stepped outside the off stump, trying to work a ball, I think, behind square on the leg side. I think that was the initial plan. Ended up slapping it down the ground just for one. So a great start of the over from Aldridge. Dot 1-1. Comes in again. Maddie swings one down the ground. Can they get back for 2? Do they take the runs now at this stage of the game? They do. Rhodes is coming back. I mean, Maddie keeps the bowling.
Yeah, good running.
28 to win from just 14 deliveries now.
12 runs and over.
Things getting a little desperate now for the Bears all of a sudden. Aldridge in, excellent stuff from the far end. Maddie drives, slicing one out through point. Do they come back for the second this time? No. Immediate across in good time. They could have done, but to be honest, I think Will Rhodes has decided that some special measures are needed here to try and get this chase rolling again. 240 for 6. 27 to win in 13 deliveries. Last ball of Casey Aldridge this afternoon. He's been very good with 1 for 36 so far. And he comes to Will Rhodes, who drives out just down the ground. It'd just be a single to long off. Fielding is mopped up down in the deep. And Rhodes will keep the bowling on 88 not out. There are 2 overs to go here at Edgbaston. And the Bears 2-4-1 for 6. Their target 267. So 26 needed in just 12 balls.
Yep. And I fancy this penultimate over could settle it one way or the other. Big over for Warwickshire at this stage, leaving themselves, I don't know, not many more than, say, 12 off the last over. And you'd have to back them. But if Somerset can keep this over in single figures, Josh Davey, then it'll be a big ask in the final over. Josh Davies going to bowl the first ball to Will Rhodes, who's on 88.
Yeah, this could be win or bust now, couldn't it, this over?
The field is spread. Josh Davey in from the pavilion end. He's there and bowls to Rhodes up in the block hole. It's a Yorker and Rhodes digs it out. They could probably have taken a single. They decide against it. 11 balls remain. 26 runs required for Warwickshire.
Leicestershire have done their bit at Grace Road. They've got up to beat Durham by 2 wickets. Low scoring thriller there. So Leicestershire are through. Middlesex are out. Can the Bears join them here? Otherwise it'll be Notts going through.
Somerset playing for pride and self-respect. Davies in and bowls to Rhodes again, right up in the block hole, driven down the ground. Umeed is quickly onto it. They won't try and come back for the second run. Good throw from Umeed, throwing it in on the bounce over the top of the stumps to Josh Davey. So 10 balls remain, and still 25 more needed for the win for Warwickshire, 23 more for the tie. which won't be good enough, will it, Alex?
No, the Bears need all 2 points here because their net run rate isn't good enough. Need to get to 11 points.
Young George Maddy, just 16 years old, facing the experienced Scottish international Josh Davey. This is short and pulled away down to deep backward square leg, but it's just a single. As George Bartlett, one of the best fielders in what is always a good Somerset fielding side, is onto it. So 9 balls remain, 24 runs required. Warwickshire need a boundary. Singles are no good. They need a 4 or ideally a 6. And Josh Davey has been charged by Jack Brooks with keeping this ball right up to the bat, with the field set deep down the ground. Davies in and bowls again right up in the block hole, and that's launched over the top of extra cover, and that is 4 runs.
Or is it? Has it been batted back into play?
I thought he was over the boundary. It did hit his head. Was it his head?
Now the umpire's conferring, and all they can do really here is ask the fieldsman.
I think that was 4.
Instinct was certainly 4 runs. It's been batted back into play, and it's only going to be 2, I think. Umpire is looking down to the fielder, who's shrugging his shoulders, thinking, as far as I'm concerned, it was okay.
George Scott. Well,
the ball bounced and was clearly over the rope. Just depends whether Scott was in the field of play before he dived back to bat it back into play.
Here's Davey then, 245 for 6. He's in bowling to Rhodes, who drives it down to Amid. This will just be a single unless there's a misfield, and there isn't. They're coming back for the second run, and that is Rhodes who's run out. It's Rhodes who's run out. There was never a second run there. Rhodes hesitated, went a few yards down the pitch, and by the time he'd realised his mistake, the ball had come in from Andy Umid, and Josh Davey had the bails off, and that is the 7th Warwickshire wicket, with the score on 245, and what a time for a misunderstanding between the 2 Warwickshire batsmen.
Yeah, you could see what they were trying to do. It was just going to be a case of sacrificing Maddy to get Rhodes back on strike, but there was just no time for the batsman to cross. Even if Rhodes would have set off and gone straight away, there was simply no way that the batsmen were going to cross before the ball was delivered back into the non-striker's end. So that is perhaps that. 21 to win in just 7 deliveries, and George Maddy and Liam Norwell trying to get them over the line.
And we welcome listeners to BBC 5 Live Sports Extra with the news that the Warwickshire captain has just got run out. Will Rhodes, who was threatening to win the game for Warwickshire, has been run out after a misunderstanding with George Maddy for 91. We've got 7 deliveries left in the Warwickshire innings, and they need another 21 runs to win. I'm Anthony Gibson from BBC Radio Somerset. With me is Alex Winter, and Alex will take up commentary.
So 7 deliveries for Warwickshire to try and find 21 runs to go through the knockout stage of the Royal London Cup. Leicestershire have done their bit, and Notts have done their bit this afternoon. So has Sussex. In comes Davey, bowls very full, a huge cry for LBW given! Davey strikes, Maddy is gone. The wicket doesn't matter as much as the dot ball really at this stage. Maddy walks off for 7, and the Bears 2, 4, 6 for 8 now. Still 21 shy of their target to try and find in the final over. They were just about in touch with this run chase for a long time, but have it all to do now in the final over. An update now for FM listeners. I'm Alex Winter at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are now really struggling in their quest to reach the One-Day Cup knockout stage, chasing 267 to beat Somerset. They're 2, 4, 6 for 8 now, just 6 deliveries to go and 21 more runs needed. They were right back in the game with a fine partnership earlier on between 21-year-old Ethan Brooks, who made 51, and the captain Will Rhodes, whose brave 91 was keeping his side well in the game, but he's been run out, and it's left Liam Norwell now to face the final over to try try and get 21 for Warwickshire to win the game, and with it secure passage to the knockout phase of the One Day Cup. So the final over coming up will be bowled by Jack Brooks at the City end, and Liam Norwell has been joined by George Garrett to somehow find 21 to win here. The tie not good enough for the Bears. They need all 21 runs here and the full 2 points to try and squeeze through. And Brooks has got plenty to defend in this final over. The field has gone back to deep square, deep mid wicket, long off, long on and deep cover. Extra cover, backward point, short third man and short fine leg is the field here. So Jack Brooks with 21 to defend under the floodlights here at Edgbaston. It's been a cloudy afternoon. And here comes Brooks, right arm over to the right-handed Norwell, who swings leg side, doesn't get much on it. It rolls down towards long on. They come charging back with a second. Good running by Garrett, gets home. Couple of runs to begin the final over. Leaves 19 to get in 5 deliveries.
Well, he's just got to keep the ball right up to the bat, hasn't he? Not give the batsman the opportunity to swing it away for the 4s and 6s that they need.
Into Norwell again, and it's swung down the offside again. They're going to charge back to the second run again and just be 2 more. That's absolutely fine as far as Somerset are concerned. Leaves 17 to get from just 4 deliveries now. Can Norwell find the boundary? Bowled very well earlier on today, Liam Norwell. Can he use his big shoulders to good effect here? 250s come out for the Bears, a smattering of applause beneath us. They were on course for a large part of this run chase, particularly with that stand between Brooks and Rhodes. But Somerset managed to chip away at the wickets. And now the Bears really struggling. 17 more to win from 4 balls. An excellent Yorker from Brooks. They're going to go through for the run. And Garrett is run out. Davis on target with the underarm from behind the stumps, trying to race through for the bye. And Garrett has been run out comfortably. And it leaves the Bears with 17 to get from just 3 balls now.
All of Steve Davis's experience coming to bear there. He paused, took careful aim and made quite sure that he hit the stumps. There was not the shred of panic or rush in that performance, and big wicket, and Somerset almost there.
They are indeed, yeah. It's only going to be a consolation victory for Somerset. But at the top of the table, Sussex, who've hammered Middlesex earlier today, have won the group. Leicestershire have snuck home against Durham, so they're going through as well. Notts managed to wallop Surrey at Welbeck, so they are going to sneak into 3rd place in the group, unless Ollie Hannon-Dolby here and Liam Norwell can somehow find 17 runs in just 3 deliveries. It's all gone spiralling away from the Bears, who were struggling early on this afternoon at 95 for 4 before Brooks and Rhodes got together. Their standard got their side firmly on course again, but they haven't managed to finish the job off. And now it's down to Ollie Hannon-Dolby, the left-hander, facing Brooks in the City end, and he swings leg side, gets it wide of long on, and they're going to try and come back for the second run. They will. This could be the end of the game. No! Brooks can't take the ball at the non-striker's end.
Wasn't a very good throw.
It was a little unkind, wasn't it? It was flat and skiddy, and Norwell manages to scramble home, so 2 more runs. But not good enough. 15 from 2. So long as Brooks keeps his foot behind the line and doesn't bowl a wide, it's all done for the Bears.
And the disappointment around the ground is palpable.
Absolutely, yeah. The atmosphere was building and building this afternoon. Brooks in, bowls on length. It's swung up into the leg side. Fielder underneath in a deep mid-wicket. Takes the catch. And that will do it for Somerset. They've had a torrid campaign in the One Day Cup, but they've finished well here at Edgbaston with a final group stage victory to deny Warwickshire a place in the knockout stage. The Bears chasing 2-6-7, bowled out for 2-5-2 here this afternoon, and they are going to finish just short in their quest to reach the top 3. The cheers ring out at Welbeck and across Nottinghamshire because the result sees Notts squeak through to the knockout stage to join Leicestershire and Sussex in progressing from Group A. And Somerset, as I say, have endured a poor campaign, have at least finished on a high, Anthony Gibson.
They certainly have. They kept their nerve when it looked very much as if Will Rhodes and Ethan Brooks were going to see Warwickshire quite comfortably home. At one stage, Warwickshire were 199 for 4 with 9 overs remaining and only 68 runs required. But then the wickets started to tumble. The run out of Will Rhodes was absolutely crucial, and that was down to some calm fielding from Andy Umeed and a misunderstanding between Rhodes and young George Maddie. And once Rhodes had gone, then the other wickets followed very quickly. But Somerset will have restored some self-respect and some pride with this win at Edgbaston against Warwickshire. It is some consolation, but it, if we're being honest, is small consolation for what's been overall a very disappointing campaign, losing 7 out of 8. But it will give them some comfort on the long journey back to Taunton.
Indeed it will, in reward for a couple of fine innings earlier on today, because Lewis Goldsworthy made 111, with James Rue, who made 96. The pair shared 198 for the third wicket. That pushed Somerset to what's proved a match-winning 266 for 5 after they won the toss this morning. It looked as if the Bears well placed to try and go through, but they've fallen well short in the end. On bowled out for 252. Just tell you about the other group, because Hampshire have won this afternoon. They've won the group. They've got 14 points. Lancashire on 11 points were already through. Yorkshire beaten by Hampshire, so the door is left open for Kent to try and squeeze through if they can get up against Lancashire this afternoon, and Kent require another 33 to win in 30 balls with 4 wickets left, so that one is yet to be decided, and Kent could yet take third place in the group and squeeze through. But the cricket all done in Group A, and it is Sussex, Leicestershire and Nottinghamshire who are going through to the knockout stage. Warwickshire have missed out here, bowled out for 252 in pursuit of 267 to win, and Somerset the winners by 14 runs. Both these sides back in action in the County Championship in a couple of weeks' time, and they will turn their attentions to their battle for survival in Division 1. But that's all done for the One Day Cup in terms of both Warwickshire and Somerset. Join us again in a few weeks' time for the championship action. My thanks to Phil Britt, who's joined us this afternoon as well. Thanks to Anthony Gibson, and from myself, Alex Winter from Edgbaston. Goodbye.